The Fur Country by Jules Verne, Part I, Chapter 1. A Soirée at Fort Reliance. On the evening of the 17th March, 1859, Captain Craventy gave a fête at Fort Reliance. Our readers must not at once imagine a grand entertainment, such as a court ball, or a musical soirée, with a fine orchestra. Captain Craventy's reception was a very simple affair, yet he had spared no pains to give it éclat. In fact, under the auspices of Corporal Joliffe, the large room on the ground floor was completely transformed. The rough walls, constructed of roughly hewn trunks of trees, piled up horizontally, were still visible, it is true, but their nakedness was disguised by arms and armour borrowed from the arsenal of the fort, and by an English tent at each corner of the room. Two lamps, suspended by chains like chandeliers, and provided with tin reflectors, relieved the gloomy appearance of the blackened beams of the ceiling, and sufficiently illuminated the misty atmosphere of the room. The narrow windows, some of them mere loopholes, were so encrusted with hoar frost that it was impossible to look through them, but two or three pieces of red bunting, tastily arranged about them, challenged the admiration of all who entered. The floor, of rough joists of wood laid parallel with each other, had been carefully swept by Corporal Joliffe. No sofas, chairs, or other modern furniture impeded the free circulation of the guests. Wooden benches, half fixed against the walls, huge blocks of wood, cut with the axe, and two tables with clumsy legs, were all the appliances of luxury the saloon could boast of. But the partition wall, with a narrow door leading into the next room, was decorated in a style alike costly and picturesque. From the beams hung magnificent furs, admirably arranged, the equal of which could not be seen in the more favoured regions of Regent Street or the prospective Nevsky. It seemed as if the whole fauna of the ice-bound north were here represented by their finest skins. The eye wandered from the furs of wolves, grey bears, polar bears, otters, wolverines, beavers, muskrats, water polecats, ermines, and silver foxes, and above this display was an inscription in brilliantly coloured and artistically shaped cardboard, the motto of the world-famous Hudson's Bay Company, Propel Qutem. "Really, Corporal Joliffe, you have surpassed yourself," said Captain Craventy to his subordinate. "I think I have," replied the corporal; "but honour to whom honour is due. Mrs Joliffe deserves part of your commendation. She assisted me in everything." "A wonderful woman, Corporal." "Her equal is not to be found, Captain." An immense brick and earthenware stove occupied the centre of the room, with a huge iron pipe passing from it through the ceiling, and conducting the dense black smoke into the outer air. This stove contained a roaring fire, constantly fed with fresh shovelfuls of coal by the stoker, an old soldier specially appointed to the service. Now and then a gust of wind drove back a volume of smoke into the room, dimming the brightness of the lamps, and adding fresh blackness to the beams of the ceiling, whilst tongues of flames shot forth from the stove. But the guests of Fort Reliance thought little of this slight inconvenience. The stove warmed them, and they could not pay too dearly for its cheering heat, so terribly cold was it outside in the cutting north wind. The storm could be heard raging without. The snow fell fast, becoming rapidly solid and coating the already frosted window-panes with fresh ice. The whistling wind made its way through the cracks and chinks of the doors and windows, and occasionally the rattling noise drowned every other sound. Presently an awful silence ensued. Nature seemed to be taking a breath. But suddenly the squall recommenced with terrific fury. The house was shaken to its foundations, the planks cracked, the beams groaned. A stranger, less accustomed than the habitués of the fort to the war of the elements, would have asked if the end of the world were come. But, with two exceptions, Captain Craventy's guests troubled themselves little about the weather, and if they had been outside they would have felt no more fear than the stormy petrels disporting themselves in the midst of the tempest. Two only of the assembled company did not belong to the ordinary society of the neighbourhood, two women whom we shall introduce when we have enumerated Captain Craventy's other guests. These were Lieutenant Jasper Hobson, Sergeant Long, Corporal Joliffe, and his bright, active Canadian wife, a certain Mac Nab and his wife, both Scotch, John Rae, married to an Indian woman of the country, and some 60 soldiers or employees of the Hudson's Bay Company. The neighbouring forts also furnished their contingent of guests, for in these remote lands people look upon each other as neighbours, although their homes may be 100 miles apart. A good many employees or traders came from Fort Providence or Fort Resolution, of the Great Slave Lake district, and even from Fort Chippeway and Fort Liard further south. A rare break like this in the monotony of their secluded lives, in these Hyperborean regions, was joyfully welcomed by all the exiles, and even a few Indian chiefs, about a dozen, had accepted Captain Craventy's invitation. They were not, however, accompanied by their wives, the luckless squaws being still looked upon as little better than slaves. The presence of these natives is accounted for by the fact that they are in constant intercourse with the traders, and supply the greater number of furs which pass through the hands of the Hudson's Bay Company, in exchange for other commodities. They are mostly Chippewa Indians, well-grown men with hardy constitutions. Their complexions are of the peculiar reddish-black colour, always ascribed in Europe to the evil spirits of fairyland. They wear very picturesque cloaks of skins and mantles of fur, with a head-dress of eagle's feathers spread out like a lady's fan, and quivering with every motion of their thick black hair. Such was the company to whom the captain was doing the honours of Fort Reliance. There was no dancing for want of music, but the buffet admirably supplied the want of the hired musicians of the European balls. On the table rose a pyramidal pudding made by Mrs Joliffe's own hands. It was an immense truncated cone, composed of flour, fat, reindeer venison, and musk beef. The eggs, milk, and citron prescribed in recipe books were, it is true, wanting, but their absence was atoned for by its huge proportions. Mrs Joliffe served out slice after slice with liberal hands, yet there remained enough and to spare. Piles of sandwiches also figured on the table, in which ship biscuits took the place of thin slices of English bread and butter, and dainty morsels of corned beef that of the ham, and stuffed veal of the Old World. The sharp teeth of the Chippeway Indians made short work of the tough biscuits, and for drink there was plenty of whisky and gin handed round in little pewter pots, not to speak of a great bowl of punch which was to close the entertainment, and of which the Indians talked long afterwards in their wigwams. Endless were the compliments paid to the Joliffes that evening, but they deserved them. How zealously they waited on the guests, with what easy grace they distributed the refreshments. They did not need prompting, they anticipated the wishes of each one. The sandwiches were succeeded by slices of the inexhaustible pudding, the pudding by glasses of gin or whisky. "No, thank you, Mr Joliffe." "You are too good, Corporal, but let me have time to breathe." "Mrs Joliffe, I assure you I can eat no more." "Corporal Joliffe, I am at your mercy." "No more, Mrs Joliffe, no more, thank you." Such were the replies met with on every side by the zealous pair, but their powers of persuasion were such that the most reluctant yielded in the end. The quantities of food and drink consumed were really enormous. The hubbub of conversation increased. The soldiery and employees became excited. Here the talk was of hunting, there of trade. What plans were laid for next season? The entire fauna of the Arctic regions would scarcely supply game enough for these enterprising hunters. They already saw bears, foxes, and musk oxen falling beneath their bullets, and polecats by hundreds caught in their traps. Their imagination pictured the costly furs piled up in the magazines of the company, which was this year to realize hitherto unheard-of profits. And whilst the spirits thus freely circulated inflamed the imagination of the Europeans, the large doses of Captain Craventy's fire-water, imbibed by the Indians, had an opposite effect. Too proud to show admiration, too cautious to make promises, the taciturn chiefs listened gravely and silently to the babel of voices around them, the captain enjoying the hurly-burly, and pleased to see the poor people brought back as it were to the civilized world, enjoying themselves so thoroughly, was here, there, and everywhere answering all inquiries about the fete with the words, "Ask Joliffe, ask Joliffe." And they asked Joliffe, who had a gracious word for everybody. Some of those employed in the garrison and civil service of Fort Reliance must here receive a few words of special notice, for they were presently to go through experiences of a most terrible nature, which no human perspicacity could possibly have foreseen. Amongst others we must name Lieutenant Jasper Hobson, Sergeant Long, Corporal and Mrs Joliffe, and the two foreign women already alluded to, in whose honour Captain Craventy's fete was given. Jasper Hobson was a man of 40 years of age. He was short and slight, with little muscular power, but a force of will which carried him successfully through all trials, and enabled him to rise superior to adverse circumstances. He was a child of the company. His father, Major Hobson, an Irishman from Dublin, who had now been dead for some time, lived for many years at Fort Assiniboine with his wife. There Jasper Hobson was born. His childhood and youth were spent at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. His father brought him up strictly, and he became a man in self-control and courage whilst yet a boy in years. Jasper Hobson was no mere hunter, but a soldier, a brave and intelligent officer. During the struggles in Oregon of the Hudson's Bay Company with the rival companies of the Union, he distinguished himself by his zeal and intrepidity, and rapidly rose to the rank of lieutenant. His well-known merit led to his appointment to the command of an expedition to the north, the aim of which was to explore the northern shores of the Great Bear Lake, and to found a fort on the confines of the American continent. Jasper Hobson was to set out on his journey early in April. If the lieutenant was the type of good officer, Sergeant Long was that of a good soldier. He was a man of 50 years of age, with a rough beard that looked as if it were made of cocoa-nut fibre, constitutionally brave, and disposed to obey rather than to command. He had no ambition but to obey the orders he received, never questioning them, however strange they might appear, never reasoning for himself when on duty for the company, a true machine in uniform, but a perfect machine, never wearing out, ever on the march, yet never showing signs of fatigue. Perhaps Sergeant Long was rather hard upon his men, as he was upon himself. He would not tolerate the slightest infraction of discipline, and mercilessly ordered men into confinement for the slightest neglect, while he himself had never been reprimanded. In a word, he was a man born to obey, and this self-annihilation suited his passive temperament. Men such as he are the materials of which a formidable army is formed. They are the arms of the service, obeying a single head. Is not this the only really powerful organization? The two types of fabulous mythology, Briareus with 100 arms, and Hydra with 100 heads, well represented the two kinds of armies, and in a conflict between them which would be victorious? Briareus, without a doubt. We have already made acquaintance with Corporal Joliffe. He was the busy bee of the party, but it was pleasant to hear him humming. He would have made a better major domo than a soldier, and he was himself aware of this, so he called himself the corporal in charge of details. But he would have lost himself 100 times amongst these details had not little Mrs Joliffe guided him with a firm hand. So it came to pass that Corporal Joliffe obeyed his wife without owning it, doubtless thinking to himself, like the philosopher Sancho, a woman's advice is no such great thing, but he must be a fool who does not listen to it. It is now time to say a few words of the two foreign women already alluded to more than once. They were both about 40 years old, and one of them well deserved to take first rank amongst celebrated female travellers. The name of Paulina Barnett, the rival of Pfeiffer's Tinnis and Hamaris of Hull, has been several times honourably mentioned at the meetings of the Royal Geographical Society. In her journeys up the Brahmaputra as far as the mountains of Tibet, crossed an unknown corner of New Holland, from Swan Bay to the Gulf of Carpentaria, Paulina Barnett had given proof of the qualities of a great traveller. She had been a widow for 15 years, and her passion for travelling had led her constantly to explore new lands. She was tall, and her face, framed in long braids of hair, already touched with white, was full of energy. She was near-sighted, and a double eyeglass rested on her long straight nose, with its mobile nostrils. We must confess that her walk was somewhat masculine, and her whole appearance was suggestive of moral power rather than of female grace. She was an Englishwoman from Yorkshire, possessed of some fortune, the greater part of which was expended in adventurous expeditions, and some new scheme of exploration had now brought her to Fort Reliance. Having crossed the equinoctial regions, she was doubtless anxious to penetrate to the extreme limits of the Hyperborean. Her presence at the fort was an event. The governor of the company had given her a special letter of recommendation to Captain Craventy, according to which the latter was to do all in his power to forward the design of the celebrated traveller to reach the borders of the Arctic Ocean, a grand enterprise, to follow in the steps of Hearne, Mackenzie, Rae, Franklin, and others. What fatigues, what trials, what dangers would have to be gone through in the conflict with the terrible elements of the polar climate! How could a woman dare to venture where so many explorers have drawn back or perished? But the stranger, now shut up in Fort Reliance, was no ordinary woman. She was Paulina Barnett, a laureate of the Royal Society. We must add that the celebrated traveller was accompanied by a servant named Madge. This faithful creature was not merely a servant, but a devoted and courageous friend, who lived only for her mistress, a Scotchwoman of the old type, whom a Caleb might have married without loss of dignity. Madge was about 5 years older than Mrs Barnett, and was tall and strongly built. The two were on the most intimate terms. Paulina looked upon Madge as an elder sister, and Madge treated Paulina as her daughter. It was in honour of Paulina Barnett that Captain Craventy was this evening treating his employees and the Chippewa Indians. In fact, the lady traveller was to join the expedition of Jasper Hobson for the exploration of the North. It was for Paulina Barnett that the large saloon of the factory resounded with joyful hurrahs, and it was no wonder that the stove consumed 100 weight of coal on this memorable evening, for the cold outside was 24 degrees Fahrenheit below zero, and Fort Reliance is situated in 61 degrees 47 minutes north latitude, at least 4 degrees from the polar circle. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Hudson's Bay Fur Company. Captain Craventy. Mrs Barnett, what do you think of Lieutenant Jasper Hobson? I think he is an officer who will go far. What do you mean by the words "will go far"? Do you mean that he will go beyond the 24th parallel? Captain Craventy could not help smiling at Mrs Paulina Barnett's question. They were talking together near the stove, whilst the guests were passing backwards and forwards between the eating and drinking tables. "Madam," replied the captain, "all that a man can do will be done by Jasper Hobson. The company has charged him to explore the north of their possessions, and to establish a factory as near as possible to the confines of the American continent, and he will establish it." "That is a great responsibility for Lieutenant Hobson," said the traveller. "It is, madam, but Jasper Hobson has never yet drawn back from a task imposed upon him, however formidable it may have appeared." "I can quite believe it, captain," replied Mrs Barnett, "and we shall now see the lieutenant at work. But what induces the company to construct a fort on the shores of the Arctic Ocean?" "They have a powerful motive, madam," replied the captain. "I may add a double motive. At no very distant date Russia will probably cede her American possessions to the government of the United States. When this cession has taken place, The company will find access to the Pacific Ocean extremely difficult, unless the Northwest Passage discovered by McClure be practicable. Note: Captain Craventy's prophecy has since been realized. Fresh explorations will decide this, for the Admiralty is about to send a vessel which will coast along the North American continent, from Bering Strait to Coronation Gulf, on the eastern side of which the new art is to be established. If the enterprise succeed, this point will become an important factory, the centre of the northern fur trade. The transport of furs across the Indian territories involves a vast expenditure of time and money, whereas, if the new route be available, steamers will take them from the new fort to the Pacific Ocean in a few days. "That would indeed be an important result of the enterprise, if this Northwest Passage can really be used," replied Mrs Paulina Barnett. "But I think you spoke of a double motive." "I did, madam," said the captain, "and I alluded to a matter of vital interest to the company. But I must beg of you to allow me to explain to you in a few words how the present state of things came about, how it is, in fact, that the very source of the trade of this once flourishing company is in danger of destruction." The captain then proceeded to give a brief sketch of the history of the famous Hudson's Bay Company. In the earliest times men employed the skins and furs of animals as clothing. The fur trade is therefore of very great antiquity. Luxury in dress increased to such an extent that sumptuary laws were enacted to control too great extravagance, especially in furs, for which there was a positive passion. Vair and the furs of Siberian squirrels were prohibited at the middle of the 12th century. In 1553 Russia founded several establishments in the northern steppes, and England lost no time in following her example. The trade in sables, ermines, and beavers was carried on through the agency at the Samoyeds, but during the reign of Elizabeth a royal decree restricted the use of costly furs to such an extent that for several years this branch of industry was completely paralysed. On the 2nd May 1670 a licence to trade in furs in the Hudson Bay territory was granted to the company, which numbered several men of high rank amongst its shareholders. The Duke of York, the Duke of Albemarle, the Earl of Shaftesbury, etc. Its capital was then only £8,420. Private companies were formidable rivals to its successes, and French agents, making Canada their headquarters, ventured on hazardous but most lucrative expeditions. The active competition of these bold hunters threatened the very existence of the infant company. The conquest of Canada, however, somewhat lessened the danger of its position. 3 years after the taking of Quebec, 1776, the fur trade received a new impulse. English traders became familiar with the difficulties of trade of this kind. They learned the customs of the country, the ways of the Indians, and their system of exchange of goods. But for all this the company as yet made no profits whatever. Moreover, toward 1784 some merchants of Montreal combined to explore the fur country, and founded that powerful Northwest Company, which soon became the centre of the fur trade. In 1798 the new company shipped furs to the value of no less than £120,000, and the existence of the Hudson's Bay Company was again threatened. We must add that the Northwest Company shrank from no act, however iniquitous, if its interests were at stake. Its agents imposed on their own employees, speculated on the misery of the Indians, robbed them when they had themselves made them drunk, setting at defiance the Act of Parliament forbidding the sale of spirituous liquors on Indian territory, and consequently realizing immense profits, in spite of the competition of the various Russian and American companies which had sprung up. The American Fur Company, amongst others, founded in 1809, with a capital of $1 million, which was carrying on operations on the west of the Rocky Mountains. The Hudson's Bay Company was probably in greater danger of ruin than any other. But in 1821, after much discussion, a treaty was made, in accordance with which its old rival, the Northwest Company, became amalgamated with it, the two receiving the common title of the Hudson's Bay Fur Company. Now the only rival of this important association is the American St. Louis Fur Company. The Hudson's Bay Company has numerous establishments scattered over a domain extending over 3,700,000 square miles. Its principal factories are situated on James Bay, at the mouth of the Severn, in the south, and towards the frontiers of Upper Canada, on Lake Athabasca, Winnipeg, Superior, Mythe, Buffalo, and near the Columbia, Mackenzie, Saskatchewan, and Assiniboine rivers, etc. Fort York, commanding the course of the river Nelson, is the headquarters of the company, and contains its principal fur depot. Moreover, in 1842 it took a lease of all the Russian establishments in North America at an annual rent of £40,000, so that it is now working on its own account the vast tracts of country between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean. It has sent out intrepid explorers in every direction: Hearne towards the Polar Sea in 1770, to the discovery of the Coppermine River; Franklin in 1819 to 1822 along 5,550 miles of the American coast; Mackenzie, who, after having discovered the river to which he gave his name, reached the shores of the Pacific at 52 degrees 24' north latitude. The following is a list of the quantities of skins and furs dispatched to Europe by the Hudson's Bay Company in 1833 34, which will give an exact idea of the extent of its trade. Beavers, 1,074. Skins and young beavers, 92,288. Muskrats, 694,092. Badgers, 1,069. Bears, 7,451. Ermines, 491. Foals, 9,937. Lynxes, 14,255. Sables, 64,490. Polecats, 25,100. Otters, 22,303. Raccoons, 713. Swans, 7,918. Wolves, 8,484. Wolverines, 1,571. Such figures ought to bring in a large profit to the Hudson's Bay Company, but unfortunately they have not been maintained, and for the last 20 years have been decreasing. The cause of this decline was the subject of Captain Craventy's explanation to Mrs. Paulina Barnett. "Until 1839, madam," said he, "the company was in a flourishing condition. In that year the number of furs exported was 2,350,000, but since then the trade has gradually declined, and this number is now reduced by one half at least." "But what do you suppose is the cause of this extraordinary decrease in the exportation of furs?" inquired Mrs. Barnett. "The depopulation of the hunting territories, caused by the activity, and, I must add, the want of foresight of the hunters. The game was trapped and killed without mercy. These massacres were conducted in the most reckless and short-sighted fashion. Even females with young and their little ones did not escape. The consequence is that the animals whose fur is valuable have become extremely rare. The otter has almost entirely disappeared, and is only to be found near the islands of the North Pacific. Small colonies of beavers have taken refuge on the shores of the most distant rivers. It is the same with many other animals, compelled to flee before the invasion of the hunters. The traps, once crowded with game, are now empty. The price of skins is rising just when a great demand exists for furs. Hunters have gone away in disgust, leaving none but the most intrepid and indefatigable, who now penetrate to the very confines of the American continent." "Yes," said Mrs. Paulina Barnett, "the fact of the fur-bearing animals having taken refuge beyond the polar circle is a sufficient explanation of the company's motive in founding a factory on the borders of the Arctic Ocean." "Not only so, madam," replied the captain. "The company is also compelled to seek a more northern centre of operations, for an Act of Parliament has lately greatly reduced its domain." "And the motive for this reduction?" inquired the traveller. "A very important question of political economy was involved, madam, one which could not fail greatly to interest the statesmen of Great Britain. In a word, the interests of the Company and those of civilization are antagonistic. It is to the interest of the Company to keep the territory belonging to it in a wild, uncultivated condition. Every attempt at clearing ground was pitilessly put a stop to, as it drove away the wild animals, so that the monopoly enjoyed by the Hudson's Bay Company was detrimental to all agricultural enterprise. All questions not immediately relating to their own particular trade were relentlessly put aside by the governors of the association. It was this despotic and, in a certain sense, immoral system which provoked the measures taken by Parliament, and in 1837 a commission appointed by the colonial secretary decided it was necessary to annex to Canada all the territories suitable for cultivation, such as the Red River and Saskatchewan districts, and to leave to the Company only that portion of its land which appeared to be incapable of future civilization. The next year the Company lost the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains, which it held direct from the Colonial Office. And you will now understand, madam, how the agents of the Company, having lost their power over their old territories, are determined, before giving up their trade, to try to work the little-known countries of the north, and so open a communication with the Pacific by means of the North-West Passage. Mrs. Paulina Barnett was now well informed as to the ulterior projects of the celebrated Company. Captain Craventy had given her a graphic sketch of the situation, and it is probable he would have entered into further details, had not an incident cut short his harangue. Corporal Joliffe announced in a loud voice that, with Mrs. Joliffe's assistance, he was about to mix the punch. This news was received as it deserved. The bowl, or rather the basin, was filled with the precious liquid. It contained no less than 10 pints of coarse rum. Sugar, measured out by Mrs. Joliffe, was piled up at the bottom, and on the top floated slices of lemon shrivelled with age. Nothing remained to be done but to light this alcoholic lake, and the corporal, match in hand, awaited the order of his captain, as if he were about to spring a mine. "All right, Joliffe," at last said Captain Craventy. The light was applied to the bowl, and in a moment the punch was in flames, whilst the guests applauded and clapped their hands. 10 minutes afterwards full glasses of the delightful beverage were circulating amongst the guests, fresh bidders for them coming forward in endless succession, like spectators on the Stock Exchange. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah! 3 cheers for Mrs. Barnett! A cheer for the captain!" In the midst of these joyful shouts, cries were heard from outside. Silence immediately fell upon the company assembled. "Sergeant Long," said the captain, "go and see what is the matter." And at the chief's order the sergeant, leaving his glass unfinished, left the room. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. A savant thawed. Sergeant Long hastened to the narrow passage from which opened the outer door of the fort, and he heard the cries redoubled, and combined with violent blows on the postern gate, surrounded by high walls, which gave access to the court. The sergeant pushed open the door, and plunging into the snow, already a foot deep, he waded through it, half blinded by the cutting sleet, and nipped by the terrible cold. "What the devil does anyone want at this time of night?" exclaimed the sergeant to himself, as he mechanically removed the heavy bars of the gate. "None but Eskimo would dare to brave such a temperature as this." "Open! Open! Open!" they shouted from without. "I am opening," replied Sergeant Long, who really seemed to be a long time about it. At last the door swung open, and the sergeant was almost upset by a sledge drawn by 6 dogs, which dashed past him like a flash of lightning. Worthy Sergeant Long only just escaped being crushed, but he got up without a murmur, closed the gate, and returned to the house at his ordinary pace, that is to say, at the rate of 75 strides a minute. But Captain Craventy, Lieutenant Jasper Hobson, and Corporal Joliffe were already outside, braving the intense cold, and staring at the sledge, white with snow, which had just drawn up in front of them. A man completely enveloped in furs now descended from it. "Fort Reliance?" he inquired. "The same," replied the captain. "Captain Craventy?" "Behold him. Who are you?" "A courier of the company." "Are you alone?" "No, I bring a traveler." "A traveler? What does he want?" "He has come to see the moon." At this reply Captain Craventy had said to himself, "The man must be a fool." But there was no time to announce this opinion, for the courier had taken an inert mass from the sledge, a kind of bag covered with snow, and was about to carry it into the house, when the captain inquired, "What's in the bag?" "It is my traveler," replied the courier. "Who is this traveler?" "The astronomer, Thomas Black." "But he is frozen." "Well, he must be thawed." Thomas Black, carried by the sergeant, the corporal, and the courier, now made his entrance into the house of the fort, and was taken to a room on the first floor, the temperature of which was bearable, thanks to a glowing stove. He was laid upon a bed, and the captain took his hand. It was literally frozen. The wrappers and furred mantles in which Thomas Black was rolled up, like a parcel requiring care, were removed, and revealed a man of about 50. He was short and stout, his hair was already touched with grey, his beard was untrimmed, his eyes were closed, and his lips pressed together as if glued to one another. If he breathed at all, it was so slightly that the frostwork on the windows would not have been affected by it. Joliffe undressed him, and turned him rapidly onto his face and back again, with the words, "Come, come, sir, when do you mean to return to consciousness?" But the visitor, who had arrived in so strange a manner, showed no signs of returning life, and Corporal Joliffe could think of no better means to restore the lost vital heat than to give him a bath in the bowl of hot punch. Very happily for Thomas Black, however, Lieutenant Jasper Hobson had another idea. "Snow! Bring snow!" he cried. There was plenty of it in the court of Fort Reliance, and whilst the sergeant went to fetch the snow, Joliffe removed all the astronomer's clothes. The body of the unfortunate man was covered with white frost-bitten patches. It was urgently necessary to restore the circulation of the blood in the affected portions. This result Jasper Hobson hoped to obtain by vigorous friction with the snow. We know that this is the means generally employed in the polar countries to set going afresh the circulation of the blood arrested by the intense cold, even as the rivers are arrested in their courses by the icy touch of winter. Sergeant Loin soon returned, and he and Joliffe gave the new arrival such a rubbing as he had probably never before received. It was no soft and agreeable friction, but a vigorous shampooing most lustily performed, more like the scratching of a currycomb than the caresses of a human hand. And during the operation the loquacious corporal continued to exhort the unconscious traveller. "Come, come, sir, what do you mean by getting frozen like this? Now, don't be so obstinate." Probably it was obstinacy which kept Thomas Black from deigning to show a sign of life. At the end of half an hour the rubbers began to despair, and were about to discontinue their exhausting efforts, when the poor man sighed several times. "He lives! He is coming to!" cried Jasper Hobson. After having warmed the outside of his body, Corporal Joliffe hurried to do the same for the inside, and hastily fetched a few glasses of the punch. The traveller really felt much revived by them. The colour returned to his cheeks, expression to his eyes, and words to his lips, so that Captain Craventy began to hope that he should have an explanation from Thomas Black himself of this strange arrival at the fort in such a terrible condition. At last the traveller, well covered with wraps, rose on his elbow, and said in a voice still faint, "Fort Reliance?" "The same," replied the captain. "Captain Craventy?" "He is before you, and is happy to bid you welcome. But may I inquire what brings you to Fort Reliance?" "He has come to see the moon," replied the courier, who evidently thought this a happy answer. It satisfied Thomas Black too, for he bent his head in assent and resumed. "Lieutenant Hobson?" replied the lieutenant. "Have you not yet started?" "Not yet, sir." "Then," replied Thomas Black, "I have only to thank you, and to go to sleep until tomorrow morning." The captain and his companions retired, leaving their strange visitor to his repose. Half an hour later the fête was at an end, and the guests had regained their respective homes, either in the different rooms of the fort or the scattered houses outside the enceinte. The next day Thomas Black was better. His vigorous constitution had thrown off the effects of the terrible chill he had had. Anyone else would have died from it, but he was not like other men. And now, who was this astronomer? Where did he come from? Why had he undertaken this journey across the territories of the Company in the depths of winter? What did the courier's reply signify? To see the moon? The moon could be seen anywhere. There was no need to come to the Hyperborean regions to look at it. Such were the thoughts which passed through Captain Craventy's mind. But the next day, after an hour's talk with his new guest, he had learned all he wished to know. Thomas Black was an astronomer attached to the Greenwich Observatory, so brilliantly presided over by Professor Airy. Mr. Black was no theorist, but a sagacious and intelligent observer, and in the 20 years during which he had devoted himself to astronomy, he had rendered great service to the science of oceanography. In private life he was a simple nonentity. He existed only for astronomy. He lived in the heavens, not upon the earth, and was a true descendant of the witty La Fontaine's savant who fell into a well. He could talk of nothing but stars and constellations. He ought to have lived in a telescope. As an observer he had not his rival. His patience was inexhaustible. He could watch for months for a cosmical phenomenon. He had a specialty of his own, too. He had studied luminous meteors and shooting stars, and his discoveries in this branch of astronomical science were considerable. Whenever minute observations or exact measurements and definitions were required, Thomas Black was chosen for the service, for his clearness of sight was something remarkable. The power of observation is not given to every one, and it will not therefore be surprising that the Greenwich astronomer should have been chosen for the mission we are about to describe, which involves results so interesting for selenographic science. We know that during a total eclipse of the sun the moon is surrounded by a luminous corona. But what is the origin of this corona? Is it a real substance, or is it only an effect of the diffraction of the sun's rays near the moon? This is a question which science has hitherto been unable to answer. As early as 1706 this luminous halo was scientifically described. The corona was minutely examined during the total eclipse of 1715 by Longueville and Halley, by Maraldi in 1724, by Antonin de Lula in 1778, by Bondich and Ferrer in 1806, but their theories were so contradictory that no definite conclusion could be arrived at. During the total eclipse of 1842, learned men of all nations, Airy, Arago, Kittel, Langier, Movis, Otto, Struve, Petit, Bailly, etc., endeavoured to solve the mystery of the origin of the phenomenon. But in spite of all their efforts, the disagreement, says Arago, of the observations taken in different places by skilful astronomers of one and the same eclipse have involved the question in fresh obscurity, so that it is now impossible to come to any certain conclusion as to the cause of the phenomenon. Since this was written, other total eclipses have been studied with no better results. Yet the solution of the question is of such vast importance to selenographic science that no price would be too great to pay for it. A fresh opportunity was now about to occur to study the much discussed corona. A total eclipse of the sun, total at least for the extreme north of America, for Spain and North Africa, was to take place on July 18th, 1860. It was arranged between the astronomers of different countries that simultaneous observations should be taken at the various points of the zone where the eclipse would be total. Thomas Black was chosen for the expedition to North America, and was now much in the same situation as the English astronomers who were transported to Norway and Sweden on the occasion of the eclipse of 1851. It will be readily imagined that Thomas Black seized with avidity the opportunity offered him of studying this luminous halo. He was also to examine into the nature of the red prominences which appear on different parts of the edge of the terrestrial satellite when the totality of the eclipse had commenced, and should he be able satisfactorily to establish their origin, he would be entitled to the applause of the learned men of all Europe. Thomas Black eagerly prepared for his journey. He obtained urgent letters of recommendation to the principal agents of the Hudson's Bay Company. He ascertained that an expedition was to go to the extreme north of the continent to found a new fort. It was an opportunity not to be lost, so he set out, crossed the Atlantic, landed at New York, traversed the lakes to the Red River settlement, and pressed on from fort to fort in a sledge, under the escort of a courier of the company, in spite of the severity of the winter, braving all dangers of a journey across the Arctic regions, and arriving at Fort Reliance on the 19th March in the condition we have described. Such was the explanation given by the astronomer to Captain Craventy. He at once placed himself entirely at Mr Black's service, but could not refrain from inquiring why he had been in such a great hurry to arrive, when the eclipse was not to take place until the following year, 1860. "But, captain," replied the astronomer, "I had heard that the company was sending an expedition along the northern coast of America, and I did not wish to miss the departure of Lieutenant Hobson." "Mr Black," replied the captain, "if the lieutenant had already started, I should have felt it my duty to accompany you myself to the shores of the Polar Sea." And with fresh assurances of his willingness to serve him, the captain again bade his new guest welcome to Fort Reliance. Chapter 1, Part 4. A Factory. One of the largest of the lakes beyond the 61st parallel is that called the Great Slave Lake. It is 250 miles long by 50 across, and is situated exactly at 61 degrees 25 minutes north latitude and 114 degrees west longitude. The surrounding districts slope down to it, and it completely fills a vast natural hollow. The position of the lake in the very centre of the hunting districts, once swarming with game, early attracted the attention of the company. Numerous streams either take their rise from it or flow into it, the Mackenzie, the Athabasca, etc., and several important forts have been constructed on its shores, Fort Providence on the north, and Fort Resolution on the south. Fort Reliance is situated on the northeast extremity, and is about 300 miles from the Chesterfield Inlet, a long narrow estuary formed by the waters of Hudson's Bay. The Great Slave Lake is dotted with little islands, the granite and gneiss of which they are formed jutting up in several places. Its northern banks are clothed with thick woods, shutting out the barren frozen district beyond, not inaptly called the Cursed Land. The southern regions, on the other hand, are flat, without a rise of any kind, and the soil is mostly calcareous. The large ruminants of the polar districts, the buffaloes or bisons, the flesh of which forms almost the only food of the Canadian and native hunters, seldom go further north than Great Slave Lake. The trees on the northern shores of the lake form magnificent forests. We need not be astonished at meeting with such fine vegetation in this remote district. The Great Slave Lake is not really in a higher latitude than Stockholm or Christiania. We have only to remember that the isothermal lines, or belts of equal heat, along which heat is distributed in equal quantities, do not follow the terrestrial parallels, and that with the same latitude America is ever so much colder than Europe. In April the streets of New York are still white with snow, yet the latitude of New York is nearly the same as that of the Azores. The nature of a country, its position with regard to the oceans, and even the conformation of its soil, all influence its climate. In summer Fort Reliance was surrounded by masses of verdure, refreshing to the sight after the long dreary winter. Timber was plentiful in these forests, which consisted almost entirely of poplar, pine, and birch. The islets on the lake produced very fine willows. Game was abundant in the underwood, even during the bad season. Further south the hunters from the fort successfully pursued bison, elks, and Canadian porcupines, the flesh of which is excellent. The waters of the Slave Lake were full of fish. Trout in them attained to an immense size, their weight often exceeding 40 pounds. Pikes, voracious lobes, a sort of char or grayling called bluefish, and countless legions of titimegs, the coregonus of naturalists, disported themselves in the water, so that the inhabitants of Fort Reliance were well supplied with food. Nature provided for all their wants, and clothed in the skins of foxes, martens, bears, and other Arctic animals, they were able to brave the rigour of the winter. The fort, properly so called, consisted of a wooden house with a ground floor and one upper story. In it lived the commandant and his officers. The barracks for the soldiers, the magazines of the company, and the offices, where exchanges were made, surrounded this house. A little chapel, which wanted nothing but a clergyman, and a powder magazine, completed the buildings of the settlement. The whole was surrounded by palisades 25 feet high, defended by a small bastion, with a pointed roof at each of the four corners of the parallelogram formed by the enceinte. The fort was thus protected from surprise, a necessary precaution in the days when the Indians, instead of being the purveyors of the company, fought for the independence of their native land, and when the agents and soldiers of rival associations disputed the possession of the rich fur country. At that time the Hudson's Bay Company employed about 1,000,000 men on its territories. It held supreme authority over them, an authority which could even inflict death. The governors of the factories could regulate salaries, and arbitrarily fix the price of provisions and furs, and as a result of this irresponsible power they often realized a profit of no less than 300 per cent. We shall see from the following table, taken from the voyage of Captain Robert Lade, on what terms exchanges were formerly made with those Indians who have since become the best hunters of the company. Beavers' skins were then the currency employed in buying and selling. The Indians paid for 1 gun 10 beavers' skins, half a pound of powder 1 beaver skin, 4 pounds of shot 1 beaver skin, 1 axe 1 beaver skin, 6 knives 1 beaver's skin, 1 pound of glass beads 1 beaver's skin, 1 laced coat 6 beaver skins, 1 coat not laced 5 beaver skins, 1 laced female dress 6 beaver skins, 1 pound of tobacco 1 beaver skin, 1 box of powder 1 beaver skin, 1 comb and 1 looking glass 2 beavers' skins. But a few years ago beaver skins became so scarce that the currency had to be changed. Bison furs are now the medium of trade. When an Indian presents himself at the fort, the agents of the company give him as many pieces of wood as he brings skins, and he exchanges these pieces of wood for manufactured articles on the premises, and as the company fix the price of the articles they buy and sell, they cannot fail to realize large profits. Such was the mode of proceeding in Fort Reliance and other factories, so that Mrs Paulina Barnett was able to watch the workings of the system during her stay, which extended until the 16th April. Many a long talk did she have with Lieutenant Hobson, many were the projects they formed, and firmly were they both determined to allow no obstacle to check their advance. As for Thomas Black, he never opened his lips except when his own special mission was discussed. He was wrapped up in the subject of the luminous corona and red prominences of the moon. He lived but to solve the problem, and in the end made Mrs Paulina Barnett nearly as enthusiastic as himself. how eager the two were to cross the Arctic Circle, and how far off the 18th July 1860 appeared to both, but especially to the impatient Greenwich astronomer, can easily be imagined. The preparations for departure could not be commenced until the middle of March, and a month passed before they were completed. In fact, it was a formidable undertaking to organize such an expedition for crossing the polar regions. Everything had to be taken with them: food, clothes, tools, arms, ammunitions, and a nondescript collection of various requisites. The troops, under the command of Lieutenant Jasper Hobson, were one chief and two subordinate officers, with 10 soldiers, 3 of whom took their wives with them. They were all picked men, chosen by Captain Craventy on account of their energy and resolution. We append a list of the whole party. 1. Lieutenant Jasper Hobson. 2. Sergeant Long. 3. Corporal Joliffe. 4. Peterson, soldier. 5. Belcher, do. 6. Rae, do. 7. Marbre, do. 8. Garry, do. 9. Pond, do. 10. McNab, do. 11. Sabine, soldier. 12. Hope, do. 13. Kelly, do. 14. Mrs. Rae. 15. Mrs. Joliffe. 16. Mrs. McNab. 17. Mrs. Paulina Barnett. 18. Madge. 19. Thomas Black. In all, 19 persons to be transported several hundreds of miles through a desert and imperfectly known country. With this project in view, however, the company had collected everything necessary for the expedition. A dozen sledges, with their teams of dogs, were in readiness. These primitive vehicles consisted of strong but light planks, joined together by transverse bands. A piece of curved wood, turning up at the end like a skate, was fixed beneath the sledge, enabling it to cleave the snow without sinking deeply into it. 6 swift and intelligent dogs, yoked 2 and 2, and controlled by the long thong brandished by the driver, drew the sledges, and could go at a rate of 15 miles an hour. The wardrobe of the travellers consisted of garments made of reindeer skins, lined throughout with thick furs. All wore linen next the skin, as protection against the sudden changes of temperature frequent in these latitudes. Each one, officer or soldier, male or female, wore sealskin boots sewn with twine, in the manufacture of which the natives excel. These boots are absolutely impervious, and are also flexible that they are admirably adapted for walking. Pinewood snowshoes, 2 or 3 feet long, capable of supporting the weight of a man on the most brittle snow, and enabling him to pass over it with the rapidity of a skater on ice, can be fastened to the soles of the sealskin boots. Fur caps and deerskin belts completed the costumes. For arms, Lieutenant Hobson had the regulation musketoons provided by the company, pistols, ordnance sabres, and plenty of ammunition. For tools, axes, saws, adzes, and other instruments required in carpentering. Then there was the collection of all that would be needed for setting up a factory in the remote district for which they were bound: a stove, a smelting furnace, 2 air pumps for ventilation, an India rubber boat, only inflated when required, etc., etc. The party might have relied for provisions on the hunters amongst them. Some of the soldiers were skilful trackers of game, and there were plenty of reindeer in the polar regions. Whole tribes of Indians or Esquimaux, deprived of bread and all other nourishment, subsist entirely on this venison, which is both abundant and palatable. But as delays and difficulties had to be allowed for, a certain quantity of provisions was taken with them. The flesh of the bison, elk, and deer, amassed in the large bateaux on the south of the lake, corned beef, which will keep for any length of time, and some Indian preparations, in which the flesh of animals, ground to powder, retains its nutritive properties in a very small bulk, requiring no cooking, and forming a very nourishing diet, were amongst the stores provided in case of need. Lieutenant Hobson likewise took several casks of rum and whisky, but he was firmly resolved to economize these spirits, so injurious to the health in cold latitudes, as much as possible. The company had placed at his disposal a little portable medicine chest, containing formidable quantities of lime juice, lemons, and other simple remedies necessary to check, or if possible to prevent, the scorbutic affections which take such a terrible form in these regions. All the men had been chosen with great care. None were too stout or too thin, and all had for years been accustomed to the severity of the climate, and could therefore more easily endure the fatigues of an expedition to the Polar Sea. They were all brave, high-spirited fellows, who had taken service of their own accord. Double pay had been promised them during their stay at the confines of the American continent, should they succeed in making a settlement beyond the 70th parallel. The sledge provided for Mrs Barnett and her faithful Madge was rather more comfortable than the others. She did not wish to be treated better than her travelling companions, but yielded to the urgent request of Captain Craventy, who was but carrying out the wishes of the company. The vehicle which brought Thomas Black to Fort Reliance also conveyed him and his scientific apparatus from it. A few astronomical instruments, of which there were not many in those days, a telescope for his selenographic observations, a sextant for taking the latitude, a chronometer for determining the longitudes, a few maps, a few books, were all stored away in this sledge, and Thomas Black relied upon his faithful dogs to lose nothing by the way. Of course the food for the various teams was not forgotten. There were altogether no less than 72 dogs, quite a herd to provide for by the way, and it was the business of the hunters to cater for them. These strong, intelligent animals were bought of the Chippeway Indians, who know well how to train them for their arduous calling. The little company was most skilfully organized. The zeal of Lieutenant Jasper Hobson was beyond all praise. Proud of his mission and devoted to his task, he neglected nothing which could incur success. Corporal Joliffe, always a busybody, exerted himself without producing any very tangible results. But his wife was most useful and devoted, and Mrs Paulina Barnett had already struck up a great friendship with the brisk little Canadian woman, whose fair hair and large soft eyes were so pleasant to look at. We need scarcely add that Captain Craventy did all in his power to further the enterprise. The instructions he had received from the company showed what great importance they attached to the success of the expedition, and the establishment of a new factory beyond the 70th parallel. We may therefore safely affirm that every human effort likely to ensure success which could be made was made. But who could tell what insurmountable difficulties nature might place in the path of the brave lieutenant? Who could tell what awaited him and his devoted little band? End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5. From Fort Reliance to Fort Enterprise. The first fine days came at last. The green carpet of the hills began to appear here and there where the snow had melted. A few migratory birds from the south, such as swans, bald-headed eagles, etc., passed through the warmer air. The poplars, birches, and willows began to bud, and the red-headed ducks, of which there are so many species in North America, to skim the surface of the numerous pools formed by the melted snow. Guillemots, puffins, and eider ducks sought colder latitudes, and little shrews, no bigger than a hazelnut, ventured from their holes, tracing strange figures on the ground with their tiny pointed tails. It was intoxicating once more to breathe the fresh air of spring, and to bask in the sunbeams. Nature awoke once more from her heavy sleep in the long winter night, and smiled as she opened her eyes. The renovation of creation in spring is perhaps more impressive in the Arctic regions than in any other portion of the globe, on account of the greater contrast with what has gone before. The thaw was not, however, complete. The thermometer, it is true, marked 41° Fahrenheit above zero, but the mean temperature of the nights kept the surface of the snowy plains solid, a good thing for the passage of sledges, of which Jasper Hobson meant to avail himself before the thaw became complete. The ice of the lake was still unbroken. During the last month several successful hunting expeditions had been made across the vast smooth plains, which were already frequented by game. Mrs Barnett was astonished at the skill with which the men used their snowshoes, scudding along at the pace of a horse in full gallop. Following Captain Craventy's advice, the lady herself practised walking in these contrivances, and she soon became very expert in sliding over the snow. During the last few days several bands of Indians had arrived at the fort to exchange the spoils of the winter chase for manufactured goods. The season had been bad. There were a good many polecats and sables, but the furs of beavers, otters, lynxes, ermines, and foxes were scarce. It was therefore a wise step for the company to endeavour to explore a new country, where the wild animals had hitherto escaped the rapacity of man. On the morning of the 16th April, Lieutenant Jasper Hobson and his party were ready to start. The route across the known districts between the Slave Lake and that of the Great Bear, beyond the Arctic Circle, was already determined. Jasper Hobson was to make for Fort Confidence, on the northern extremity of the latter lake, and he was to revictual at Fort Enterprise, a station 200 miles further to the northwest, on the shores of the Snare Lake. By travelling at the rate of 15 miles a day, the lieutenant hoped to halt there at the beginning of May. From this point the expedition was to take the shortest route to Cape Bathurst, on the North American coast. It was agreed that, in a year, Captain Craventy should send a convoy with provisions to Cape Bathurst, and that a detachment of the lieutenant's men was to go to meet this convoy, to guide it to the spot where the new fort was to be erected. This plan was a guarantee against any adverse circumstances, and left a means of communication with their fellow creatures open to the lieutenant and his voluntary companions in exile. On the 16th April, dogs and sledges were awaiting the travellers at the postern gate. Captain Craventy called the men of the party together and said a few kind words to them. He urged them above all things to stand by one another in the perils they might be called upon to meet, reminded them that the enterprise upon which they were about to enter required self-denial and devotion, and that submission to their officers was an indispensable condition of success. Cheers greeted the captain's speech. The adieux were quickly made, and each one took his place in the sledge assigned to him. Jasper Hobson and Sergeant Long went first, then Mrs Paulina Barnett and Madge, the latter dexterously wielding the long Eskimo whip terminating in a stiff thong. Thomas Black and one of the soldiers, the Canadian, Peterson, occupied the third sledge, and the others followed, Corporal and Mrs Joliffe bringing up the rear. According to the orders of Lieutenant Hobson, each driver kept as nearly as possible at the same distance from the preceding sledge, so as to avoid all confusion, a necessary precaution, as a collision between two sledges going at full speed might have had disastrous results. On leaving Fort Reliance, Jasper Hobson at once directed his course towards the northwest. The first thing to be done was to cross the large river connecting Lakes Slave and Wolseley, which was, however, still frozen so hard as to be undistinguishable from the vast white plains around. A uniform carpet of snow covered the whole country, and the sledges, drawn by their swift teams, sped rapidly over the firm, smooth surface. The weather was fine, but still cold. The sun, scarce above the horizon, described a lengthened curve, and its rays, reflected on the snow, gave more light than heat. Fortunately, not a breath of air stirred, and this lessened the severity of the cold, although the rapid pace of the sledges through the keen atmosphere must have been trying to any one not inured to the rigour of a polar climate. "A good beginning," said Jasper Hobson to the sergeant, who sat motionless beside him, as if rooted to his seat. "The journey has commenced favourably. The sky is cloudless, the temperature propitious. Our equipages shoot along like express trains, and as long as this fine weather lasts we shall get on capitally. What do you think, Sergeant Long?" "I agree with you, Lieutenant," replied the sergeant, who never differed from his chief. "Like myself, Sergeant, you are determined to push on as far north as possible, are you not?" resumed Lieutenant Hobson. "You have but to command to be obeyed, Lieutenant." "I know it, Sergeant. I know that with you to bear is to obey. Would that all our men understood as you do the importance of our mission, and would devote themselves body and soul to the interests of the company. Ah, Sergeant Long, I know if I gave you an impossible order—" "Lieutenant, there is no such thing as an impossible order. What, suppose now I ordered you to go to the North Pole?" "Lieutenant, I should go." "And to come back?" asked Jasper Hobson with a smile. "I should come back," replied Sergeant Long simply. During this colloquy between Lieutenant Hobson and his sergeant a slight ascent compelled the sledges to slacken speed, and Mrs Barnett and Madge also exchanged a few sentences. These two intrepid women, in their otter-skin caps and white bearskin mantles, gazed in astonishment upon the rugged scenery around them, and at the white outlines of the huge glaciers standing out against the horizon. They had already left behind them the hills of the northern banks of the Slave Lake, with their summits crowned with the gaunt skeletons of trees. The vast plains stretched before them in apparently endless succession. The rapid flight and cries of a few birds of passage alone broke the monotony of the scene. Now and then a troop of swans, with plumage so white that the keenest sight could not distinguish them from the snow when they settled on the ground, rose into view in the clear blue atmosphere and pursued their journey to the north. "What an extraordinary country!" exclaimed Mrs Paulina Barnett. "What a difference between these polar regions and the great prairies of Australia! You remember, Madge, how we suffered from the heat on the shores of the Gulf of Carpentaria. You remember the cloudless sky and the parching sunbeams." "My dear," replied Madge, "I have not the gift of remembering like you. You retain your impressions, I forget mine." "What, Madge?" cried Mrs Barnett. "You have forgotten the tropical heat of India, arid Australia? You have no recollections of our agonies when water failed us in the desert, when the pitiless sun scorched us to the bone, when even the night brought us no relief from our sufferings?" "No, Paulina," replied Madge, wrapping her furs more closely around her. "No, I remember nothing. How could I now recollect the sufferings to which you allude, the heat, the agonies of thirst, when we are surrounded on every side by ice, and I have but to stretch my arm out of the sledge and pick up a handful of snow? You talk to me of heat, when we are freezing beneath our bearskins. You recall the broiling rays of the sun, when its April beams cannot melt the icicles on our lips. No, child, no. Don't try to persuade me it's hot anywhere else. Don't tell me I ever complained of being too warm, for I shan't believe you." Mrs Paulina Barnett could not help smiling. "So, poor Madge," she said, "you are very cold." "Yes, child, I am cold, but I rather like this climate. I have no doubt it's very healthy, and I think North America will agree with me. It's really a fine country." "Yes, Madge, it is a fine country, and we have as yet seen none of the wonders it contains. But wait until we reach the Arctic Ocean. Wait until the winter shuts us in with its gigantic icebergs and thick coverings of snow. Wait till the northern storms break over us and the glories of the aurora borealis and of the splendid constellations of the polar skies are spread out above our heads. Wait till we have lived through the strange long 6 months' night, and then indeed you will understand the infinite variety, the infinite beauty of our Creator's handiwork." Thus spoke Mrs Paulina Barnett, carried away by her vivid imagination. She could see nothing but beauty in these deserted regions, with their rigorous climate. Her enthusiasm got the better for the time of her judgment. Her sympathy with nature enabled her to read the touching poetry of the ice-bound north, the poetry embodied in the sagas and sung by the bards of the time of Ossian. But Madge, more matter-of-fact than her mistress, disguised from herself neither the dangers of an expedition to the Arctic Ocean nor the sufferings involved in wintering only 30° at the most from the North Pole. And indeed the most robust had sometimes succumbed to the fatigues, privations, and mental and bodily agonies endured in this severe climate. Jasper Hobson had not, it is true, to press on to the very highest altitudes of the globe. He had not to reach the North itself, or to follow in its steps of Parry, Ross, McClure, Keene, Morton, and others. But after once crossing the Arctic Circle, there is little variation in the temperature. It does not increase in coldness in proportion to the elevation reached. Granted that Jasper Hobson did not think of going beyond the 70th parallel, we must still remember that Franklin and his unfortunate companions died of cold and hunger before they had penetrated beyond 68° north latitude. Very different was the talk in the sledge occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Joliffe. Perhaps the gallant corporal had too often drunk to the success of the expedition on starting, for, strange to say, he was disputing with his little wife. Yes, he was exactly contradicting her, which never happened except under extraordinary circumstances. "No, Mrs. Joliffe," he was saying, "no, you have nothing to fear. A sledge is not more difficult to guide than a pony carriage, and the devil take me if I can't manage a team of dogs." "I won't question your skill," replied Mrs. Joliffe. "I only ask you not to go so fast. You are in front of the whole caravan now, and I hear Lieutenant Hobson calling out to you to resume your proper place behind." "Let him call, Mrs. Joliffe, let him call." And the corporal, urging on his dogs with a fresh cut of the whip, dashed along at still greater speed. "Take care, Joliffe," repeated his wife. "Not so fast, we are going downhill." "Downhill, Mrs. Joliffe! You call that downhill? Why, it's uphill." "I'll tell you we are going down," repeated poor Mrs. Joliffe. "And I'll tell you we are going up. Look how the dogs pull." Whoever was right, the dogs became uneasy. The ascent was, in fact, pretty steep. The sledge dashed along at a reckless pace, and was already considerably in advance of the rest of the party. Mr. and Mrs. Joliffe bumped up and down every instant. The surface of the snow became more and more uneven, and the pair, flung first to one side and then to the other, knocked against each other and the sledge, and were horribly bruised and shaken. But the corporal would listen neither to the advice of his wife nor to the shouts of Lieutenant Hobson. The latter, seeing the danger of this reckless course, urged on his own animals, and the rest of the caravan followed at a rapid pace. But the corporal became more and more excited. The speed of his equipage delighted him. He shouted, he gesticulated, and flourished his long whip like an accomplished sportsman. "Wonderful thing, these whips!" he cried. "The Eskimo wield them with unrivalled skill." "But you are not an Eskimo!" cried Mrs. Joliffe, trying in vain to arrest the arm of her imprudent husband. "I have heard tell," resumed the corporal, "I have heard tell that the Eskimo can touch any dog they like in any part, that they can even cut out a bit of one of their ears with the stiff thong at the end of the whip. I'm going to try." Don't try, Joliffe!" screamed the poor little woman, frightened out of her wits. "Don't be afraid, Mrs. Joliffe, don't be afraid. I know what I can do. The fifth dog on the right is misbehaving himself. I will correct him a little." But Corporal Joliffe was evidently not yet enough of an Eskimo to be able to manage the whip with its thong 4 feet longer than the sledge, for it unrolled with an ominous hiss, and rebounding, twisted itself round Corporal Joliffe's own neck, sending his fur cap into the air, perhaps with one of his ears in it. At this moment the dogs flung themselves on one side, the sledge was overturned, and the pair were flung into the snow. Fortunately it was thick and soft, so that they escaped unhurt. But what a disgrace for the corporal! How reproachfully his little wife looked at him, and how stern was the reprimand of Lieutenant Hobson! The sledge was picked up, but it was decided that henceforth the rein of the dogs, like those of the household, were to be in the hands of Mrs. Joliffe. The crestfallen corporal was obliged to submit, and the interrupted journey was resumed. No incident worth mentioning occurred during the next 15 days. The weather continued favourable, the cold was not too severe, and on the 1st May the expedition arrived at Fort Enterprise. Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6. A Wapiti Duel. 200 miles had been traversed since the expedition left Fort Reliance. The travelers, taking advantage of the long twilight, pressed on day and night, and were literally overcome with fatigue when they reached Fort Enterprise, near the shores of Lake Snare. This fort was no more than a depot of provisions, of little importance, erected a few years before by the Hudson's Bay Company. It served as a resting place for the men taking the convoys of furs from the Great Bear Lake, some 300 miles further to the northwest. About a dozen soldiers formed the garrison. The fort consisted of a wooden house surrounded by palisades, but few as were the comforts it offered, Lieutenant Hobson's companions gladly took refuge in it and rested there for 2 days. The gentle influence of the Arctic spring was beginning to be felt. Here and there the snow had melted, and the temperature of the nights was no longer below freezing point. A few delicate mosses and slender grasses clothed the rugged ground with their soft verdure, and from between the stones peeped the moist calyces of tiny, almost colourless flowers. These faint signs of reawakening vegetation after the long night of winter were refreshing to the eyes weary of the monotonous whiteness of the snow, and the scattered specimens of the flora of the Arctic regions were welcomed with delight. Mrs Paulina Barnett and Jasper Hobson availed themselves of this leisure time to visit the shores of the little lake. They were both students and enthusiastic lovers of nature. Together they wandered amongst the icy masses already beginning to break up, and the waterfalls created by the action of the rays of the sun. The surface itself of Lake Snare was still intact. Not a crack denoted the approaching thaw, but it was strewn with the ruins of mighty icebergs which assumed all manner of picturesque forms, and the beauty of which was heightened when the light, diffracted by the sharp edges of the ice, touched them in all manners of colours. One might have fancied that a rainbow, crushed in a powerful hand, had been flung upon the ground, its fragments crossing each other as they fell. "What a beautiful scene!" exclaimed Mrs Paulina Barnett. "These prismatic effects vary at every change of our position. Does it not seem as if we were bending over the opening of an immense kaleidoscope? Or are you already weary of a sight so new and interesting to me?" "No, madam," replied the Lieutenant. "Although I was born and bred on this continent, its beauties never pall upon me. But if your enthusiasm is so great when you see this scenery with the sun shining upon it, what will it be when you are privileged to behold the terrible grandeur of the winter? To own the truth, I think the sun, so much thought of in temperate latitudes, spoils my Arctic home." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett, smiling at the Lieutenant's last remark. "For my part, I think the sun a capital travelling companion, and I shall not be disposed to grumble at the warmth it gives even in the polar regions." "Ah, madam," replied Jasper Hobson, "I am one of those who think it best to visit Russia in the winter, and the Sahara Desert in the summer. You then see their peculiar characteristics to advantage. The sun is a star of the torrid and temperate zones, and is out of place 30° from the North Pole. The true sky of this country is the pure frigid sky of winter, bright with constellations, and sometimes flushed with the glory of the aurora borealis. This land is the land of the night, not of the day, and you have yet to make acquaintance with the delights and marvels of the long polar night." "Have you ever visited the temperate zones of Europe and America?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "Yes, madam, and I admired them as they deserved, but I returned home with a fresh love and enthusiasm for my native land. Cold is my element, and no merit is due to me for braving it. It has no power over me, and like the Eskimo, I can live for months together in a snow hut." "Really, Lieutenant Hobson, it is quite cheering to hear our dreaded enemy spoken of in such terms. I hope to prove myself worthy to be your companion, and wherever you venture, we will venture together." "I agree, madam, I agree, and may all the women and soldiers accompanying me show themselves as resolute as you. If so, God helping us, we shall indeed advance far."
"You have nothing to complain of yet," observed the lady. "Not a single accident has occurred. The weather has been propitious, the cold not too severe. Everything has combined to aid us."
"Yes, madam, but the sun which you admire so much will soon create difficulties for us, and strew obstacles in our path."
"What do you mean, Lieutenant Hobson?"
"I mean that the heat will soon have changed the aspect of the country, that the melted ice will impede the sliding of the sledges, that the ground will become rough and uneven, that our panting dogs will no longer carry us along with the speed of an arrow, that the rivers and lakes will resume their liquid state, and that we shall have to ford or go round them. All these changes, madam, due to the influence of the solar rays, will cause delays, fatigue, and dangers, the very least of which will be the breaking of the brittle snow beneath our feet, or the falling of the avalanches from the summits of the icebergs. For all this we have to thank the gradual rise of the sun higher and higher above the horizon. Bear this in mind, madam. Of the four elements of the old creation, only one is necessary to us here, the air. The other three, fire, earth, and water, are de trop in the Arctic regions." Of course the lieutenant was exaggerating, and Mrs Barnett could easily have retorted with counter arguments, but she liked to hear his raptures in praise of his beloved country, and she felt that his enthusiasm was a guarantee that he would shrink from no obstacle. Yet Jasper Hobson was right when he said the sun would cause difficulties. This was seen when the party set out again on the 4th May, 3 days later. The thermometer, even in the coldest part of the night, marked more than 32° Fahrenheit. A complete thaw set in. The vast white sheet of snow resolved itself into water. The irregularities of the rocky soil caused constant jolting of the sledges, and the passengers were roughly shaken. The roads were so heavy that the dogs had to go at a slow trot, and the reins were therefore again entrusted to the hands of the imprudent Corporal Joliffe. Neither shouts nor flourishings of the whip had the slightest effect on the jaded animals. From time to time the travellers lighted the sledges by walking a little way. This mode of locomotion suited the hunters, who were now gradually approaching the best districts for game in the whole of English America. Mrs Paulina Barnett and Madge took a great interest in the chase, whilst Thomas Black professed absolute indifference to all athletic exercise. He had not come all this distance to hunt the polecat or the ermine, but merely to look at the moon at the moment when her disk should cover that of the sun. When the queen of the night rose above the horizon, the impatient astronomer would gaze at her with eager eyes, and one day the lieutenant said to him, "It would be a bad lookout for you, Mr Black, if by any unlucky chance the moon should fail to keep her appointment on the 16th July, 1860. "Lieutenant Hobson," gravely replied the astronomer, "if the moon were guilty of such breach of good manners, I should indeed have cause to complain." The chief hunters of the expedition were the soldiers Marbre and Sabine, both very expert at their business. Their skill was wonderful, and the cleverest Indians would not have surpassed them in keenness of sight, precision of aim, or manual address. They were alike trappers and hunters, and were acquainted with all the nets and snares for taking sables, otters, wolves, foxes, bears, etc. No artifice was unknown to them, and Captain Craventy had shown his wisdom in choosing two such intelligent men to accompany the little troop. Whilst on the march, however, Marbre and Sabine had no time for setting traps. They could not separate from the others for more than an hour or two at a time, and were obliged to be content with the game which passed within range of their rifles. Still they were fortunate enough to kill two of the large American ruminants, seldom met with in such elevated latitudes. On the morning of the 15th of May, the hunters asked permission to follow some fresh traces they had found, and the lieutenant not only granted it, but himself accompanied them with Mrs Paulina Barnett, and they went several miles out of their route towards the east. The impressions were evidently the result of the passage of about a half-dozen large deer. There could be no mistake about it.
Marbre and Sabine were positive on that point, and could have even named the species to which the animal belonged. "You seem surprised to have met with traces of these animals here, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett. "Well, madam," replied Hobson, "this species is rarely seen beyond 57° north latitude. We generally hunt them at the south of the Slave Lake, where they feed upon the shoots of willows and poplars, and certain wild roses, to which they are very partial." "I suppose these creatures, like those with valuable furs, have fled from the districts scoured by the hunters." "I see no other explanation of their presence at 65° north latitude," replied the Lieutenant; "that is, if the men are not mistaken as to the origin of the footprints." "No, no, sir," cried Sabine; "Marbre and I are not mistaken. These traces were left by the deer we hunters call red deer, and the natives wapitis." "He is quite right," added Marbre. "Old trappers like us are not to be taken in. Besides, don't you hear that peculiar whistling sound?" The party had now reached the foot of a little hill, and as the snow had almost disappeared from its sides, they were able to climb it, and hastened to the summit. The peculiar whistling noticed by Marbre became louder, mingling with cries resembling the braying of an ass, and proving that the two hunters were not mistaken. Once at the top of the hill, the adventurers looked eagerly towards the east. The undulating plains were still white with snow, but its dazzling surface was here and there relieved with patches of stunted light green vegetation. A few gaunt shrubs stretched forth their bare and shrivelled branches, and huge icebergs with precipitous sides stood out against the grey background of the sky. "Wapitis! wapitis! There they are!" cried Sabine and Marbre at once, pointing to a group of animals distinctly visible about a quarter of a mile to the east. "What are they doing?" asked Mrs Barnett. "They are fighting, madam," replied Hobson. "They always do when the heat of the polar sun inflames their blood, another deplorable result of the action of the radiant orb of day." From where they stood the party could easily watch the group of wapitis. They were fine specimens of the family of deer known under the various names of stags with rounded antlers, American stags, roebucks, grey elks, and red elks, etc. These graceful creatures have slender legs and brown skins with patches of red hair, the colour of which becomes darker in the warmer season. The fierce males are easily distinguished from the females by their fine white antlers, the latter being entirely without these ornaments. These wapitis were once very numerous all over North America, and the United States imported a great many. But clearings were begun on every side. The forest trees fell beneath the axe of the pioneer civilization, and the wapitis took refuge in the more peaceful districts of Canada. But they were soon again disturbed, and wandered to the shores of Hudson's Bay, so that although the wapiti thrives in a cold country, Lieutenant Hobson was right in saying that it seldom penetrates beyond 57° north latitude, and the specimens now found had doubtless fled before the Chippeway Indians, who hunt them without mercy. The wapitis were so engrossed in their desperate struggle that they were unconscious of the approach of the hunters, but they would probably not have ceased fighting had they been aware of it. Marbre and Sabine, aware of their peculiarity in this respect, might therefore have advanced fearlessly upon them, and have taken aim at leisure. Lieutenant Hobson suggested that they should do so. "Beg pardon, sir," replied Marbre. "Let us spare our powder and shot. These beasts are engaged in a war to death, and we shall arrive in plenty of time to pick up the vanquished." "Have these wapitis a commercial value?" asked Mrs Paulina Barnett. "Yes, madam," replied Hobson, "and their skin, which is not quite so thick as that of the elk, properly so called, makes very valuable leather. By rubbing this skin with the fat and brains of the animal itself, it is rendered flexible, and neither damp nor dryness injures it. The Indians are therefore always eager to procure the skins of the wapitis." "Does not the flesh make admirable venison?" "Pretty good, madam, only pretty good. It is tough and does not taste very nice. The fat becomes hard directly it is taken from the fire, and sticks to the teeth.
It is certainly inferior as an article of food to the flesh of other deer, but when meat is scarce we are glad enough to eat it, and it supports life as well as anything else." Mrs Barnett and Lieutenant Hobson had been chatting together for some minutes, when, with the exception of two, the wapitis suddenly ceased fighting. Was their rage satiated, or had they perceived the hunters, and felt the approach of danger? Whatever the cause, all but two fine creatures fled towards the east with incredible speed. In a few instants they were out of sight, and the swiftest horse could not have caught them up. Meanwhile, however, two magnificent specimens remained on the field of battle. Heads down, antlers to antlers, hind legs stretched and quivering, they butted at each other without a moment's pause, like two wrestlers struggling for a prize which neither will yield. They would not separate, but whirled round and round together on their front legs, as if riveted to one another. "What implacable rage!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. "Yes," replied the Lieutenant, "the wapitis really are most spiteful beasts. I have no doubt they are fighting out an old quarrel." "Would this not be the time to approach them, when they are blinded with rage?" "There's plenty of time, ma'am," said Sabine. "They won't escape us now. They will not stir from where they are when we are 3 steps from them, the rifles at our shoulders, and our fingers on the triggers." "Indeed, yes, madam," added Hobson, who had carefully examined the wapitis after the hunter's remark; "and whether at our hands or from the teeth of wolves, those wapitis will meet death where they now stand."
"I don't understand what you mean, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett.
"Well, go nearer, madam," he replied. "Don't be afraid of startling the animals, for, as our hunter says, they are no longer capable of flight."
The four now descended the hill, and in a few minutes gained the theatre of the struggle. The wapitis had not moved. They were pushing at each other like a couple of rams, and seemed to be inseparably glued together. In fact, in the heat of the combat, the antlers of the two creatures had become entangled together to such an extent that they could no longer separate without breaking them. This often happens in the hunting districts. It is not at all uncommon to find antlers thus connected lying on the ground. The poor encumbered animals soon die of hunger, or they become an easy prey to wild beasts. 2 bullets put an end to the fight between the wapitis, and Marbre and Sabine, taking immediate possession, carried off their skins to be subsequently prepared, leaving their bleeding carcasses to be devoured by wolves and bears. Chapter 7. The Arctic Circle. The expedition continued to advance towards the northwest, but the great inequalities of the ground made it hard work for the dogs to get along, and the poor creatures, who could hardly be held in when they started, were now quiet enough. 8 or 10 miles a day were as much as they could accomplish, although Lieutenant Hobson urged them on to the utmost. He was anxious to get to Fort Confidence, on the further side of the Great Bear Lake, where he hoped to obtain some useful information. Had the Indians frequenting the northern banks of the lake been able to cross the districts on the shores of the sea? Was the Arctic Ocean open at this time of year? These were grave questions, the reply to which would decide the fate of the new factory. The country through which the little troop was now passing was intersected by numerous streams, mostly tributaries of the 2 large rivers, the Mackenzie and Coppermine, which flow from the south to the north, and empty themselves into the Arctic Ocean. Lakes, lagoons, and numerous pools are formed between these 2 principal arteries, and as they were no longer frozen over, the sledges could not venture upon them, and were compelled to go around them, which caused considerable delay. Lieutenant Hobson was certainly right in saying that winter is the time to visit the Hyperborean regions, for they are then far easier to traverse. Mrs Paulina Barnett had reason to own the justice of this assertion more than once. This region, included in the Cursed Land, was, besides, completely deserted, as are the greater portions of the districts of the extreme north of America. It has been estimated that there is but 1 inhabitant to every 10 square miles. Besides the scattered natives, there are some few thousand agents or soldiers of the different fur trading companies, but they mostly congregate in the southern districts and about the various factories. No human footprints gladdened the eyes of the travellers. The only traces on the sandy soil were those of ruminants and rodents. Now and then a fierce polar bear was seen, and Mrs Paulina Barnett expressed her surprise at not meeting more of these terrible carnivorous beasts, of whose daily attacks on whalers and persons shipwrecked in Baffin's Bay and on the coasts of Greenland and Spitzbergen she had read in the accounts of those who had wintered in the Arctic regions. "Wait for the winter, madam," replied the Lieutenant. "Wait till the cold makes them hungry, and then you will perhaps see as many as you care about." On the 23rd May, after a long and fatiguing journey, the expedition at last reached the Arctic Circle. We know that this latitude, 23 degrees 27 minutes 57 seconds from the North Pole, forms the mathematical limit beyond which the rays of the sun do not penetrate in the winter, when the northern districts of the globe are turned away from the orb of day. Here, then, the travellers entered the true Arctic region, the northern frigid zone. The latitude had been very carefully obtained by means of most accurate instruments, which were handled with equal skill by the astronomer and by Lieutenant Hobson. Mrs Barnett was present at the operation, and had the satisfaction of hearing that she was at last about to cross the Arctic Circle. It was with a feeling of just pride that she received the intelligence. "You have already passed through the two torrid zones in your previous journeys," said the Lieutenant, "and now you are on the verge of the Arctic Circle. Few explorers have ventured into such totally different regions. Some, so to speak, have a specialty for hot countries, and chose Africa or Australia as the field for their investigations. Such were Barth, Burton, Livingstone, Speke, Douglas, Stewart, etc. Others, on the contrary, have a passion for the Arctic regions, still so little known. Mackenzie, Franklin, Penny, Kane, Parry, Rae, etc., preceded us on our present journey, but we must congratulate you, Mrs Barnett, on being a more cosmopolitan traveller than all of them."
"I must see everything, or at least try to see everything, Lieutenant," replied Mrs Paulina, "and I think the dangers and difficulties are about equal everywhere, although we have not to dread the fevers of the unhealthy torrid regions, or the attack of the fierce black races. In this frigid zone the cold is a no less formidable enemy, and I suspect that the white bears we are liable to meet with here will give us quite as warm a reception as would the tiers of Tibet or the lions of Africa. In torrid and frigid zones alike there are vast unexplored tracts which will long defy the efforts of the boldest adventurers."
"Yes, madam," replied Jaspar Hobson, "but I think the Hyperborean regions will longer resist thorough exploration. The natives are the chief obstacle in tropical regions, and I am well aware how many travellers have fallen victims to savages. But civilization will necessarily subdue the wild races sooner or later, whereas in the Arctic and Antarctic zones it is not the inhabitants who arrest the progress of the explorer, but nature herself, who repels those who approach her, and paralyzes their energies with the bitter cold."
"You think, then, that the secrets of the most remote districts of Africa and Australia will have been fathomed before the frigid zone has been entirely examined?"
"Yes, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "and I think my opinion is founded on facts. The most intrepid discoverers of the Arctic regions, Parry, Penny, Franklin, McClure, Dane, and Morton, did not get beyond 83 degrees north latitude, 7 degrees from the pole, whereas Australia has several times been crossed from south to north by the bold Stewart, and even Africa, with all its terrors, was traversed by Livingstone from the Bay of Loanga to the mouth of Zambesi. We are, therefore, nearer to geographical knowledge of the equatorial countries than of the polar districts."
"Do you think that the pole itself will ever be reached by man?" inquired Mrs Paulina Barnett.
"Certainly," replied Hobson, adding with a smile, "by man or woman. But I think other means must be tried of reaching this point, where all the meridians of the globe cross each other, than those hitherto adopted by travellers.
We hear of the open sea, of which certain explorers are said to have caught a glimpse. But if such a sea, free from ice, really exist, it is very difficult to get at, and no one can say positively whether it extends to the North Pole. For my part, I think an open sea would increase rather than lessen the difficulties of explorers. As for me, I would rather count upon firm footing, whether on ice or rock, all the way. Then I would organize successive expeditions, establishing depots of provisions and fuel nearer and nearer to the Pole, and so, with plenty of time, plenty of money, and perhaps the sacrifice of a good many lives, I should in the end solve the great scientific problem. I should, I think, at last reach the hitherto inaccessible goal."
"I think you are right, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, "and if you ever try the experiment I should not be afraid to join you, and would gladly go to set up the Union Jack at the North Pole. But that is not our present object."
"Not our immediate object, madam," replied Hobson; "but when once the projects of the Company are realized, when the new fort has been erected on the confines of the American continent, it may become the natural starting point of all expeditions to the north. Besides, should the fur-yielding animals, too zealously hunted, take refuge at the Pole, we should have to follow them."
"Unless costly furs go out of fashion," replied Mrs Barnett.
"Oh, madam," cried the Lieutenant, "there will always be some pretty woman whose wish for a sable muff or an ermine tippet must be gratified."
"I'm afraid so," said Mrs Barnett, laughing; "and probably the first discoverer of the Pole will have been led thither in pursuit of a sable or a silver fox."
"That is my conviction," replied Hobson. "Such is human nature, and greed of gain will always carry a man further than zeal for science."
"What! Do you utter such sentiments?" exclaimed Mrs Barnett.
"Well, madam, what am I but an employé of the Hudson's Bay Company? And does the Company risk its capital and agents with any other hope than increase of profits?"
"Lieutenant Hobson," said Mrs Barnett, "I think I know you well enough to assert that on occasion you would be ready to devote body and soul to science. If a purely geographical question called you to the Pole, I feel sure you would not hesitate to go. But," she added, with a smile, "the solution of this great problem is still far distant. We have but just reached the verge of the Arctic Circle, but I hope we may cross it without any very great difficulty."
"That, I fear, is doubtful," said the Lieutenant, who had been attentively examining the sky during their conversation. "The weather has looked threatening for the last few days. Look at the uniformly grey hue of the heavens. That mist will presently resolve itself into snow, and if the wind should rise ever so little, we shall have to battle with a fearful storm. I wish we were at the Great Bear Lake."
"Do not let us lose any time, then," said Mrs Barnett, rising. "Give the signal to start at once."
The Lieutenant needed no urging. Had he been alone, or accompanied by a few men as energetic as himself, he would have pressed on day and night; but he was obliged to make allowance for the fatigue of others, although he never spared himself. He therefore granted a few hours of rest to his little party, and it was not until 3 in the afternoon that they set out again. Jasper Hobson was not mistaken in prophesying a change in the weather. It came very soon. During the afternoon of the same day the mist became thicker, and assumed a yellowish and threatening hue. The Lieutenant, although very uneasy, allowed none of his anxiety to appear, but had a long consultation with Sergeant Long, whilst the dogs of his sledge were laboriously preparing to start. Unfortunately, the district now to be traversed was very unsuitable for sledges. The ground was very uneven, ravines were of frequent occurrence, and masses of granite or half-thawed icebergs blocked up the road, causing constant delay. The poor dogs did their best, but the drivers' whips no longer produced any effect upon them, and so the Lieutenant and his men were often obliged to walk to rest the exhausted animals, to push the sledges, or even sometimes to lift them when the roughness of the ground threatened to upset them. The incessant fatigue was, however, borne by all without a murmur. Thomas Black alone, absorbed in his one idea, never got out of his sledge, and indeed He was so corpulent that all exertion was disagreeable to him. The nature of the soil changed from the moment of entering the Arctic Circle. Some geological convulsion had evidently upheaved the enormous blocks strewn upon the surface. The vegetation, too, was of a more distinctive character. Wherever they were sheltered from the keen north winds, the flanks of the hills were clothed not only with shrubs, but with large trees, all of the same species, pines, willows, and firs, proving by their presence that a certain amount of vegetative force is retained even in the frigid zone. Jasper Hobson hoped to find such specimens of the Arctic flora even on the verge of the Polar Sea, for these trees would supply him with wood to build his fort, and fuel to warm its inhabitants. The same thought passed through the minds of his companions, and they could not help wondering at the contrast between this comparatively fertile region and the long white plains stretching between the Great Slave Lake and Fort Enterprise. At night the yellow mist became more opaque, the wind rose, the snow began to fall in large flakes, and the ground was soon covered with a thick white carpet. In less than an hour the snow was a foot deep, and as it did not freeze, but remained in a liquid state, the sledges could only advance with extreme difficulty. The curved fronts stuck in the soft substance, and the dogs were obliged to stop again and again. Towards 8 o'clock in the evening the wind became very boisterous. The snow, driven before it, was flung upon the ground or whirled in the air, forming one huge whirlpool. The dogs, beaten back by the squall and blinded with snow, could advance no further. The party was then in a narrow gorge between huge icebergs, over which the storm raged with fearful fury. Pieces of ice, broken off by the hurricane, were hurled into the pass. Partial avalanches, any of which could have crushed the sledges and their inmates, added to its dangers, and to press on became impossible. The lieutenant no longer insisted, and after consulting with Sergeant Long, gave the order to halt. It was now necessary to find a shelter from the snowdrift, but this was no difficult matter to men accustomed to polar expeditions. Jasper Hobson and his men knew well what they had to do under the circumstances. It was not the first time they had been surprised by a tempest some 100 miles from the forts of the company, without so much as an Esquimaux hut or Indian hovel in which to lay their heads. "To the icebergs! To the icebergs!" cried Jasper Hobson. Every one understood what he meant. Snow houses were to be hollowed out of the frozen masses, or rather holes were to be dug, in which each person could cower until the storm was over. Knives and hatchets were soon at work on the brittle masses of ice, and in 3/4 of an hour some 10 dens had been scooped out large enough to contain 2 or 3 persons each. The dogs were left to themselves, their own instinct leading them to find sufficient shelter under the snow. Before 10 o'clock all the travellers were crouching in the snow houses in groups of 2 or 3, each choosing congenial companions. Mrs Barnett, Madge, and Lieutenant Hobson occupied one hut, Thomas Black and Sergeant Long another, and so on. These retreats were warm, if not comfortable, and the Esquimaux and Indians have no other refuge even in the bitterest cold. The adventurers could therefore fearlessly await the end of the storm, as long as they took care not to let the openings of their holes become blocked up with the snow, which they had to shovel away every half hour. So violent was the storm that even the lieutenant and his soldiers could scarcely set foot outside. Fortunately all were provided with sufficient food, and were able to endure their bear-like existence without suffering from cold or hunger. For 48 hours the fury of the tempest continued to increase. The wind roared in the narrow pass, and tore off the tops of the icebergs. Loud reports, repeated 20 times by the echoes, gave notice of the fall of avalanches, and Jasper Hobson began to fear that his further progress would be barred by the masses of debris accumulated between the mountains. Other sounds mingled with these reports, which Lieutenant Hobson knew too well, and he did not disguise from Mrs Barnett that bears were prowling about the pass. But fortunately these terrible animals were too much occupied with their own concerns to discover the retreat of the travellers. Neither the dogs nor the sledges buried in the snow attracted their attention, and they passed on without doing any harm. The last night, that of the 25th or 26th of May, was even more terrible. So great was the fury of the hurricane that a general overthrow of icebergs appeared imminent. A fearful death would have then awaited the unfortunate travellers beneath the ruins of the broken masses. The blocks of ice cracked with an awful noise, and certain oscillations gave warning that breaches had been made, threatening their solidity. However, no great crash occurred. The huge mountains remained intact, and toward the end of the night one of those sudden changes so frequent in the Arctic regions took place. The tempest ceased suddenly beneath the influence of intense cold, and with the first dawn of day peace was restored. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Great Bear Lake. This sudden increase of cold was most fortunate. Even in temperate climes there are generally 3 or 4 bitter days in May, and they are most serviceable now in consolidating the freshly fallen snow, and making it practicable for sledges. Lieutenant Hobson, therefore, lost no time in resuming his journey, urging on the dogs to their utmost speed. The route was, however, slightly changed. Instead of bearing due north, the expedition advanced towards the west, following, so to speak, the curve of the Arctic Circle. The Lieutenant was most anxious to reach Fort Confidence, built on the northern extremity of the Great Bear Lake. These few cold days were of the greatest service to him. He advanced rapidly, no obstacle was encountered, and his little troop arrived at the factory on the 30th of May. At this time Forts Confidence and Good Hope were the most advanced posts of the company in the north. Fort Confidence was a most important position. Built on the northern extremity of the lake, close to its waters, which being frozen over in winter and navigable in summer, afforded easy access to Fort Franklin on the southern shores, and promoted the coming and going of the Indian hunters with their daily spoils. Many were the hunting and fishing expeditions which started from Forts Confidence and Good Hope, especially from the former. The Great Bear Lake is quite a Mediterranean sea, extending over several degrees of latitude and longitude. Its shape is very irregular. 2 promontories jut into it towards the centre, and the upper portions form a triangle, its appearance as a whole much resembling the extended skin of a ruminant without the head. Fort Confidence was built at the end of the right paw, at least 200 miles from Coronation Gulf, one of the numerous estuaries which irregularly indent the coast of North America. It was therefore situated beyond the Arctic Circle, but 3 degrees south of the 70th parallel, north of which the Hudson's Bay Company proposed forming a new settlement. Fort Confidence as a whole much resembled other factories further south. It consisted of a house for the officers, barracks for the soldiers, and magazines for the furs, all of wood, surrounded by palisades. The captain in command was then absent. He had gone towards the east on a hunting expedition, with a few Indians and soldiers. The last season had not been good. Costly furs had been scarce, but to make up for this the lake had supplied plenty of otter skins. The stock of them had, however, just been sent to the central factories in the south, so that the magazines of Fort Confidence were empty on the arrival of our party. In the absence of the captain, a sergeant did the honours of the fort to Jasper Hobson and his companions. This second officer, Felton by name, was a brother-in-law of Sergeant Long. He showed the greatest readiness to assist the views of the lieutenant, who, being anxious to rest his party, decided on remaining 2 or 3 days at Fort Confidence. In the absence of the little garrison there was plenty of room, and dogs and men were soon comfortably installed. The best room in the largest house was of course given to Mrs Paulina Barnett, who was delighted with the politeness of Sergeant Felton. Jasper Hobson's first care was to ask Felton if any Indians from the north were then beating the shores of the Bear Lake. "Yes, Lieutenant," replied the Sergeant, "we have just received notice of the encampment of a party of Hare Indians on the northern extremity of the lake." "How far from here?" inquired Hobson. "About 30 miles," replied Sergeant Felton. "Do you wish to enter into communication with these Indians?" "Yes," said Hobson. "They may be able to give me some valuable information about the districts bordering on the Arctic Ocean, and bounded by Cape Bathurst. Should the site be favourable, I propose constructing our new fort somewhere about there." "Well, Lieutenant, nothing is easier than to go to the Hare encampment." "Along the shores of the lake?" "No, across it. It is now free from ice, and the wind is favourable. We will place a cutter and a boatman at your service, and in a few hours you will be in the Indian settlement." "Thank you, Sergeant. To-morrow, then." "Whenever you like, Lieutenant." The start was fixed for the next morning, and when Mrs Paulina Barnett heard of the plan she begged the Lieutenant to allow her to accompany him, which of course he readily did. But now to tell how the rest of this first day was passed. Mrs Barnett, Hobson, 2 or 3 soldiers, Madge, Mrs Mac Nab, and Joliffe explored the shores of the lake under the guidance of Felton. The neighbourhood was by no means barren of vegetation. The hills, now free from snow, were crowned by resinous trees of the Scotch pine species. These trees, which attain a height of some 40 feet, supplied the inhabitants of the forts with plenty of fuel through the long winter. Their thick trunks and dark gloomy branches form a striking feature on the landscape, but the regular clumps of equal height, sloping down to the very edge of the water, are somewhat monotonous. Between the groups of trees the soil was clothed with a sort of whitish weed, which perfumed the air with a sweet thymy odour. Sergeant Felton informed his guest that this plant was called the herb of incense, on account of the fragrance it emits when burnt. Some 100 steps from the fort the party came to a little natural harbour, shut in by high granite rocks, which formed an admirable protection from the heavy surf. Here was anchored the fleet of Fort Confidence, consisting of a single fishing boat, the very one which was to take Mrs Barnett and Hobson to the Indian encampment the next day. From this harbour an extensive view was obtained of the lake, its waters slightly agitated by the wind, with its irregular shores broken by jagged capes and intersected by creeks. The wooded heights beyond, with here and there the rugged outlines of a floating iceberg standing out against the clear blue air, formed the background on the north, whilst on the south a regular sea horizon, a circular line clearly cutting sky and water, and at this moment glittering in the sunbeams, bounded the sight. The whole scene was rich in animal and vegetable life. The surface of the water, the shores strewn with flints and blocks of granite, the slopes with their tapestry of herbs, the tree-crowned hilltops, were all alike frequented by various specimens of the feathered tribe. Several varieties of ducks, uttering their different cries and calls, eider ducks, whistlers, spotted redshanks, old women, those loquacious birds whose beak is never closed, skimmed the surface of the lake. Hundreds of puffins and guillemots with outspread wings darted about in every direction, and beneath the trees strutted ospreys 2 feet high, a kind of hawk with a grey body, blue beak and claws, and orange-coloured eyes, which build their huge nests of marine plants in the forked branches of trees. The hunter Sabine managed to bring down a couple of these gigantic ospreys, which measured nearly 6 feet from tip to tip of their wings, and were therefore magnificent specimens of these migratory birds, who feed entirely on fish, and take refuge on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico when winter sets in, only visiting the higher latitudes of North America during the short summer. But the most interesting event of the day was the capture of an otter, the skin of which was worth several hundred roubles. The furs of these valuable amphibious creatures were once much sought after in China, and although the demand for them has considerably decreased in the Celestial Empire, They still command very high prices in the Russian market. Russian traders, ready to buy up sea otter skins, travel all along the coasts of New Cornwall as far as the Arctic Ocean, and of course thus hunted the animal is becoming very rare. It has taken refuge further and further north, and the trackers have now to pursue it on the shores of the Kamtchatka Sea, and in the islands of the Behring Archipelago. But," added Sergeant Felton, after the preceding explanation, "American inland otters are not to be despised, and those which frequent the Great Bear Lake are worth from 50 to 60 pounds each." The Sergeant was right. Magnificent otters are found in these waters, and he himself skilfully tracked and killed one in the presence of his visitors, which was scarcely inferior in value to those from Kamtchatka itself. The creature measured 3 feet from the muzzle to the end of its tail. It had webbed feet, short legs, and its fur, darker on the upper than on the under part of its body, was long and silky. "A good shot, Sergeant," said Lieutenant Hobson, who with Mrs Barnett had been attentively examining the magnificent fur of the dead animal. "Yes, Lieutenant," replied Felton, "and if each day brought us such a skin as that, we should have nothing to complain of. But much time is wasted in watching these animals, who swim and dive with marvellous rapidity. We generally hunt them at night, as they very seldom venture from their homes in the trunks of trees or the holes of rocks in the daytime, and even expert hunters find it very difficult to discover their retreats." "And are these otters also becoming scarcer and scarcer?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "Yes, madam," replied the Sergeant; "and when this species becomes extinct, the profits of the Company will sensibly decline. All the hunters try to obtain its fur, and the Americans in particular are formidable rivals to us. Did you not meet any American agents on your journey up, Lieutenant?" "Not one," replied Hobson. "Do they ever penetrate as far as this?" "Oh yes," said the Sergeant; "and when you hear of their approach, I advise you be on your guard." "Are these agents, then, highway robbers?" asked Mrs Paulina Barnett. "No, madam," replied the Sergeant; "but they are formidable rivals, and when game is scarce, hunters often come to blows about it. I dare say that if the Company's attempts to establish a fort on the verge of the Arctic Ocean be successful, its example will at once be followed by these Americans, whom Heaven confound!" "Bah!" exclaimed the Lieutenant; "the hunting districts are vast, and there's room beneath the sun for everybody. As for us, let's make a start to begin with. Let us press on as long as we have firm ground beneath our feet, and God be with us." After a walk of 3 hours the visitors returned to Fort Confidence, where a good meal of fish and fresh venison awaited them. Sergeant Long did the honours of the table, and after a little pleasant conversation, all retired to rest to forget their fatigues in a healthy and refreshing sleep. The next day, May 31st, Mrs Barnett and Jasper Hobson were on foot at 5 a.m. The Lieutenant intended to devote this day to visiting the Indian encampment, and obtaining as much useful information as possible. He asked Thomas Black to go with him, but the astronomer preferred to remain on terra firma. He wished to make a few astronomical observations, and to determine exactly the latitude and longitude of Fort Confidence, so that Mrs Barnett and Jasper Hobson had to cross the lake alone, under the guidance of an old boatman named Norman, who had long been in the Company's service. The two travellers were accompanied by Sergeant Long as far as the little harbour, where they found old Norman ready to embark. Their little vessel was but an open fishing boat, 6 feet long, rigged like a cutter, which one man could easily manage. The weather was beautiful, and the slight breeze blowing from the northeast was favourable to the crossing. Sergeant Felton took leave of his guests, with many apologies for being unable to accompany them in the absence of his chief. The boat was let loose from its moorings, and tacking to starboard, shot across the clear waters of the lake. The little trip passed pleasantly enough. The taciturn old sailor sat silently in the stern of the boat, with the tiller tucked under his arm. Mrs Barnett and Lieutenant Hobson, seated opposite to each other, examined with interest the scenery spread out before them. The boat skirted the northern shores of the lake at about 3 miles distance, following a rectilinear direction, so that the wooded heights sloping gradually to the west
were distinctly visible. From this side the district north of the lake appeared perfectly flat, and the horizon receded to a considerable distance. The whole of this coast contrasted sharply with the sharp angle at the extremity of which rose Fort Confidence, framed in green pines. The flag of the Company was still visible, floating from the tower of the fort. The oblique rays of the sun lit up the surface of the water, and striking on the floating icebergs seemed to convert them into molten silver of dazzling brightness. No trace remained of the solid ice mountains of the winter, but these moving relics, which the solar rays could scarcely dissolve, and which seemed, as it were, to protest against the brilliant but not very powerful polar sun, now describing a diurnal arc of considerable length. Mrs Barnett and the Lieutenant, as was their custom, communicated to each other the thoughts suggested by the strange scenes through which they were passing. They laid up a store of pleasant recollections for the future, whilst the Beat floated rapidly along upon the peaceful waves. The party started at 6 in the morning, and at 9 they neared the point on the northern bank at which they were to land. The Indian encampment was situated at the north-west angle of the Great Bear Lake. Before 10 o'clock, old Norman ran the boat aground on a low bank at the foot of a cliff of moderate height. Mrs Barnett and the Lieutenant landed at once. 2 or 3 Indians, with their chief, wearing gorgeous plumes, hastened to meet them, and addressed them in fairly intelligible English. These Hare Indians, like the Copper and Beaver Indians, all belong to the Chippeway race, and differ but little in customs and costumes from their fellow tribes. They are in constant communication with the factories, and have become, so to speak, Britannised, at least as much so as is possible for savages. They bring the spoils of the chase to the forts, and there exchange them for the necessaries of life, which they no longer provide for themselves. They are in the pay of the Company, they live upon it, and it is not surprising that they have lost all originality. To find a native race as yet uninfluenced by contact with Europeans, we must go to still higher latitudes, to the ice-bound regions frequented by the Esquimaux, who, like the Greenlanders, are the true children of the Arctic lands. Mrs Barnett and Jaspar Hobson accompanied the Indians to their camp, about half a mile from the shore, and found some 30 natives there, men, women, and children, who supported themselves by hunting and fishing on the borders of the lake. These Indians had just come from the northernmost districts of the American continent, and were able to give the Lieutenant some valuable, although necessarily incomplete, information on the actual state of the sea-coast near the 70th parallel. The Lieutenant heard with considerable satisfaction that a party of Americans or Europeans had been seen on the confines of the Polar Sea, and that it was open at this time of the year. About Cape Bathurst, properly so called, the point for which he intended to make, the Hare Indians could tell him nothing. Their chief said, however, that the district between the Great Bear Lake and Cape Bathurst was very difficult to cross, being hilly and intersected by streams, at this season of the year free from ice. He advised the Lieutenant to go down the Coppermine River from the northeast of the lake, which would take him to the coast by the shortest route. Once at the Arctic Ocean, it would be easy to skirt along its shores and to choose the best spot at which to halt. Lieutenant Hobson thanked the Indian chief, and took leave after giving him a few presents. Then, accompanied by Mrs Barnett, he explored the neighbourhood of the camp, not returning to the boat until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 9. A Storm on the Lake. The old sailor was impatiently awaiting the return of the travellers, for during the last hour the weather had changed, and the appearance of the sky was calculated to render any one accustomed to read the signs of the clouds uneasy. The sun was obscured by a thick mist, the wind had fallen, but an ominous moaning was heard from the south of the lake. These symptoms of an approaching change of temperature were developed with all the rapidity peculiar to these elevated latitudes.
"Let us be off, sir, let us be off!" cried old Norman, looking anxiously at the fog above his head. "Let us start, without losing an instant. There are terrible signs in the air." "Indeed!" exclaimed the Lieutenant. "The appearance of the sky is quite changed, and we never noticed it, Mrs Barnett." "Are you afraid of a storm?" inquired the lady of old Norman. "Yes, madam," replied the old sailor, "and the storms on Great Bear Lake are often terrible. The hurricane rages as if upon the open Atlantic Ocean. This sudden fog bodes us no good, but the tempest may hold back for 3 or 4 hours, and by that time we shall be at Fort Confidence. Let us then start without a moment's delay, for the boat would not be safe near these rocks." The Lieutenant, feeling that the old man, accustomed as he was to navigate these waters, was better able to judge than himself, decided to follow his advice, and embarked at once with Mrs Barnett. But just as they were pushing off, old Norman, as if possessed by some sudden presentiment, murmured, "Perhaps it would be better to wait." Lieutenant Hobson overheard these words, and looked inquiringly at the old boatman, already seated at the helm. Had he been alone he would not have hesitated to start, but as Mrs Barnett was with him, caution was necessary. The lady at once saw and understood his hesitation. "Never mind about me, Lieutenant," she said. "Act as if I were not present. Let us start immediately, as our brave guide suggests." "We are off, then," cried Norman, letting go the moorings, "to the fort by the shortest route." For about an hour the bark made little head. The sail, scarcely filled by the fitful breeze, flapped against the mast. The fog became thicker, the waves began to rise, and the boat to rock considerably, for the approaching hurricane affected the water sooner than the atmosphere itself. The two travellers sat still and silent, whilst the old sailor peered into the darkness with bloodshot eyes. Prepared for all contingencies, he awaited the shock of the wind, ready to pay out rapidly should the attack be very violent. The conflict of the elements had not, however, as yet commenced, and all would have been well if they had been able to advance. But after an hour's sail they were still only about 2 hours' distance from the Indian encampment. A few gusts of wind from the shore drove them out of their course, and the dense fog rendered it impossible for them to make out the coastline. Should the wind settle in the north, it would probably go hard with the light boat, which, unable to hold its own course, would be drifted out into the lake, no one knew where. "We are scarcely advancing at all," said the Lieutenant to old Norman. "No, sir," replied Norman. "The wind is not strong enough to fill the sail, and if it were, I fear it comes from the wrong quarter. If so," he added, pointing to the south, "we may see Fort Franklin before Fort Confidence." "Well," said Mrs Barnett cheerfully, "our trip will have been all the more complete. This is a magnificent lake, well worth exploring from north to south. I suppose, Norman, one might get back even from Fort Franklin?" "Yes, madam, if we ever reach it," replied the old man. "But tempests lasting 15 days are by no means rare on this lake, and if our bad luck should drive us to the south, it may be a month before Lieutenant Hobson again sees Fort Confidence." "Let us be careful, then," said the Lieutenant, "for such a delay would hinder our projects very much. Do the best you can under the circumstances, and if you think it would be prudent, go back to the north. I don't suppose Mrs Barnett would mind a walk of 20 or 25 miles." "I should be glad enough to go back to the north, Lieutenant," replied Norman, "if it were still possible. But look, the wind seems likely to settle against us. All I can attempt is to get to the Cape on the northeast, and if it doesn't blow too hard, I hope to succeed." But at about half-past 4 the storm broke. The shrill whistling of the wind was heard far above their heads, but the state of the atmosphere prevented it from as yet descending upon the lake. This was, however, only delayed for a brief space of time. The cries of frightened birds flying through the fog mingled with the noise of the wind. Suddenly the mist was torn open, and revealed low jagged masses of rain cloud chased towards the south. The fears of the old sailor were realized. The wind blew from the north, and it was not long before the travellers learned the meaning of a squall upon the lake. "Look out!" cried Norman. tightening sail so as to get his boat ahead of the wind, whilst keeping her under control of the helm. The squall came. It caught the boat upon the flank, and it was turned over on its side, but recovering itself, it was flung upon the crest of a wave. The billows surged as if upon an open sea. The waters of the lake, not being very deep, struck against the bottom and rebounded to an immense height. "Help! help!" cried old Norman, hurriedly struggling to haul down his sail. Mrs Barnett and Hobson endeavoured to come to his assistance, but without success, for they knew nothing of the management of a boat. Norman, unable to leave the helm, and the halliards being entangled at the top of the mast, could not take in the sail. Every moment the boat threatened to capsize, and heavy seas broke over its sides. The sky became blacker and blacker. Cold rain, mingled with snow, fell in torrents, whilst the squall redoubled its fury, lashing the crests of the waves into foam. "Cut it! cut it!" screamed Norman above the roaring of the storm. The lieutenant, his cap blown away and his eyes blinded by the spray, seized Norman's knife and cut the halliard like a harp-string. But the wet cordage no longer acted in the grooves of the pulleys, and the yard remained attached to the top of the mast. Norman, totally unable to make head against the wind, now resolved to tack about for the south, and dangerous as it would be to have the boat before the wind, pursued by the waves, advancing at double its speed. Yes, to tack, although this course would probably bring them all to the southern shores of the lake, far away from their destination. The lieutenant and his brave companion were well aware of the danger which threatened them. The frail boat could not long resist the blows of the waves. It would either be crushed or capsized. The lives of those within it were in the hands of God. But neither yielded to despair. Clinging to the sides of the boat, wet to the skin, chilled to the bone by the cutting blast, they strove to gaze through the thick mist and fog. All trace of the land had disappeared, and so great was the obscurity that at a cable's length from the boat clouds and waves could not be distinguished from each other. Now and then the two travellers looked inquiringly into old Norman's face, who, with teeth set and hands clutching the tiller, tried to keep his boat as much as possible under wind. But the violence of the squall became such that the boat could not long maintain this course. The waves which struck its bow would soon have inevitably crushed it. The front planks were already beginning to separate, and when its whole weight was flung into the hollows of the waves, it seemed as if it could rise no more. We must tack, whatever happens," murmured the old sailor, and pushing the tiller and paying out sail, he turned the head of the boat to the south. The sail, stretched to the utmost, brought the boat round with giddy rapidity, and the immense waves, chased by the wind, threatened to engulf the little bark. This was the great danger of shifting with the wind right aft. The billows hurled themselves in rapid succession upon the boat, which could not evade them. It filled rapidly, and the water had to be bailed out without a moment's pause, or it might have foundered. As they got nearer and nearer to the middle of the lake, the waves became rougher. Nothing there broke the fury of the wind. No clumps of trees, no hills, checked for a moment the headlong course of the hurricane. Now and then momentary glimpses were obtained through the fog of icebergs dancing like buoys upon the waves, and driven towards the south of the lake. It was 5:30. Neither Norman nor the lieutenant had any idea of where they were, or whither they were going. They had lost all control over the boat, and were at the mercy of the winds and the waves. And now, at about 100 feet behind the boat, a huge wave upreared its foam-crowned crest, whilst in front a black whirlpool was formed by the sudden sinking of the water. All surface agitation, crushed by the wind, had disappeared around this awful gulf, which, growing deeper and blacker every moment, drew the devoted little vessel towards its fatal embrace. Ever nearer came the mighty wave, sinking into insignificance before it. It gained upon the boat. Another moment and it would crush it to atoms. Norman, looking around, saw its approach. and Mrs Barnett and the Lieutenant, with eyes fixed and staring, awaited in fearful suspense the blow from which there was no escape. The wave broke over them with the noise of thunder. It enveloped the stern of the boat in foam. A fearful crash was heard, and a cry burst from the lips of the Lieutenant and his companion, smothered beneath the liquid mass. They thought that all was over, and that the boat had sunk. But no, it rose once more, although more than half filled with water. The Lieutenant uttered a cry of despair. Where was Norman? The poor old sailor had disappeared. Mrs Paulina Barnett looked inquiringly at Hobson. "Norman," he repeated, pointing to his empty place. "Unhappy man," murmured Mrs Barnett. At the risk of being flung from the boat, rocking on the waves, the two started to their feet and looked around them, but they could see and hear nothing. No cry for help broke upon their ears. No dead body floated in the white foam. The old sailor had met his death in the element he loved so well. Mrs Barnett and Hobson sank back upon their seats. They were alone now, and must see to their own safety. But neither of them knew anything of the management of a boat, and even an experienced hand could scarcely have controlled it now. They were at the mercy of the waves, and the bark, with distended sail, swept along in mad career. What could the Lieutenant do to check or direct its course? What a terrible situation for our travellers, to be thus overtaken by a tempest in a frail bark which they could not manage. "We are lost," said the Lieutenant. "No, Lieutenant," replied Mrs Barnett. "Let us make another effort. Heaven helps those who help themselves." Lieutenant Hobson now for the first time realized how intrepid a woman fate had thrown him. The first thing to be done was to get rid of the water which weighed down the boat. Another wave shipped would have filled it in a moment, and it must have sunk at once. The vessel lightened, it would have a better chance of rising on the waves. The two set to work to bail out the water. This was no easy task, for fresh waves constantly broke over them, and the scoop could not be laid aside for an instant. Mrs Barnett was indefatigable, and the Lieutenant, leaving the bailing to her, took the helm himself, and did the best he could to guide the boat with the wind right aft. To add to the danger, night, or rather darkness, for in these latitudes night only lasts a few hours at this time of year, fell upon them. Scarce a ray of light penetrated through the heavy clouds and fog. They could not see 2 yards before them, and the boat must have been dashed to pieces had it struck a floating iceberg. This danger was indeed imminent, for the loose ice masses advance with such rapidity that it is impossible to get out of their way. "You have no control over the helm?" said Mrs Barnett in a slight lull of the storm. "No, madam," he replied, "and you must prepare for the worst." "I am ready," replied the courageous woman simply. As she spoke a loud rippling sound was heard. The sail, torn away by the wind, disappeared like a white cloud. The boat sped rapidly along for a few instants, and then stopped suddenly, the waves buffeting it about like an abandoned wreck. Mrs Barnett and Hobson, flung to the bottom of the boat, bruised, shaken, and torn, felt that all was lost. Not a shred of canvas was left to aid in navigating the craft, and what with the spray, the snow, and the rain, they could scarcely see each other, whilst the uproar drowned their voices. Expecting every moment to perish, they remained for an hour in painful suspense, commending themselves to God, who alone could save them. Neither of them could have said how long they waited, when they were aroused by a violent shock. The boat had struck an enormous iceberg, a floating block with rugged, slippery sides, to which it would be impossible to cling. At this sudden blow, which could not have been parried, the bow of the boat was split open, and the water poured into it in torrents. "We are sinking! We are sinking!" cried Jasper Hobson. He was right. The boat was settling down. The water had already reached the seats. "Madam, madam, I am here. I will not leave you," added the Lieutenant. "No, no," cried Mrs Barnett. "Alone you may save yourself. Together we should perish. Leave me! Leave me!" "Never!" cried Hobson. But he had scarcely pronounced this word when the boat, struck by another wave, filled and sank. Both were drawn under the water by the eddy caused by the sudden settling down of the boat, but in a few instants they rose to the surface. Hobson was a strong swimmer, and struck out with one arm, supporting his companion with the other, but it was evident that he could not long sustain a conflict with the furious waves, and that he must perish with her he wished to save. At this moment a strange sound attracted his attention. It was not the cry of a frightened bird, but the shout of a human voice. By one supreme effort Hobson raised himself above the waves and looked around him, but he could distinguish nothing in the thick fog, and yet again he heard cries, this time nearer to him. Some bold men were coming to his succour. Alas, if it were so, they would arrive too late. Encumbered by his clothes, the Lieutenant felt himself sinking with the unfortunate lady, whose head he could scarcely keep out of the water. With a last despairing effort he uttered a heart-rending cry and disappeared beneath the waves. It was, however, no mistake. He had heard voices. 3 men wandering about by the lake had seen the boat in danger, and put off to its rescue. They were Esquimaux, the only men who could have hoped to weather such a storm, for theirs are the only boats constructed to escape destruction in these fearful tempests. The Esquimaux boat, or kayak, is a long pirogue, raised at each end, made of a light framework of wood, covered with stretched sealskins strongly stitched with the sinews of the walrus. In the upper part of the boat, also covered with skins, is an opening in which the Esquimaux takes his place, fastening his waterproof jacket to the back of the seat, so that he is actually joined to his bark, which not a drop of water can penetrate. This light, easily managed kayak, floating as it does on the crests of the waves, can never be submerged, and if sometimes capsized, a blow of the paddle rights it again directly, so that it is able to live and make way in seas in which any other boat would certainly be dashed to pieces. The 3 Esquimaux, guided by the Lieutenant's last despairing cry, arrived at the scene of the wreck just in time. Hobson and Mrs Barnett, already half drowned, felt themselves drawn up by the powerful hands, but in the darkness they were unable to discover who were their deliverers. One of the men took the Lieutenant and laid him across his own boat, another did the same for Mrs Barnett, and the 3 kayaks, skilfully managed with the paddles, 6 feet long, sped rapidly over the white foam. Half an hour afterwards the shipwrecked travellers were lying on the sandy beach 3 miles above Fort Providence. The old sailor alone was missing. End of chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10. A Retrospect. It was about 10 o'clock the same night when Mrs Barnett and Lieutenant Hobson knocked at the postern gate of the fort. Great was the joy on seeing them, for they had been given up for lost. But this joy was turned to mourning at the news of the death of Norman. The brave fellow had been beloved by all, and his loss was sincerely mourned. The intrepid and devoted Esquimaux received phlegmatically the earnest expressions of gratitude of those they had saved, and could not be persuaded to come to the fort. What they had done seemed to them only natural, and these were not the first persons they had rescued, so they quietly returned to their wild life of adventure on the lake, where they hunted the otters and water birds day and night. For the next 3 nights the party rested. Hobson always intended to set out on June 2nd, and on that day, all having recovered from their fatigues and the storm having abated, the order was given to start. Sergeant Felton had done all in his power to make his guests comfortable and to aid their enterprise. Some of the jaded dogs were replaced by fresh animals, and now the Lieutenant found all his sledges drawn up in good order at the door of the enceinte, and awaiting the travellers. The adieux were soon over. Each one thanked Sergeant Felton for his hospitality, and Mrs Paulina Barnett was most profuse in her expressions of gratitude. A hearty shake of the hand between the Sergeant and his brother-in-law Long completed the leave-taking. Each pair got into the sledge assigned to them, but this time Mrs Barnett and the Lieutenant shared one vehicle, Madge and Sergeant Long following them. According to the advice of the Indian chief, Hobson determined to get to the coast by the shortest route, and to take a north-easterly direction. After consulting his map, which merely gave a rough outline of the configuration of the country, it seemed best to him to descend the valley of the Coppermine, a large river which flows into Coronation Gulf. The distance between Fort Confidence and the mouth of this river is only a degree and a half, that is to say, about 85 or 90 miles. The deep hollow formed by the gulf is bounded on the north by Cape Christenstein, and from it the coast juts out towards the north-west, ending in Cape Bathurst, which is above the 70th parallel. The Lieutenant, therefore, now changed the route he had hitherto followed, directing his course to the east, so as to reach the river in a few hours. In the afternoon of the next day, June 3rd, the river was gained. It was now free from ice, and its clear and rapid waters flowed through a vast valley, intersected by numerous but easily fordable streams. The sledges advanced pretty rapidly, and as they went along, Hobson gave his companions some account of the country through which they were passing. A sincere friendship, founded on mutual esteem, had sprung up between these two. Mrs Paulina Barnett was an earnest student, with a special gift for discovery, and was therefore always glad to converse with travellers and explorers. Hobson, who knew his beloved North America by heart, was able to answer all her inquiries fully. "About 90 years ago," he said, "the territory through which the Coppermine flows was unknown, and we are indebted for its discovery to the agents of the Hudson's Bay Company. But as always happens in scientific matters, in seeking one thing, another was found. Columbus was trying to find Asia, and discovered America." "And what were the agents of the Hudson's Bay Company seeking? The famous North-West Passage?" "No, madam," replied the young lieutenant. "A century ago the Company had no interest in the opening of a new route, which would have been more valuable to its rivals than to it. It is even said that in 1741 a certain Christopher Middleton, sent to explore these latitudes, was publicly charged with receiving a bribe of £500 from the Company to say that there was not, and could not be, a sea passage between the oceans." "That was not much to the credit of the celebrated Company," said Mrs Barnett. "I do not defend it in the matter," replied Hobson, "and its interference was severely censured by Parliament in 1746, when a reward of £20,000 was offered by the government for the discovery of the passage in question. In that year two intrepid explorers, William Moore and Francis Smith, penetrated as far as Repulse Bay in the hope of discovering the much-longed-for passage, but they were unsuccessful, and returned to England after an absence of a year and a half." "But did not other captains follow in their steps, resolved to conquer where they had failed?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "No, madam, and in spite of the large reward offered by Parliament, no attempt was made to resume explorations in English America until 30 years afterwards, when some agents of the Company took up the unfinished tasks of Captains Moore and Smith." "The Company had then relinquished the narrow-minded, egotistical position it had taken up?" "No, madam, not yet. Samuel Hearne, the agent, only went to reconnoitre the position of a copper mine, which native miners had reported. On November 6, 1769, this agent left Fort Prince of Wales, on the river Churchill, near the western shores of Hudson's Bay. He pressed boldly on to the north-west, but the excessive cold and the exhaustion of his provisions compelled him to return without accomplishing anything. Fortunately, he was not easily discouraged, and on February 23rd of the next year he set out again, this time taking some Indians with him. Great hardships were endured in this second journey. The fish and game on which Hearne had relied often failed him, and he had once nothing to eat for 7 days but wild fruit, bits of old leather, and burnt bones. He was again compelled to return to the fort a disappointed man. But he did not even yet despair, and started a third time, December 7th, 1770, and after a struggle of 19 months he discovered the Coppermine River, July 13th, 1772, the course of which he followed to its mouth. According to his account he saw the open sea, and in any case he was the first to penetrate to the north coast of America. But the Northwest Passage, that is to say, the direct communication by sea between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, was not then discovered? "Oh no, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "and what countless adventurous sailors have since gone to seek it! Phipps in 1773, James Cook and Clark in 1776 to 1779, Kotzebue in 1815 to 1818, Ross, Parry, Franklin, and others have attempted this difficult task, but it was reserved to McClure in our own day to pass from one ocean to the other across the Polar Sea."
Well, Lieutenant, that was a geographical discovery of which we English may well be proud. But do tell me if the Hudson's Bay Company did not adopt more generous views and send out some other explorer after the return of Hearne?
"It did, madam, and it was thanks to it that Captain Franklin was able to accomplish his voyage of 1819 to 1822, between the river discovered by Hearne and Cape Turnagain. This expedition endured great fatigue and hardships, provisions often completely failed, and 2 Canadians were assassinated and eaten by their comrades. But in spite of all his sufferings, Captain Franklin explored no less than 5,550 miles of the hitherto unknown coast of North America."
"He was indeed a man of energy," added Mrs Barnett, "and he gave proof of his great qualities in starting on a fresh Polar expedition after all he had gone through."
"Yes," replied the Lieutenant, "and he met a terrible death in the land his own intrepidity had discovered. It has now been proved, however, that all his companions did not perish with him. Many are doubtless still wandering about on the vast ice fields. I cannot think of their awful condition without a shudder. One day," he added earnestly, and with strange emotion, "one day I will search the unknown lands where the dreadful catastrophe took place, and—"
"And," exclaimed Mrs Barnett, pressing his hand, "I will accompany you. Yes, this idea has occurred to me more than once, as it has to you, and my heart beats high when I think that fellow countrymen of my own Englishmen are awaiting succour."
"Which will come too late for most of them, madam," said the Lieutenant; "but rest assured some will even yet be saved."
"God grant it, Lieutenant," replied Mrs Barnett; "and it appears to me that the agents of the Company, living as they do close to the coast, are better fitted than any one else to fulfil this duty of humanity."
"I agree with you, madam. They are, as they have often proved, inured to the rigours of the Arctic climate. Was it not they who aided Captain Back in his voyage in 1834, when he discovered King William's Land, where Franklin met his fate? Was it not two of us, Dease and Simpson, who were sent by the governor of Hudson's Bay to explore the shores of the Polar Sea in 1838, and whose courageous efforts first discovered Victoria Land? It is my opinion that the future reserves for the Hudson's Bay Company the final conquests of the Arctic regions. Gradually its factories are advancing further and further north, following the retreat of the fur-yielding animals, and one day a fort will be erected on the Pole itself, that mathematical point where meet all the meridians of the globe." During this and the succeeding journeys Jasper Hobson related his own adventures since he entered the service of the Company, his struggles with the agents of rival associations, and his efforts to explore the unknown districts of the north or west. And Mrs Barnett, on her side, told of her travels in the tropics. She spoke of all she had done, and of all she hoped to accomplish, so that the long hours, lightened by pleasant conversation, passed rapidly away. Meanwhile the dogs advanced at full gallop towards the north. The Coppermine valley widened sensibly as they neared the Arctic Ocean. The hills on either side sank lower and lower, and only scattered clumps of resinous trees broke the monotony of the landscape. A few blocks of ice, drifted down by the river, still resisted the action of the sun, but each day their numbers decreased, and a canoe, or even a good-sized boat, might easily have descended the stream, the course of which was unimpeded by any natural barrier or aggregation of rocks. The bed of the Coppermine was both deep and wide. Its waters were very clear, and being fed by the melted snow, flowed on at a considerable pace, never, however, forming dangerous rapids. Its course, at first very sinuous, became gradually less and less winding, and at last stretched along in a straight line for several miles. Its banks, composed of fine firm sand, and clothed in part with short dry herbage, were wide and level, so that the long train of sledges sped rapidly over them. The expedition travelled day and night, if we can speak of the night when the sun, describing an almost horizontal circle, scarcely disappeared at all. The true night only lasted 2 hours, and the dawn succeeded the twilight almost immediately. The weather was fine, the sky clear, although somewhat misty on the horizon, and everything combined to favour the travellers. For 2 days they kept along the river banks without meeting any difficulties. They saw but few fur-bearing animals, but there were plenty of birds, which might have been counted by thousands. The absence of otters, sables, beavers, ermines, foxes, etc., did not trouble the Lieutenant much, for he supposed that they had been driven further north by over-zealous tracking, and indeed the marks of encampments, extinguished fires, etc., told of the more or less recent passage of native hunters. Hobson knew that he would have to penetrate a good deal further north, and that part only of his journey would be accomplished when he got to the mouth of the Coppermine river. He was therefore most eager to reach the limit of Hearne's exploration, and pressed on as rapidly as possible. Every one shared the Lieutenant's impatience, and resolutely resisted fatigue in order to reach the Arctic Ocean with the least possible delay. They were drawn onwards by an indefinable attraction. The glory of the unknown dazzled their sight. Probably real hardships would commence when they did arrive at the much-desired coast. But no matter, they longed to battle with the difficulties, and to press straight onwards to their aim. The district they were now traversing could have no direct interest for them. The real exploration would only commence on the shores of the Arctic Ocean. Each one then would gladly hail the arrival in the elevated western districts for which they were bound, cut across though they were by the 70th parallel of north latitude. On the 5th June, 4 days after leaving Fort Confidence, the river widened considerably. The western banks, curving slightly, almost ran due north, whilst the eastern rounded off into the coastline, stretching away as far as the eye could reach. Lieutenant Hobson paused, and waving his hand to his companions, pointed to the boundless ocean. End of chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11. Along the coast. Coronation Gulf, the large estuary dotted with the islands forming the Duke of York Archipelago, which the party had now reached, was a sheet of water with irregular banks, let in, as it were, into the North American continent. At its western angle opened the mouth of the Coppermine, and on the east a long narrow creek called Bathurst Inlet ran into the mainland, from which stretched the jagged broken coast with its pointed capes and rugged promontories, ending in that confusion of straits, sounds, and channels which gives such a strange appearance to the maps of North America. On the other side the coast turned abruptly to the north beyond the mouth of the Coppermine, and ended in Cape Krusenstern. After consulting with Sergeant Long, Lieutenant Hobson decided to give his party a day's rest here. The exploration, properly so called, which was to enable the Lieutenant to fix upon a suitable site for the establishment of a fort, was now really about to begin. The company had advised him to keep as much as possible above the 70th parallel, and on the shores of the Arctic Ocean. To obey his orders, Hobson was obliged to keep to the west, for on the east, with the exception perhaps of the land of Boothia, crossed by the 70th parallel, the whole country belongs rather to the Arctic Circle, and the geographical conformation of Boothia is as yet but imperfectly known. After carefully ascertaining the latitude and longitude, and verifying his position by the map, the Lieutenant found that he was 100 miles below the 70th degree, but beyond Cape Krusenstern, the coastline running in a northeasterly direction, abruptly crosses the 70th parallel at a sharp angle near the 130th meridian, and at about the same elevation as Cape Bathurst, the spot named as a rendezvous by Captain Craventy. He must therefore make for that point, and should the site appear suitable, the new fort would be erected there. "There," said the Lieutenant to his subordinate Long, "we shall be in the position ordered by the Company. There the sea, open for a great part of the year, will allow the vessels from Behring Strait to come right up to the fort, bringing us fresh provisions and taking away our commodities. Not to mention," added Sergeant Long, "that our men will be entitled to double pay all the time they are beyond the 70th parallel." "Of course that is understood," replied Hobson, "and I dare say they will accept it without a murmur." "Well, then, Lieutenant," said Long simply, "we have now only to start for Cape Bathurst." But as the day of rest had been promised, the start did not actually take place until the next day, June 6th. The second part of the journey would naturally be very different from the first. The rules with regard to the sledges keeping their rank need no longer be enforced, and each couple drove as it pleased them. Only short distances were traversed at a time, halts were made at every angle of the coast, and the party often walked. Lieutenant Hobson only urged two things upon his companions: not to go further than 3 miles from the coast, and to rally their forces twice a day, at 12 o'clock and in the evening. At night they all encamped in tents. The weather continued very fine and the temperature moderate, maintaining a mean height of 59° Fahrenheit above zero. 2 or 3 times sudden snowstorms came on, but they did not last long, and exercised no sensible influence upon the temperature. The whole of the American coast, between Capes Krusenstern and Parry, comprising an extent of more than 250 miles, was examined with the greatest care between the 6th and 20th of June. Geographical observations were accurately taken, and Hobson, most effectively aided by Thomas Black, was able to rectify certain errors in previous marine surveys, whilst the primary object of the expedition, the examination into the quality and quantity of the game in the surrounding districts, was not neglected. Were these lands well stocked with game? Could they count with certainty not only on a good supply of furs, but also of meat? Would the resources of the country provide a fort with provisions in the summer months at least? Such were the grave questions which Lieutenant Hobson had to solve, and which called for immediate attention. We give a summary of the conclusions at which he arrived. Game, properly so called, of the kind for which Corporal Joliffe, amongst others, had a special predilection, was not abundant. There were plenty of birds of the duck tribe, but only a few polar hares, difficult of approach, poorly represented the rodents of the north. There seemed, however, to be a good many bears about. Marbre and Sabine had come upon fresh traces of several. Some were even seen and tracked, but as a rule they kept at a respectful distance. In the winter, however, driven by famine from higher latitudes, there would probably be more than enough of these ravenous beasts prowling about the shores of the Arctic Ocean. "There is certainly no denying," said Corporal Joliffe, "that bear's flesh is very good eating when once it is in the larder. But there is something very problematical about it beforehand, and it's always just possible that the hunters themselves may meet the fate they intended for the bears." This was true enough. It was no use counting upon the bears to provision their fort. Fortunately, traces were found of herds of a far more useful animal, the flesh of which is the principal food of the Indians and Esquimaux. We allude to the reindeer, and Corporal Joliffe announced with the greatest satisfaction that there were plenty of these ruminants on this coast. The ground was covered with the lichen to which they are so partial, and which they cleverly dig out from under the snow. There could be no mistake as to the footprints left by the reindeer, as, like the camel, they have a small nail-like hoof with a convex surface. Large herds, sometimes numbering several thousand animals, are seen running wild in certain parts of America. Being easily domesticated, they are employed to draw sledges, and they also supply the factories with excellent milk, more nourishing than that of cows. Their dead bodies are not less useful.
Their thick skin provides clothes, their hair makes very good thread, and their flesh is palatable, so that they are really the most valuable animals to be found in these latitudes; and Hobson, being assured of their presence, was relieved from half his anxiety. As he advanced, he had also reason to be satisfied with regard to the fur bearing animals. By the little streams rose many beaver lodges and muskrat tunnels. Badgers, lynxes, ermines, wolverines, sables, polecats, etc., frequented these districts, hitherto undisturbed by hunters. They had thus far come to no trace of the presence of man, and the animals had chosen their refuge well. Footprints were also found of the fine blue and silver foxes, which are becoming more and more rare, and the fur of which is worth its weight in gold. Sabine and Mac Nab might many a time have shot a very valuable animal on this excursion, but the Lieutenant had wisely forbidden all hunting of the kind. He did not wish to alarm the animals before the approaching season, that is to say, before the winter months, when the fur becomes thicker and more beautiful. It was also desirable not to overload the sledges. The hunters saw the force of his reasoning, but for all that their fingers itched when they came within shot range of a sable or some valuable fox. Their lieutenant's orders were, however, not to be disobeyed. Polar bears and birds were, therefore, all that the hunters had to practise upon in this second stage of their journey. The former, however, not yet rendered bold by hunger, soon scampered off, and no serious struggle with them ensued. The poor birds suffered for the enforced immunity of the quadrupeds. White-headed eagles, huge birds with a harsh screeching cry, fishing hawks, which build their nests in dead trees and migrate to the Arctic regions in the summer, snow buntings with pure white plumage, wild geese, which afford the best food of all the Anser's tribe, ducks with red heads and black breasts, ash-coloured crows, a kind of mocking-jay of extreme ugliness, eider ducks, scooters, or black divers, etc., etc., whose mingled cries awake the echoes of the Arctic regions, fell victims by hundreds to the unerring aim of Marbre and Sabine. These birds haunt the high latitudes by millions, and it would be impossible to form an accurate estimate of their number on the shores of the Arctic Ocean. Their flesh formed a very pleasant addition to the daily rations of biscuit and corned beef, and we can understand that the hunters laid up a good stock of them in the 15 days during which they were debarred from attacking more valuable game. There would be no lack of animal food. The magazines of the Company would be well stocked with game, and its offices filled with furs and traders. But something more was wanted to ensure success to the undertaking. Would it be possible to obtain a sufficient supply of fuel to contend with the rigour of an Arctic winter at so elevated a latitude? Most fortunately the coast was well wooded. The hills which sloped down towards the sea were crowned with green trees, amongst which the pine predominated. Some of the woods might even be called forests, and would constitute an admirable reserve of timber for the fort. Here and there Hobson noticed isolated groups of willows, poplars, dwarf birch trees, and numerous thickets of arbutus. At this time of the warm season all these trees were covered with verdure, and were an unexpected and refreshing sight to eyes so long accustomed to the rugged, barren, polar landscape. The ground at the foot of the hills was carpeted with a short herbage, devoured with avidity by the reindeer, and forming their only sustenance in winter. On the whole, then, the Lieutenant had reason to congratulate himself on having chosen the northwest of the American continent for the foundation of a new settlement. We have said that these territories, so rich in animals, were apparently deserted by men. The travellers saw neither Esquimaux, who prefer the districts round Hudson's Bay, nor Indians, who seldom venture so far beyond the Arctic Circle. And indeed, in these remote latitudes, hunters may be overtaken by storms, or be suddenly surprised by winter, and cut off from all communication with their fellow creatures. We can easily imagine that Lieutenant Hobson was by no means sorry to meet any rival explorers. What he wanted was an unoccupied country, a deserted land, suitable as a refuge for the fur-bearing animals, and in this matter he had the full sympathy of Mrs Barnett, who, as the guest of the company, naturally took a great interest in the success of its schemes. Fancy, then, the disappointment of the Lieutenant, when on the morning of the 20th June he came to an encampment but recently abandoned. It was situated at the end of a narrow creek called Darnley Bay, of which Cape Parry is the westernmost point. There, at the foot of a little hill, were the stakes which had served to mark the limits of the camp, and heaps of cinders, the extinct embers of the fires. The whole party met at this encampment, and all understood how great a disappointment it involved for Lieutenant Hobson. "What a pity!" he exclaimed. "I would rather have met a whole family of polar bears." "But I dare say the men who encamped here are already far off," said Mrs Barnett. "Very likely they have returned to their usual hunting grounds." "That is as it may be," replied the Lieutenant. "If these be the traces of Esquimaux, they are more likely to have gone on than to have turned back; and if they be those of Indians, they are probably, like ourselves, seeking a new hunting district, and in either case it will be very unfortunate for us." "But," said Mrs Barnett, "can we not find out to what race the travellers do belong? Can't we ascertain if they are Esquimaux or Indians from the south? I should think tribes of such a different origin, and of such dissimilar customs, would not encamp in the same manner." Mrs Barnett was right. They might possibly solve the mystery after a thorough examination of the ground. Jasper Hobson and others set to work, carefully examining every trace, every object left behind, every mark in the ground, but in vain. There was nothing to guide them to a decided opinion. The bones of some animals scattered about told them nothing, and the Lieutenant, much annoyed, was about to abandon the useless search, when he heard an exclamation from Mrs Joliffe, who had wandered a little way to the left. All hurried towards the young Canadian, who remained fixed to the spot, looking attentively at the ground before her. As her companions came up, she said, "You are looking for traces, Lieutenant? Well, here are some." Mrs Joliffe pointed to a good many footprints, clearly visible in the firm clay. These might reveal something, for the feet of the Indians and Esquimaux, as well as their boots, are totally different from each other. But what chiefly struck Lieutenant Hobson was the strange arrangement of these impressions. They were evidently made by a human foot, a shod foot, but, strange to say, the ball alone appeared to have touched the ground. The marks are very numerous, close together, often crossing one another, but confined to a very small circle. Jasper Hobson called the attention of the rest of the party to this singular circumstance. "These were not made by a person walking," he said. "Nor by a person jumping," added Mrs Barnett, "for there is no mark of a heel." "No," said Mrs Joliffe, "these footprints were left by a dancer." She was right, as further examination proved. They were the marks left by a dancer, and a dancer engaged in some light and graceful exercise, for they were neither clumsy nor deep. But who could the light-hearted individual be who had been impelled to dance in this sprightly fashion some degrees above the Arctic Circle? "It was certainly not an Esquimaux," said the Lieutenant. "Nor an Indian," cried Corporal Joliffe. "No, it was a Frenchman," said Sergeant Long quietly, and all agreed that none but a Frenchman could have been capable of dancing on such a spot. Chapter 12. The Midnight Sun. Sergeant Long's assertion must appear to have been founded on insufficient evidence. That there had been dancing no one could deny, but that the dancer was a Frenchman, however probable, could not be considered proved. However, the Lieutenant shared the opinion of his subordinate, which did not appear too positive to any of the party, who all agreed in feeling sure that some travellers, with at least one compatriot of Vestris amongst them, had recently encamped on this spot. Of course, Lieutenant Hobson was by no means pleased at this. He was afraid of having been preceded by rivals in the north-western districts of English America,
and secret as the company had kept its scheme, it had doubtless been divulged in the commercial centres of Canada and the United States. The Lieutenant resumed his interrupted march, but he was full of care and anxiety, although he would not now have dreamed of retracing his steps. "Frenchmen are then sometimes met with in these high latitudes?" was Mrs Barnett's natural question after this incident. "Yes, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "or if not exactly Frenchmen, the descendants of the masters of Canada when it belonged to France, which comes to much the same thing. These men are in fact our most formidable rivals." "But I thought," resumed Mrs Barnett, "that after the absorption by the Hudson's Bay Company of the old North West Company that it had no longer any rivals on the American continent." "Although there is no longer any important association for trading in furs except our own, there are a good many perfectly independent private companies, mostly American, which have retained French agents or their descendants in their employ." "Are these agents then held in such high esteem?" asked Mrs Barnett. "Yes, madam, and with good reason. During the 94 years of French supremacy in Canada, French agents always proved themselves superior to ours. We must be just even to our rivals." "Especially to our rivals," added Mrs Barnett. "Yes, especially. At that time French hunters, starting from Montreal, their headquarters, pressed on to the north with greater hardihood than any others. They lived for years with the Indian tribes, sometimes intermarrying with them. The natives called them the Canadian travellers, and were on the most intimate terms with them. They were bold, clever fellows, expert at navigating streams, light-hearted and merry, adapting themselves to circumstances with the easy flexibility of their race, and always ready to sing or dance." "And do you suppose that hunting is the only object of the party whose traces we have just discovered?" "I don't think any other hypothesis at all likely," replied Hobson. "They are sure to be seeking new hunting grounds, but as we cannot possibly stop them, we must make haste to begin our own operations, and compete boldly with all rivals." Lieutenant Hobson was now prepared for the competition he could not prevent, and he urged on the march of his party as much as possible, hoping that his rivals might not follow him beyond the 70th parallel. The expedition now descended towards the south for some 20 miles, in order the more easily to pass around Franklin Bay. The country was still covered with verdure, and the quadrupeds and birds already enumerated were as plentiful as ever, so that they could reasonably hope that the whole of the north-west coasts of the American continent were populated in the same manner. The ocean which bathed these shores stretched away as far as the eye could reach. Recent atlases give no land beyond the North American coastline, and it is only the icebergs which impede the free navigation of the open sea from Behring Strait to the Pole itself. On the 4th July the travellers skirted around another deep bay called Washburn Bay, and reached the furthest point of a little lake, until then imperfectly known, covering but a small extent of territory, scarcely 2 square miles. In fact, it was rather a lagoon, or large pond of sweet water, than a lake. The sledges went on easily and rapidly, and the appearance of the country was most encouraging to the explorers. It seemed that the extremity of Cape Bathurst would be a most favourable site for the new fort, as with this lagoon behind them, and the sea open for 4 or 5 months in the warm season, and giving access to the great highway of the Behring Strait before them, it would be easy for the exiles to lay in fresh provisions and to export their commodities. On 5th June, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the party at last halted at the extremity of Cape Bathurst. It remained to ascertain the exact position of this cape, which the maps place above the 70th parallel. It was, however, impossible to rely upon the marine surveys of the coast, as they had never yet been made with exactitude. Jasper Hobson decided to wait and ascertain the latitude and longitude. "What prevents us from settling here?" asked Corporal Joliffe. "You will own, Lieutenant, that it is a very inviting spot." "It will be more inviting still if you get double pay here, my worthy Corporal," replied Hobson. "No doubt," said Joliffe, "and the orders of the Company must be obeyed." "Then wait patiently till to morrow," added Hobson, "and if we find that Cape Bathurst is really beyond 70° north latitude, we will pitch our tent here." The site was indeed admirably suited for the foundation of a new settlement. The wooded heights surrounding the lagoon would supply plenty of pine, birch, and other woods for the construction of the fort and for stocking it with fuel. The Lieutenant and some of his companions went to the very edge of the cape, and found that towards the west the coast line formed a lengthened curve, beyond which icebergs of a considerable height shut out the view. The water of the lagoon, instead of being brackish as they expected from its close vicinity to the sea, was perfectly sweet; but had it not been so, drinkable water would not have failed the little colony, as a fresh and limpid stream ran a few yards to the southeast of Cape Bathurst, and emptied itself into the Arctic Ocean through a narrow inlet, which, protected by a singular accumulation of sand and earth, instead of by rocks, would have afforded a refuge to several vessels from the winds of the offing, and might be turned to account for the anchorage of the ships which it was hoped would come to the new settlement from Behring Strait. Out of compliment to the lady of the party, and much to her delight, Lieutenant Hobson named the stream Paulina River, and the little harbour Port Barnett. By building the fort a little behind the actual cape, the principal house and the magazines would be quite sheltered from the coldest winds. The elevation of the cape would help to protect them from the snowdrifts, which sometimes completely bury large buildings beneath their heavy avalanches in a few hours. There was plenty of room between the foot of the promontory and the bank of the lagoon for all the construction necessary to a fort. It could even be surrounded by palisades, which would break the shock of the icebergs, and the cape itself might be surrounded with a fortified redoubt, if the vicinity of rivals should render such a purely defensive erection necessary. And the Lieutenant, although with no idea of commencing anything of the kind as yet, naturally rejoiced at having met with an easily defensible position. The weather remained fine, and it was quite warm enough. There was not a cloud upon the sky. But of course the clear blue air of temperate and torrid zones could not be expected here, and the atmosphere was generally charged with a light mist. What would Cape Bathurst be like in the long winter nights of 4 months, when the ice mountains became fixed and rigid, and the hoarse north wind swept down upon the icebergs in all its fury? None of the party gave a thought to that time now, for the weather was beautiful, the verdant landscape smiled, and the waves sparkled in the sunbeams, whilst the temperature remained warm and pleasant. A provisional camp, the sledges forming its only material, was arranged for the night on the banks of the lagoon, and towards evening Mrs Barnett, the Lieutenant, Sergeant Long, and even Thomas Black explored the surrounding district in order to ascertain its resources. It appeared to be in every respect suitable, and Hobson was eager for the next day, that he might determine the exact situations, and find out if it fulfilled the conditions imposed by the Company. "Well, Lieutenant," said the astronomer, when the examination was over, "this is really a charming spot, such as I should not have imagined could have existed beyond the Arctic Circle." "Ah, Mr Black," cried Hobson, "the finest countries in the world are to be found here, and I am impatient to ascertain our latitude and longitude." "Especially the latitude," said the astronomer, whose eclipse was never out of his thoughts, "and I expect your brave companions are as eager as yourself. Double pay beyond the 70th parallel." "But, Mr Black," said Mrs Barnett, "do you not yourself take an interest, a purely scientific interest, in getting beyond that parallel?" "Of course, madam, of course. I am anxious to get beyond it, but not so terribly eager. According to our calculations, however, made with absolute accuracy, the solar eclipse which I am ordered to watch will only be total to an observer placed beyond the 70th degree, and on this account I share the Lieutenant's impatience to determine the position of Cape Bathurst." "But I understand, Mr Black," said Mrs Barnett, "that this solar eclipse will not take place until the 18th July, 1860. "Yes, madam, on the 18th July, 1860. "And it is now only the 15th June, 1859, so that the phenomenon will not be visible for more than a year." "I am quite aware of it, Mrs Barnett," replied the astronomer; "but if I had not started till next year, I should have run a risk of being too late." "You would, Mr Black," said Hobson, "and you did well to start a year beforehand. You are now quite sure not to miss your eclipse. I own that our journey from Fort Reliance has been accomplished under exceptionally favourable circumstances. We have had little fatigue and few delays. To tell you the truth, I did not expect to get to this part of the coast until middle of August, and if the eclipse had been expected this year instead of next, you really might have been too late. Moreover, we do not yet know if we are beyond the 70th parallel. I do not in the least regret the journey I have taken in your company, Lieutenant, and I shall patiently wait until next year for my eclipse. The fair Phoebe, I fancy, is a sufficiently grand lady to be waited for." The next day, July 6, a little after noon, Hobson and the astronomer made their preparations for taking the exact bearings of Cape Bathurst. The sun shone clearly enough for them to take the outlines exactly. At this season of the year, too, it had reached its maximum height above the horizon, and consequently its culmination on its transit across the meridian would facilitate the work of the two observers. Already the night before, and the same morning, by taking different altitudes, and by means of a calculation of right ascensions, the Lieutenant and the astronomer had ascertained the longitude with great accuracy. But it was about the latitude that Hobson was most anxious, for what would the meridian of Cape Bathurst matter to him should it not be situated beyond the 70th parallel? Noon approached. The men of the expedition gathered round the observers with their sextants ready in their hands. The brave fellows awaited the result of the observation with an impatience which will be readily understood. It was now to be decided whether they had come to the end of the journey, or whether they must search still further for a spot fulfilling the conditions imposed by the Company. Probably no good result would have followed upon further explorations. According to the maps of North America, imperfect it is true, the western coast beyond Cape Bathurst slopes down below the 70th parallel, not again rising above it until it entered Russian America, where the English had yet no right to settle, so that Hobson had shown considerable judgment in directing his course to Cape Bathurst, after a thorough examination of the maps of these northern regions. This promontory is in fact the only one which juts out beyond the 70th parallel along the whole of the North American continent, properly so called, that is to say, in English America. It remained to be proved that it really occupied the position assigned to it in maps. At this moment the sun was approaching the culmination point of its course, and the two observers pointed the telescopes of their sextants upon it. By means of inclined mirrors attached to the instruments, the sun ought apparently to go back to the horizon itself, and the moment when it seemed to touch it with the lower side of its disc would be precisely that at which it would occupy the highest point of the diurnal arc, and consequently the exact moment when it would pass the meridian. In other words, it would be noon at the place where the observation was taken. All watched in anxious silence. "Noon!" cried Jasper Hobson and the astronomer at once. The telescopes were immediately lowered. The Lieutenant and Thomas Black read on the graduated limbs the value of the angles they had just obtained, and at once proceeded to note down their observations. A few minutes afterwards Lieutenant Hobson rose and said, addressing his companions, "My friends, from this date, July 6, I promise you double pay in the name of the Hudson's Bay Company." "Hurrah! hurrah! hurrah for the Company!" shouted the worthy companions of the Lieutenant with one voice. Cape Bathurst and its immediate neighbourhood were in very truth above the 70th degree of north latitude. We give the result of these simultaneous observations, which agreed to a second. Longitude 127 degrees 36 minutes 12 seconds west of the meridian of Greenwich. Latitude 70 degrees 44 minutes 37 seconds north. And that very evening these hardy pioneers, encamped so far from the inhabited world, watched the mighty luminary of day touch the edges of the western horizon without dipping beneath it. For the first time they saw the shining of the midnight sun. Chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13. Fort Hope. The site of the new fort was now finally determined on. It would be impossible to find a better situation than on the level ground behind Cape Bathurst. On the eastern bank of the lagoon Hobson determined to commence the construction of the principal house at once. Meanwhile all must accommodate themselves as best they could, and the sledges were ingeniously utilized to form a provisional encampment. His men being very skilful, the Lieutenant hoped to have the principal house ready in a month. It was to be large enough to accommodate for a time the 19 persons of the party. Later, and before the excessive cold set in, if there should be time, the barracks for the soldiers and the magazines for the furs and skins were to be built. There was not much chance of getting it all done before the end of September, and after that date the winter with its first bitter frosts and long nights would arrest all further progress. Of the 10 soldiers chosen by Captain Craventy, 2, Marbre and Sabine, were skilful hunters. The other 8 handled the hatchet with as much address as the musket. Like sailors, they could turn their hands to anything, and were now to be treated more like workmen than soldiers, for they had to build a fort which there was as yet no enemy to attack. Petersen, Belcher, Rae, Garry, Pond, Hope, and Kellet formed the body of clever, zealous carpenters, under the able superintendence of Lilac Nab, a Scotchman from Stirling, who had had considerable experience in the building both of houses and boats. The men were well provided with tools, hatchets, centre bits, adzes, planes, handsaws, mallets, hammers, chisels, etc., etc. Rae was most skilful at blacksmith's work, and with the aid of a little portable forge he was able to make all the pins, tenons, bolts, nails, screws, nuts, etc., required in carpentry. They had no mason in the party, but none was wanted, as all the buildings of the factories in the north are of wood. Fortunately there were plenty of trees about Cape Bathurst, although, as Hobson already remarked to Mrs Barnett, there was not a rock, a stone, not even a flint or pebble to be seen. The shore was strewn with innumerable quantities of bivalve shells, broken by the surf, and with seaweed or zoophytes, mostly sea urchin and asteriadae, but the soil consisted entirely of earth and sand, without a morsel of silica or broken granite, and the cape itself was but an accumulation of soft earth, the particles of which were scarcely held together by the vegetation with which it was clothed. In the afternoon of the same day, July 6, Hobson and Mac Nab, the carpenter, went to choose the site of the principal house on the plateau at the foot of Cape Bathurst. From this point the view embraced the lagoon and the western districts to a distance of 10 or 12 miles. On the right, about 4 miles off, towered icebergs of a considerable height, partly draped in mist, whilst on the left stretched apparently boundless plains, vast steppes, which it would be impossible to distinguish from the frozen surface of the lagoon or from the sea itself in the winter. The spot chosen, Hobson and Mac Nab set out the outer walls of the house with a line. This outline formed a rectangle measuring 60 feet on the larger side and 30 on the smaller. The facade of the house would therefore have a length of 60 feet. It was to have a door and 3 windows on the side of the promontory, where the inner court was to be situated, and 4 windows on the side of the lagoon. The door was to open at the left corner instead of in the middle. Of the back of the house, for the sake of warmth, this arrangement would impede the entrance of the outer air to the further rooms, and add considerably to the comfort of the inmates of the fort. According to the simple plan agreed upon by the Lieutenant and his master carpenter, there would be 4 compartments in the house. The first to be an antechamber with a double door to keep out the wind, the second to serve as a kitchen, that the cooking which would generate damp might all be done quite away from the living rooms, the third a large hall, where the daily meals were to be served in common, and the fourth to be divided into several cabins, like the state-rooms on board ships. The soldiers were to occupy the dining hall provisionally, and a kind of camp bed was arranged for them at the end of the room. The Lieutenant, Mrs Barnett, Thomas Black, Madge, Mrs Joliffe, Mrs Mac Nab, and Mrs Rae were to lodge in the cabins of the fourth compartment. They would certainly be packed pretty closely, but it was only a temporary state of things, and when the barracks were constructed, the principal house would be reserved to the officer in command, his sergeant, Thomas Black, Mrs Barnett, and her faithful Madge, who never left her. Then the fourth compartment might perhaps be divided into 3 cabins instead of 4, to avoid corners as much as possible, is a rule which would never be forgotten by those who winter in high latitudes. Nooks and corners are in fact so many receptacles of ice. The partitions impede the ventilation, and the moisture generated in the air freezes readily, and makes the atmosphere of the rooms unhealthy, causing grave maladies to those who sleep in them. On this account many navigators, who have to winter in the midst of ice, have one large room in the centre of their vessel, which is shared by officers and sailors in common. For obvious reasons, however, Hobson could not adopt this plan. From the preceding description we shall have seen that the future house was to consist merely of a ground floor. The roof was to be high, and its sides to slope considerably, so the water could run easily off them. The snow would, however, settle upon them, and once they were covered with it, the house would be, so to speak, hermetically closed, and the inside temperature would be kept at the same mean height. Snow is in fact a very bad conductor of heat. It prevents it from entering, it is true, but what is more important in an Arctic winter, it also keeps it from getting out. The carpenter was to build 2 chimneys, one above the kitchen, the other in connection with the stove of the large dining room, which it was to heat, and the compartment containing the cabins. The architectural effect of the whole would certainly be poor, but the house would be as comfortable as possible, and what more could anyone desire? Certainly an artist who had once seen it would not soon forget this winter residence, set down in the gloomy Arctic twilight, in the midst of snowdrifts, half hidden by icicles, draped in white from roof to foundation, its walls encrusted with snow, and the smoke from its fires assuming strangely contorted forms in the wind. But now to tell of the actual construction of this house, as yet existing only in imagination. This, of course, was the business of Mac Nab and his men. And while the carpenters were at work, the foraging party to whom the commissariat was entrusted would not be idle. There was plenty for every one to do. The first step was to choose suitable timber, and a species of Scotch fir was decided on, which grew conveniently upon the neighbouring hills, and seemed altogether well adapted to the multifarious uses to which it would be put. For in the rough and ready style of habitation which they were planning there could be no variety of material, and every part of the house, outside and inside walls, flooring, ceiling, partitions, rafters, ridges, framework, and tiling, would have to be contrived of planks, beams, and timbers. As may readily be supposed, finished workmanship was not necessary for such a description of building, and Mac Nab was able to proceed very rapidly without endangering the safety of the building. About 100 of these firs were chosen and felled. They were neither barked nor squared, and formed so many timbers, averaging some 20 feet in length. The axe and chisel did not touch them except at the ends, in order to form the tenons and mortises by which they were to be secured to one another. Very few days sufficed to complete this part of the work, and the timbers were brought down by the dogs to the site fixed on for the principal building. To start with, the site had been carefully levelled. The soil, a mixture of fine earth and sand, had been beaten and consolidated with heavy blows. The brushwood with which it was originally covered was burnt, and the thick layer of ashes thus produced would prevent the damp from penetrating the floors. A clean and dry foundation having been thus secured, on which to lay the first joists, upright posts were fixed at each corner of the site, and at the extremities of the inside walls, to form the skeleton of the building. The posts were sunk to a depth of some feet in the ground, after their ends had been hardened in the fire, and were slightly hollowed at each side to receive the crossbeams of the outer wall, between which the openings for the doors and windows had been arranged for. These posts were held together at the top by horizontal beams well let into the mortises, and consolidating the whole building. On these horizontal beams, which represented the architraves of the first two fronts, rested the high trusses of the roof, which overhung the walls like the eaves of a chalet. Above this squared architrave were laid the joists of the ceiling, and those of the floor upon the layer of ashes. The timbers, both in the inside and outside walls, were only laid side by side. To ensure their being properly joined, Ray the blacksmith drove strong iron bolts through them at intervals, and when even this contrivance proved insufficient to close the interstices as hermetically as was necessary, Mac Nab had recourse to caulking, a process which seamen find invaluable in rendering vessels watertight. Only as a substitute for tow he used a sort of dry moss, with which the eastern side of the cape was covered, driving it into the crevices with caulking irons and a hammer, filling up each hollow with layers of hot tar, obtained without difficulty from the pine trees, and thus making the walls and boarding impervious to rain and damp of the winter season. The door and windows in the two fronts were roughly but strongly built, and the small panes of the latter glazed with isinglass, which, though rough, yellow, and almost opaque, was yet the best substitute for glass which the resources of the country afforded, and its imperfections really mattered little, as the windows were sure to be always open in fine weather, while during the long night of the Arctic winter they would be useless, and have to be kept closed and defended by heavy shutters with strong bolts against the violence of the gales. Meanwhile the house was being quickly fitted up inside. By means of a double door between the outer and inner halls, a too sudden change of temperature was avoided, and the wind was prevented from blowing with unbroken force into the rooms. The air pumps brought from Fort Reliance were so fixed as to let in fresh air whenever excessive cold prevented the opening of doors or windows, one being made to eject the impure air from within, the other to renew the supply, for the Lieutenant had given his whole mind to this important matter. The principal cooking utensil was a large iron furnace, which had been brought piecemeal from Fort Reliance, and which the carpenter put up without any difficulty. The chimneys for the kitchen and ball, however, seemed likely to tax the ingenuity of the workmen to the utmost, as no material within their reach was strong enough for the purpose, and stone, as we have said before, was nowhere to be found in the country around Cape Bathurst. The difficulty appeared insurmountable, when the invincible Lieutenant suggested that they should utilize the shells with which the shore was strewed. "Make chimneys of shells!" cried the carpenter. "Yes, Mac Nab," replied Hobson. "We must collect the shells, grind them, burn them, and make them into lime, then mould the lime into bricks, and use them in the same way." "Let us try the shells by all means," replied the carpenter, and so the idea was put in practice at once, and many tons collected of calcareous shells identical with those found in the lowest stratum of the tertiary formations. A furnace was constructed for the decomposition of the carbonate, which is so large an ingredient of these shells, and thus the lime required was obtained in the space of a few hours. It would perhaps be too much to say that the substance thus made was as entirely satisfactory as if it had gone through all the usual processes, but it answered its purpose, and strong conical chimneys soon adorned the roof, to the great satisfaction of Mrs Paulina Barnett, who congratulated the originator of the scheme warmly on its success, only adding laughingly that she hoped the chimneys would not smoke. "Of course they will smoke, madam," replied Hobson coolly. "All chimneys do." All this was finished within a month, and on the 6th of August they were to take possession of the new house. While Mac Nab and his men were working so hard, the foraging party, with the Lieutenant at its head, had been exploring the environs of Cape Bathurst, and satisfied themselves that there would be no difficulty in supplying the Company's demand for fur and feathers, so soon as they could set about hunting in earnest. In the meantime they prepared the way for future sport, contenting themselves for the present with the capture of a few couples of reindeer, which they intended to domesticate for the sake of their milk and their young. They were kept in a paddock about 50 yards from the house, and entrusted to the care of Mac Nab's wife, an Indian woman, well qualified to take charge of them. The care of the household fell to Mrs Paulina Barnett, and this good woman, with Madge's help, was invaluable in providing for all the small wants which would inevitably have escaped the notice of the men. After scouring the country within a radius of several miles, the Lieutenant notified, as the result of his observations, that the territory on which they had established themselves, and to which he gave the name of Victoria Land, was a large peninsula about 150 square miles in extent, with very clearly defined boundaries, connected with the American continent by an isthmus, extending from the lower end of Washburn Bay on the east as far as the corresponding slope on the opposite coast. The Lieutenant next proceeded to ascertain what were the resources of the lake and river, and found great reason to be satisfied with the result of his examination. The shallow waters of the lake teemed with trout, pike, and other available freshwater fish, and the little river was a favourite resort of salmon with shoals of whitebait and smelts. The supply of sea fish was not so good, and though many a grumpus and whale passed by in the offing, the latter probably flying from the harpoons of the Behring Strait fishermen, there were no means of capturing them, unless one by chance happened to get stranded on the coast; nor would Hobson allow any of the seals which abounded on the western shore to be taken until a satisfactory conclusion should be arrived as to how to use them to the best advantage. The colonists now considered themselves fairly installed in their new abode, and after due deliberation unanimously agreed to bestow upon the settlement the name of Fort Good Hope. Alas! the auspicious title was never to be inscribed upon a map. The undertaking, begun so bravely and with such prospects of success, was destined never to be carried out, and another disaster would have to be added to the long list of failures in Arctic enterprise. Chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14. Some excursions. It did not take long to furnish the new abode. A camp bed was set up in the hall, and the carpenter Mac Nab constructed a most substantial table, around which were arranged fixed benches. A few movable seats and two enormous presses completed the furniture of this apartment. The inner room, which was also ready, was divided by solid partitions into 6 dormitories, the 2 end ones alone being lighted by windows looking to the front and back. The only furniture was a bed and a table. Mrs Paulina Barnett and Madge were installed in one which looked immediately out upon the lake. Hobson offered the other with the window in it to Thomas Black, and the astronomer took immediate possession of it. The Lieutenant's own room was a dark cell adjoining the hall, with no window but a bull's eye pierced through the partition. Mrs Joliffe, Mrs Mac Nab, and Mrs Rae, with their husbands, occupied the other dormitories. These good people agreed so well together that it would have been a pity to separate them. Moreover, an addition was expected shortly to the little colony, and Mac Nab had already gone so far as to secure the services of Mrs Barnett as godmother, an honour which gave the good woman much satisfaction. The sledges had been entirely unloaded, and the bedding carried into the different rooms. All utensils, stores, and provisions which were not required for immediate use were stowed away in a garret, to which a ladder gave access. The winter clothing, such as boots, overcoats, furs, and skins, were also taken there, and protected from the damp in large chests. As soon as these arrangements were completed, the Lieutenant began to provide for the heating of the house. Knowing that the most energetic measures were necessary to combat the severity of the Arctic winter, and that during the weeks of intensest cold there would be no possibility of leaving the house to forage for supplies, he ordered a quantity of fuel to be brought from the wooded hills in the neighbourhood, and took care to obtain a plentiful store of oil from the seals which abounded on the shore. In obedience to his orders, and under his directions, the house was provided with a condensing apparatus which would receive the internal moisture, and was so constructed that the ice which would form in it could easily be removed. The question of heating was a very serious one to the Lieutenant. "I am a native of the Polar regions, madam," he often said to Mrs Barnett. "I have some experience in these matters, and I have read over and over again books written by those who have wintered in these latitudes. It is impossible to take too many precautions in preparing to pass a winter in the Arctic regions, and nothing must be left to chance where a single neglect may prove fatal to the enterprise." "Very true, Mr Hobson," replied Mrs Barnett, "and you have evidently made up your mind to conquer the cold. But there is the food to be thought of too." "Yes, indeed, I have been thinking of that, and mean to make all possible use of the produce of the country, so as to economise our stores. As soon as we can we will make some foraging expeditions. We need not think about the furs at present, for there will be plenty of time during the winter to stock the Company's depots. Besides, the furred animals have not got their winter clothing on yet, and the skins would lose 50 per cent of their value if taken now. Let us content ourselves for the present with provisioning Fort Hope. Reindeer, elk, and any wapitis that may have ventured so far north are the only game worth our notice just now. It will be no small undertaking to provide food for 20 people and 60 dogs." The Lieutenant loved order, and determined to do everything in the most methodical manner, feeling confident that if his companions would help him to the utmost of their power, nothing need be wanting to the success of the expedition. The weather at this season was almost always fine, and might be expected to continue so for 5 weeks longer, when the snow would begin to fall. It was very important that the carpenters should make all possible use of the interval, and as soon as the principal house was finished, Hobson set them to work to build an enormous kennel or shed in which to keep the team of dogs. This dog house was built at the very foot of the promontory against the hill, and some 40 yards to the right of the house. Barracks for the accommodation of the men were to be built opposite this kennel on the left, while the store and powder magazines were to occupy the front of the enclosure. Hobson determined with almost excessive prudence to have the factory enclosed before the winter set in. A strong fence of pointed stakes, planted firmly in the ground, was set up as a protection against the inroads of wild animals, or the hostilities of the natives. The Lieutenant had not forgotten an outrage which had been committed along the coast at no great distance from Fort Hope, and he well knew how essential it was to be safe from a coup de main. The factory was therefore entirely encircled, and at each extremity of the lagoon Mac Nab undertook to erect a wooden sentry box commanding the coastline, from which a watch could be kept without any danger. The men worked indefatigably, and it seemed likely that everything would be finished before the cold season set in. In the meantime hunting parties were organised, the capture of seals being put off for a more convenient season. The sportsmen prepared to supply the fort with game, which might be dried and preserved for consumption during the bad season. Accordingly, Marbre and Sabine, sometimes accompanied by the Lieutenant and Sergeant Long, whose experience was invaluable, scoured the country daily for miles round, and it was no uncommon sight to see Mrs Paulina Barnett join them and step briskly along, shouldering her gun bravely, and never allowing herself to be outstripped by her companions. Throughout the month of August these expeditions were continued with great success, and the store of provisions increased rapidly. Marbre and Sabine were skilled in all the artifices which sportsmen employ in stalking their prey, particularly the reindeer, which are exceedingly wary. How patiently they would face the wind, lest the creature's keen sense of smell should warn it of their approach, and how cunningly they lured it on to its destruction by displaying the magnificent antlers of some former victim above the birch bushes. They found a useful ally in a certain little traitorous bird to which the Indians have given the name of monitor. It is a kind of daylight owl, about the size of a pigeon, and has earned its name by its habit of calling the attention of hunters to their quarry, by uttering a sharp note like the cry of a child. When about 50 reindeer, or to give them their Indian name, caribou, have been brought down by the guns, the flesh was cut into long strips for food, the skin being kept to be tanned and used for shoe leather. Besides the caribou, there were also plenty of polar hares, which formed an agreeable addition to the larder. they were much less timorous than the European species, and allowed themselves to be caught in great numbers. They belong to the rodent family, and have long ears, brown eyes, and a soft fur resembling swan's down. They weigh from 10 to 15 pounds each, and their flesh is excellent. Hundreds of them were cared for winter use, and the remainder converted into excellent pies by the skilful hands of Mrs Joliffe. While making provision for future wants, the daily supplies were not neglected. In addition to the Polar hares, which underwent every variety of culinary treatment from Mrs Joliffe, and won for her compliments innumerable from hunters and workmen alike, many waterfowl figured in the bill of fare. Besides the ducks which abounded on the shores of the lagoon, large flocks of grouse congregated round the clumps of stunted willows. They belong, as their zoological name implies, to the partridge family, and might be aptly described as white partridges, with long black spotted feathers in the tail. The Indians call them willow fowl, but to a European sportsman they are neither more nor less than blackcock Tetrao tetrix. When roasted slightly before a quick clear fire they proved delicious. Then there were the supplies furnished by lake and stream. Sergeant Long was a first-rate angler, and nothing could surpass the skill and patience with which he whipped the water and cast his line. The faithful Madge, another worthy disciple of Isaac Walton, was perhaps his only equal. Day after day the two sallied forth together rod in hand, to spend the day in mute companionship by the riverside, whence they were sure to return in triumph laden with some splendid specimens of the salmon tribe. But to return to our sportsmen, they soon found that their hunting excursions were not to be free from peril. Hobson perceived with some alarm that bears were very numerous in the neighbourhood, and that scarcely a day passed without one or more of them being sighted. Sometimes these unwelcome visitors belonged to the family of brown bears, so common throughout the whole cursed land, but now and then a solitary specimen of the formidable polar bear warned the hunters what dangers they might have to encounter as soon as the first frost should drive great numbers of these fearful animals to the neighbourhood of Cape Bathurst. Every book of Arctic exploration is full of accounts of the frequent perils to which travellers and whalers are exposed from the ferocity of these animals. Now and then, too, a distant pack of wolves was seen, which receded like a wave at the approach of the hunters, or the sound of their bark was heard as they followed the trail of a reindeer or wapiti. These creatures were large grey wolves, about 3 feet high, with long tails, whose fur becomes white in the winter. They abounded in this part of the country where food was plentiful, and frequented wooded spots, where they lived in holes like foxes. During the temperate season, when they could get as much as they wanted to eat, they were scarcely dangerous, and fled with the characteristic cowardice of their race at the first sign of pursuit. But when impelled by hunger, their numbers rendered them very formidable, and from the fact of their lairs being so close at hand, they never left the country even in the depth of winter. One day the sportsmen returned to Fort Hope, bringing with them an unpleasant-looking animal, which neither Mrs Paulina Barnett nor the astronomer Thomas Black had ever before seen. It was a carnivorous creature of the plantigrada family, and greatly resembled the American glutton, being strongly built, with short legs, and, like all animals of the feline tribe, a very supple back. Its eyes were small and horny, and it was armed with curved claws and formidable jaws. "What is this horrible creature?" inquired Mrs Paulina Barnett of Sabine, who replied in his usual sententious manner. "A Scotchman would call it a quickhatch, an Indian an okaloohagoo, and a Canadian a caracajou." "And what do you call it?" "A wolverine, ma'am," returned Sabine, much delighted with the elegant way in which he had rounded his sentence. The wolverine, as this strange quadruped is called by zoologists, lives in hollow trees or rocky caves, whence it issues at night and creates great havoc among beavers, muskrat, and other rodents, sometimes fighting with a fox or a wolf for its spoils. Its chief characteristics are great cunning, immense muscular power, and an acute sense of smell. It is found in very high latitudes, and the short fur with which it is clothed becomes almost black in the winter months, and forms a large item in the Company's exports. During their excursions the settler paid as much attention to the flora of the country as to its fauna. But in those regions vegetation has necessarily a hard struggle for existence, as it must brave every season of the year, whereas the animals are able to migrate to a warmer climate during the winter. The hills on the eastern side of the lake were well covered with pine and fir trees, and Jasper also noticed the tacamahac, a species of poplar which grows to a great height, and shoots forth yellowish leaves which turn green in the autumn. These trees and larches were, however, few and sickly looking, as if they found the oblique rays of the sun insufficient to make them thrive. The black fir or Norway spruce throve better, especially when situated in ravines, well sheltered from the north wind. The young shoots of this tree are very valuable, yielding a favourite beverage known in North America as spruce beer. A good crop of these branchlets was gathered in and stored in the cellar of Fort Hope. There were also the dwarf birch, a shrub about 2 feet high, native to very cold climates, and whole thickets of cedars, which are so valuable for fuel. Of vegetables, which could be easily grown and used for food, this barren land yielded but few, and Mrs Joliffe, who took great interest in economic botany, only met with 2 plants which were available in cooking. One of these, a bulb very difficult to classify, because its leaves fall off just at the flowering season, turned out to be wild leek, and yielded a good crop of onions, each about the size of an egg. The other plant was that known throughout North America as Labrador tea. It grew abundantly on the shores of the lagoon, between clumps of willow and arbutus, and formed the principal food of the Polar hares. Steeped in boiling water, and flavoured with a few drops of brandy or gin, it formed an excellent beverage, and served to economise the supply of China tea which the party had brought from Fort Reliance. Knowing the scarcity of vegetables, Jasper Hobson had plenty of seeds with him, chiefly sorrel and scurvy grass, Cochlearia, the antiscorbutic properties of which are invaluable in these latitudes. In choosing the site of the settlement, such care had been taken to find a spot sheltered from the keen blasts which shrivel vegetation like a fire, that there was every chance of these seeds yielding a good crop in the ensuing season. The dispensary of the new fort contained other antiscorbutics in the shape of casks of lemon and lime juice, both of which are absolutely indispensable to an Arctic expedition. Still the greatest economy was necessary with regard to the stores, as a long period of bad weather might cut off the communication between Fort Hope and the southern stations. Chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15. 15 miles from Cape Bathurst. Summer had now commenced, and as upon the most favourable calculation only 3 more weeks would intervene before the bad season set in and interrupted the labours of the explorers, the greatest haste was necessary in completing the new buildings, and Mac Nab and his workmen surpassed themselves in industry. The dog-house was on the eve of being finished, and very little remained to be done to the palisading which was to encircle the fort. An inner court had been constructed, in the shape of a half-moon, fenced with tall pointed stakes 15 feet high, to which a postern gave entrance. Jasper Hobson favoured the system of an unbroken enclosure with detached forts, a great improvement upon the tactics of Vauban and Cormontage, and knew that to make his defence complete, the summit of Cape Bathurst, which was the key of the position, must be fortified. Until that could be done, however, he thought the palisading would be a sufficient protection, at least against quadrupeds. The next thing was to lay in a supply of oil and lights, and accordingly an expedition was organised to a spot about 15 miles distant where seals were plentiful. Mrs Paulina Barnett being invited to accompany the sportsmen, not indeed for the sake of watching the poor creatures slaughtered, but to satisfy her curiosity with regard to the country around Cape Bathurst, and to see some cliffs on that part of the coast which were worthy of notice. The lieutenant chose as his other companions Sergeant Long and the soldiers Peterson, Hope, and Kellet. and the party set off at 8 o'clock in the morning in two sledges, each drawn by 6 dogs, on which the bodies of the seals were to be brought back. The weather was fine, but the fog which lay low along the horizon veiled the rays of the sun, whose yellow disc was now beginning to disappear for some hours during the night, a circumstance which attracted the Lieutenant's attention, for reasons which we will explain. That part of the shore to the west of Cape Bathurst rises but a few inches above the level of the sea, and the tides are said to be very high in the Arctic Ocean, many navigators, such as Parry, Franklin, the two Rosses, M'Clure, and M'Clintock, having observed that when the sun and moon were in conjunction the waters were sometimes 25 feet above the ordinary level. How then was it to be explained that the sea did not at high tide inundate Cape Bathurst, which possessed no natural defences, such as cliffs or downs? What was it in fact which prevented the entire submersion of the whole district, and the meeting of the waters of the lake with those of the Arctic Ocean? Jasper Hobson could not refrain from remarking on this peculiarity to Mrs Barnett, who replied somewhat hastily that she supposed that there were, in spite of all that had been said to the contrary, no tides in the Arctic Ocean. "On the contrary, madam," said Hobson, "all navigators agree that the ebb and flow of Polar seas are very distinctly marked, and it is impossible to believe that they can have been mistaken on such a subject." "How is it, then," inquired Mrs Barnett, "that this land is not flooded when it is scarcely 10 feet above the sea level at low tide?" "That is just what puzzles me," said Hobson, "for I have been attentively watching the tides all through this month, and during that time they have not varied more than a foot, and I feel certain that even during the September equinox they will not rise more than a foot and a half all along the shores of Cape Bathurst." "Can you not explain this phenomenon?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "Well, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "two conclusions are open to us, either of which I find it difficult to believe. Such men as Franklin, Parry, Ross, and others are mistaken, and there are no tides on this part of the American coast; or, as in the Mediterranean, to which the waters of the Atlantic have not free ingress, the straits are too narrow to be affected by the ocean currents." "The latter would appear to be the more reasonable hypothesis, Mr Hobson." "It is not, however, thoroughly satisfactory," said the Lieutenant, "and I feel sure that if we could but find it, there is some simple and natural explanation of the phenomenon." After a monotonous journey along a flat and sandy shore, the party reached their destination, and, having unharnessed the teams, they were left behind lest they should startle the seals. At the first glance around them, all were equally struck with the contrast between the appearance of this district and that of Cape Bathurst. Here the coastline was broken and fretted, showing manifest traces of its igneous origin, whereas the site of the fort was of sedimentary formation and aqueous origin. Stone, so conspicuously absent at the Cape, was here plentiful. The black sand and porous lava were strewn with huge boulders deeply embedded in the soil, and there were large quantities of the aluminium, silica, and feldspar pebbles peculiar to the crystalline strata of one class of igneous rocks. Glittering Labrador stones and many other kinds of feldspar, red, green, and blue, were sprinkled on the unfrequented beach, with grey and yellow pumice stone, and lustrous variegated obsidian. Tall cliffs, rising some 200 feet above the sea, frowned down upon the bay, and the Lieutenant resolved to climb them, and obtain a good view of the eastern side of the country. For this there was plenty of time, as but few of the creatures they had come to seek were as yet to be seen, and the proper time for the attack would be when they assembled for the afternoon siesta, in which the amphibious mammalia always indulge. The Lieutenant, however, quickly discovered that the animals frequenting this coast were not, as he had been led to suppose, true seals, although they belonged to the Phocidae family, but morses or walruses, sometimes called sea cows. They resemble the seals in general form, but the canine teeth of the upper jaw, curved downwards, are much more largely developed. Following the coastline, which curved considerably, and to which they gave the name of Walruses' Bay, the party soon reached the foot of the cliff, and Petersen, Hope, and Kellet took up their positions as sentinels on the little promontory, whilst Mrs Barnett, Hobson, and Long, after promising not to lose sight of their comrades and to be on the lookout for their signal, proceeded to climb the cliff, the summit of which they reached in about a quarter of an hour. From this position they were able to survey the whole surrounding country. At their feet lay the vast sea, stretching northward as far as the eye could reach, its expanse so entirely unbroken by islands or icebergs that the travellers came to the conclusion that this portion of the Arctic waters was navigable as far as Behring Straits, and that during the summer season the north-west passage to Cape Bathurst would be open to the company ships. On the west the aspect of the country explained the presence of the volcanic debris on the shore, for at a distance of about 10 miles was a chain of granitic hills of conical form, with blunted crests, looking as if their summits had been cut off, and with jagged tremulous outlines standing out against the sky. They had hitherto escaped the notice of our party, and they were concealed by the cliffs on the Cape Bathurst side, and Jasper Hobson examined them in silence, but with great attention, before he proceeded to study the eastern side, which consisted of a long strip of perfectly level coastline stretching away to Cape Bathurst. Any one provided with a good field glass would have been able to distinguish the fort of Good Hope, and perhaps even the cloud of blue smoke, which was no doubt at the very moment issuing from Mrs Joliffe's kitchen chimney. The country behind them seemed to possess two entirely distinct characters. To the east and south the cape was bounded by a vast plain, many hundreds of square miles in extent, while behind the cliff, from Walruses' Bay to the mountains mentioned above, the country had undergone terrible convulsions, showing clearly that it owed its origin to volcanic eruptions. The Lieutenant was much struck with this marked contrast, and Sergeant Long asked him whether he thought the mountains on the western horizon were volcanoes. "Undoubtedly," said Hobson. "All these pumice stones and pebbles have been discharged by them to this distance, and if we were to go 2 or 3 miles further, we should find ourselves treading upon nothing but lava and ashes." "Do you suppose," inquired the Sergeant, "that all these volcanoes are still active?" "That I cannot tell you yet." "But there is no smoke issuing from any of them," added the Sergeant. "That proves nothing. Your pipe is not always in your mouth, and it is just the same with volcanoes. They are not always smoking." "I see," said the Sergeant; "but it is a great puzzle to me how volcanoes can exist at all on polar continents." "Well, there are not many of them," said Mrs Barnett. "No, madam," replied Jasper, "but they are not so very rare either. They are to be found in Jan Mayen's Land and the Aleutian Islands, Kamchatka, Russian America, and Iceland, as well as in the Antarctic Circle, in Tierra del Fuego, and Australasia. They are the chimneys of the great furnace in the centre of the earth, where nature makes her chemical experiments, and it appears to me that the Creator of all things has taken care to place these safety valves wherever they are most needed." "I suppose so," replied the Sergeant, "and yet it does seem very strange to find them in this icy climate." "Why would they not be here as well as anywhere else, Sergeant? I should say that ventilation holes are likely to be more numerous at the poles than at the equator." "Why so?" asked the Sergeant in much surprise. "Because if these safety valves are forced open by the pressure of subterranean gases, it will most likely be at the spots where the surface of the earth is thinnest, and as the globe is flattened at the poles, it would appear natural that— But Kellet is making signs to us," added the Lieutenant, breaking off abruptly. "Will you join us, Mrs Barnett?" "No, thank you. I will stay here until we return to the fort. I don't care to watch the walrus slaughtered." "Very well," replied Hobson, "only don't forget to join us in an hour's time. Meanwhile you can enjoy the view." The beach was soon reached, and some 100 walruses had collected, either waddling about on their clumsy webbed feet, or sleeping in family groups. Some few of the larger males, creatures nearly 4 feet long, clothed with very short reddish fur, kept guard over the herd. Great caution was required in approaching these formidable looking animals, and the hunters took advantage of every bit of cover afforded by rocks and inequalities of the ground, so as to get within easy range of them, and cut off their retreat to the sea. On land these creatures are clumsy and awkward, moving in jerks or with creeping motions like huge caterpillars, but in water, their native element, they are nimble and even graceful. Indeed, their strength is so great that they have been known to overturn the whalers in pursuit of them. As the hunters drew near, the sentinels took alarm, and raising their heads looked searchingly around them. But before they could warn their companions of danger, Hobson and Kellet rushed upon them from one side, the Sergeant, Petersen, and Hope from the other, and after lodging a ball in each of their bodies, dispatched them with their spears, whilst the rest of the herd plunged into the sea. The victory was an easy one. The 5 victims were very large, and their tusks, though slightly rough, of the best quality. They were chiefly valuable, however, on account of the oil, of which, being in excellent condition, they would yield a high quantity. The bodies were packed in the sledges, and proved no light weight for the dogs. It was now 1 o'clock, and Mrs Barnett having joined them, the party set out on foot, the sledges being full, to return to the fort. There were but 10 miles to be traversed, but 10 miles in a straight line is a weary journey, proving the truth of the adage, "It is a long lane that has no turning." They beguiled the tediousness of the way by chatting pleasantly, and Mrs Barnett was ready to join in the conversation, or to listen with interest to the accounts the worthy soldiers gave of former adventures. But in spite of the brave struggle against ennui, they advanced but slowly, and the poor dogs found it hard work to drag the heavy laden sledges over the rough ground. Had it been covered with frozen snow, the distance would have been accomplished in a couple of hours. The merciful lieutenant often ordered a halt to give the teams breathing time, and the Sergeant remarked that it would be much more convenient for the inhabitants of the fort if the morses would settle a little nearer Cape Bathurst. "They could not find a suitable spot," replied the Lieutenant, with a melancholy shake of the head. "Why not?" inquired Mrs Barnett with some surprise. "Because they only congregate where the slope of the beach is gradual enough to allow of their creeping up easily from the sea. Now Cape Bathurst rises abruptly, like a perpendicular wall, from water 300 fathoms deep. It is possible that ages ago portions of the continent was rent away in some violent volcanic convulsion, and flung into the Arctic Ocean. Hence the absence of morses on the beach of our cape." Chapter 16. 2 shots. The first half of September passed rapidly away. Had Fort Hope been situated at the pole itself, that is to say 20 degrees further north, the polar night would have set in on the 21st of that month, but under the 70th parallel the sun would be visible above the horizon for another month. Nevertheless, the temperature was already decidedly colder. The thermometer fell during the night to 31 degrees Fahrenheit, and thin coatings of ice appeared here and there, to be dissolved again in the daytime. But the settlers were able to await the coming of winter without alarm. They had a more than sufficient store of provisions. Their supply of dried venison had largely increased. Another score of morses had been killed. The tame reindeer were warmly and comfortably housed, and a huge wooden shed behind the house was filled with fuel. In short, everything was prepared for the polar night. And now, all the wants of the inhabitants of the fort being provided for, it was time to think of the interests of the Company. The Arctic creatures had now assumed their winter furs, and were therefore of the greatest value, and Hobson organised shooting parties for the remainder of the fine weather, intending to set traps when the snow should prevent further excursions. They would have plenty to do to satisfy the requirements of the Company, for so far north it was no use to depend on the Indians, who were generally the purveyors of the factories. The first expedition was to the haunt of a family of beavers, long since noted by the watchful Lieutenant, on a tributary of the stream already referred to. It is true the fur of the beaver is not now as valuable as when it was used for hats, and fetched 16 pounds per kilogramme, rather more than 2 pounds, but it still commands a high price, as the animal is becoming very scarce, in consequence of the reckless way in which it had been hunted. When the party reached their destination, the Lieutenant called Mrs Barnett's attention to the great ingenuity displayed by beavers in the construction of their submarine city. There were some 100 animals in the little colony now to be invaded, and they lived together in pairs in the holes or vaults they had hollowed out near the stream. They had already commenced their preparations for the winter, and were hard at work constructing their dams and laying up their piles of wood. A dam of admirable structure had already been built across the stream, which was deep and rapid enough not to freeze far below the surface, even in the severest weather. This dam, which was convex towards the current, consisted of a collection of upright stakes, interlaced with branches and roots, the whole being cemented together and rendered watertight with the clayey mud of the river, previously pounded by the animals' feet. The beavers use their tails, which are large and flat, with scales instead of hair at the root, for plastering over their buildings and beating the clay into shape. "The object of this dam," said the Lieutenant to Mrs Barnett, "is to secure the beavers a sufficient depth of water at all seasons of the year, and to enable the engineers of the tribe to build the round huts, called lodges or houses, the tops of which you can just see. They are extremely solid structures, and the walls, made of stick, clay, roots, etc., are 2 feet thick. They can only be entered from below the water, and their owners have therefore to dive when they go home, an admirable arrangement for their protection. Each lodge contains 2 stories. In the lower the winter stock of branches, bark, and root is laid up, and the upper is the residence of the householder and his family." "There is, however, not a beaver in sight," said Mrs Barnett. "Is this a deserted village?" "Oh no," replied the Lieutenant. "The inhabitants are now all asleep and resting. They only work in the night, and we mean to surprise them in their holes." This was, in fact, easily done, and in an hour's time about 100 of the ill-fated rodents had been captured, 20 of which were of great value, their fur being black, and therefore especially esteemed. That of the others was also long and glossy, and silky, but of a reddish hue mixed with chestnut brown. Beneath the long fur the beavers have a second coat of close short hair of a greyish white colour. The hunters returned to the fort much delighted with the result of their expedition. The beavers' skins were warehoused and labelled as parchments or young beavers, according to their value. Excursions of a similar kind were carried on throughout the month of September, and during the first half of October, with equally happy results. A few badgers were taken, the skin being used as an ornament for the collars of draught horses, and the hair for making brushes of every variety. These carnivorous creatures belonged to the bear family, and the specimens obtained by Hobson were of the genus peculiar to North America, sometimes called the Taxel badger. Another animal of the rodent family, nearly as industrious as the beaver, largely contributed to the stores of the company. This was the muskrat, or musquash. Its head and body are about a foot long, and its tail 10 inches. Its fur is in considerable demand. These creatures, like the rest of their family, multiply with extreme rapidity, and a great number were easily unearthed. In the pursuit of lynxes and wolverines or gluttons, firearms had to be used. The lynx has all the suppleness and agility of the feline tribe to which it belongs, and is formidable even to the reindeer. Marbre and Sabine were, however, well up to their work, and succeeded in killing more than 60 of them. A few wolverines or gluttons were also dispatched. Their fur is reddish brown, and that of the lynx light red with black spots. Both are of considerable value. Very few ermines or stoats were seen, and Jasper Hobson ordered his men to spare any which happened to cross their path until the winter, when they should have assumed their beautiful snow-white coats, with the one black spot at the tip of the tail. At present the upper fur was reddish-brown, and the under yellowish-white, so that, as Sabine expressed it, it was desirable to let them ripen, or in other words, to wait for the cold to bleach them. Their cousins, the polecats, however, which emit so disagreeable an odour, fell victims in great numbers to the hunters, who either tracked them to their homes in hollow trees, or shot them as they glided through the branches. Martens, properly so called, were hunted with great zeal. Their fur is in considerable demand, although not so valuable as that of the sable, which becomes a dark lustrous brown in the winter. The latter did not, however, come in the way of our hunters, as it only frequents the north of Europe and Asia as far as Kamtchatka, and is chiefly hunted by the inhabitants of Siberia. They had to be content with the polecats and pine martens called Canada martens, which frequent the shores of the Arctic Ocean. All the weasels and martens are very difficult to catch. They wriggle their long supple bodies through the smallest apertures with great ease, and thus elude their pursuers. In the winter, however, they are easily taken in traps, and Marbre and Sabine looked forward to make up for the lost time then, when, said they, there shall be plenty of their furs in the Company's stores. We have now only to mention the Arctic or blue and silver foxes to complete the list of animals which swelled the profits of the Hudson's Bay Company. The furs of these foxes are esteemed in the Russian and English markets above all others, and that of the blue fox is the most valuable of all. This pretty creature has a black muzzle, and the fur is not as one would suppose blue, but whitish brown. Its great price, 6 times that of any other kind, arises from its superior softness, thickness, and length. A cloak belonging to the Emperor of Russia, composed entirely of fur from the neck of the blue fox (the fur from the neck is considered better than that from any other part), was shown at the London Exhibition of 1851, and valued at £3,400 sterling. Several of these foxes were sighted at Cape Bathurst, but all escaped the hunters, whilst only about a dozen silver foxes fell into their hands. The fur of the latter, of a lustrous black dotted with white, is much sought after in England and Russia, although it does not command so high a price as that of the foxes mentioned above. One of the silver foxes captured was a splendid creature, with a coal-black fur tipped with white at the extreme end of the tail, and with a dash of the same on the forehead. The circumstances attending its death deserve relation in detail, as they proved that Hobson was right in the precautions he had taken. On the morning of the 24th September, 2 sledges conveyed Mrs Barnett, the Lieutenant, Sergeant Long, Marbre, and Sabine to Walruses' Bay. Some traces of foxes had been noticed the evening before, amongst some rocks clothed with scanty herbage, and the direction taken by the animals was very clearly indicated. The hunters followed up the trail of a large animal, and were rewarded by bringing down a very fine silver fox. Several other animals of the same species were sighted, and the hunters divided into 2 parties, Marbre and Sabine going after one foe, and Mrs Barnett, Hobson, and the Sergeant trying to cut off the retreat of another fine animal hiding behind some rocks. Great caution and some artifice was necessary to deal with this crafty animal, which took care not to expose itself to a shot. The pursuit lasted for half an hour without success, but at last the poor creature, with the sea on one side, and with 3 enemies on the other, had recourse in its desperation to a flying leap, thinking thus to escape with its life. But Hobson was too quick for it, and as it bounded by like a flash of lightning, it was struck by a shot, and to every one's surprise the report of the Lieutenant's gun was succeeded by that of another, and a second ball entered the body of the fox, which fell to the ground mortally wounded. "Hurrah! hurrah!" cried Hobson, "it is mine!" "And mine," said another voice, and a stranger stepped forward and placed his foot upon the fox just as the Lieutenant was about to raise it. Hobson drew back in astonishment. He thought the second ball had been fired by the Sergeant, and found himself face to face with a stranger whose gun was still smoking. The rivals gazed at each other in silence. The rest of the party now approached, and the stranger was quickly joined by 12 comrades, 4 of whom were like himself, Canadian travellers, and 8 Chippeway Indians. The leader was a tall man, a fine specimen of his class, those Canadian trappers described in the romances of Washington Irving, whose competition Hobson had dreaded with such good reason. He wore the traditional costume ascribed to his fellow hunters by the great American writer, a blanket loosely arranged about his person, a striped cotton shirt, wide cloth trousers, leather gaiters, deerskin moccasins, and a sash of checked woollen stuff round the waist, from which were suspended his knife, tobacco pouch, pipe, and a few useful tools. Hobson was right. The man before him was a Frenchman, or at least a descendant of the French Canadian, perhaps an agent of the American Company come to act as a spy on the settlers in the fort. The other four Canadians wore a costume resembling that of their leader, but of coarser materials. The Frenchman bowed politely to Mrs Barnett, and the Lieutenant was the first to break the silence, during which he had not removed his eyes from his rival's face. "This fox is mine, sir," he said quietly. "It is, if you killed it," replied the other in good English, but with a slightly foreign accent. "Excuse me, sir," replied Hobson rather sharply. "It is mine in any case." The stranger smiled scornfully at this lofty reply, so exactly what he expected from an agent of the Hudson's Bay Company, which claimed supremacy over all the northern districts from the Atlantic to the Pacific. "Do you mean to say," he said at last, gracefully toying with his gun, "that you consider the Hudson's Bay Company mistress of the whole of North America?" "Of course I do," said Hobson; "and if, as I imagine, you belong to an American company—" "To the St. Louis Fur Company," replied the stranger with a bow. "I think," added the Lieutenant, "that you will find it difficult to show the grants entitling you to any privileges here." "Grants, privileges!" cried the Canadian scornfully. "Old world terms which are out of place in America." "You are not now on American but English ground," replied the Lieutenant proudly. "There is no time for such a discussion," said the hunter rather warmly. "We all know the old claims made by the English in general, and the Hudson's Bay Company in particular, to these hunting grounds, but I expect coming events will soon alter this state of things, and America will be America from the Straits of Magellan to the North Pole." "I do not agree with you," replied Hobson dryly. "Well, sir, however that may be," said the Canadian, "let us suffer this international question to remain in abeyance for the present. Whatever rights the Company may arrogate to itself, it is very clear that in the extreme north of the continent, and especially on the coast, the territory belongs to whoever occupies it. You have founded a factory on Cape Bathurst, therefore we will respect your domain, and you on your side will avoid ours. When the St. Louis fur traders have established their projected fort at another point on the northern shore of America—" The Lieutenant frowned at this speech, for he well knew what complications would arise in the future when the Hudson's Bay Company would be compelled to struggle for supremacy with powerful rivals, and that quarrelling and even bloodshed would ensue. He could not, however, but acknowledge that this was not the time to begin the discussion, and he was not sorry when the hunter, whose manners, to tell the truth, were very polite, placed the dispute on another footing. "As for the present matter," said the Canadian, "it is of minor importance, and we must settle it according to the rules of the chase. Our guns are of different calibre, and our balls can easily be distinguished. Let the fox belong to whichever of us really killed it." The proposition was a fair one, and the body of the victim was examined accordingly. One ball had entered at the side, the other at the heart, and the latter was from the gun of the Canadian. "The fox is your property, sir," said Jasper Hobson, vainly endeavouring to conceal his chagrin at seeing this valuable spoil fall into the enemy's hands. The Canadian took it, but instead of throwing it over his shoulder and carrying it off, he turned to Mrs Barnett and said, "Ladies are fond of beautiful furs, and although perhaps if they knew better what dangers and difficulties have to be surmounted in order to obtain them, they might not care so much about them, they are not likely to refuse to wear them on that account, and I hope, madam, you will favour me by accepting this one in remembrance of our meeting." Mrs Barnett hesitated for a moment, but the gift was offered with so much courtesy and kindliness of manner that it would have seemed churlish to refuse, and she therefore accepted it with many thanks. This little ceremony over, the stranger again bowed politely, and followed by his comrades, quickly disappeared behind the rocks, whilst the Lieutenant and his party returned to Fort Good Hope. Hobson was very silent and thoughtful all the way, for he could not but feel that the existence of a rival company would greatly compromise the success of his undertaking, and lead to many future difficulties. Chapter 17. The approach of winter. It was the 21st of September. The sun was then passing through the autumnal equinox, that is to say, the day and night were of equal length all over the world. These successive alternations of light and darkness were hailed with delight by the inhabitants of the fort. It is easier to sleep in the absence of sun, and darkness refreshes and strengthens the eyes weary with the unchanging brightness of several months of daylight. We know that during the equinox the tides are generally at their greatest height. We have high water or flood, for the sun and moon being in conjunction, their double influence is brought to bear upon the waters. It was therefore necessary to note carefully the approaching tide at Cape Bathurst. Jasper Hobson had made benchmarks some days before, so as to estimate exactly the amount of vertical displacement of the waters between high and low tide. He found, however, that in spite of all the reports of previous observers, the combined solar and lunar influence was hardly felt in this part of the Arctic Ocean. There was scarcely any tide at all, and the statements of navigators on the subject were contradicted. "There is certainly something unnatural here," said Lieutenant Hobson to himself. He did not, in fact, know what to think, but other cares soon occupied his mind, and he did not long endeavour to get to the rights of this singular peculiarity. On the 29th September the state of the atmosphere changed considerably. The thermometer fell to 41° Fahrenheit, and the sky became covered with clouds, which were soon converted into heavy rain. The bad season was approaching. Before the ground should be covered with snow, Mrs Joliffe was busy sowing the seeds of cochlearia, scurvy grass, and sorrel, in the hope that as they were very hardy, and would be well protected from the rigour of the winter by the snow itself, they would come up in the spring. Her garden, consisting of several acres hidden behind the cliff of the cape, had been prepared beforehand, and it was sown during the last days of September. Hobson made his companions assume their winter garments before the great cold set in, and all were soon suitably clothed in the linen undervests, deerskin cloaks, sealskin pantaloons, fur bonnets, and waterproof boots with which they were provided. We may also say that the rooms were suitably dressed. The wooden walls were hung with skins, in order to prevent the formation upon them of coats of ice in sudden falls of temperature. About this time Rae set up his condensers for collecting the vapour suspended in the air, which were to be emptied twice a week. The heat of the stove was regulated according to the variations of the external temperature, so as to keep the thermometer of the rooms at 50° Fahrenheit. The house would soon be covered with thick snow, which would prevent any waste of the internal warmth, and by this combination of natural and artificial protections they hoped to be able successfully to contend with their two most formidable enemies, cold and damp. On the 2nd October the thermometer fell still lower, and the first snow came on. There was but little wind, and there were therefore none of those violent whirlpools of snow called drifts, but a vast white carpet of uniform thickness soon clothed the cape, the enceinte of fort, and the coast. The waters off the lake and sea, not yet petrified by the icy hand of winter, were of a dull, gloomy, greyish hue, and on the northern horizon the first icebergs stood out against the misty sky. The blockade had not yet commenced, but nature was collecting her materials, soon to be cemented by the cold into an impenetrable barrier. The young ice was rapidly forming on the liquid surfaces of sea and lake. The lagoon was the first to freeze over.
Large whitish grey patches appeared here and there, signs of a hard frost setting in, favoured by the calmness of the atmosphere; and after a night during which the thermometer had remained at 15° Fahrenheit, the surface of the lake was smooth and firm enough to satisfy the most fastidious skaters of the Serpentine. On the verge of the horizon the sky assumed that peculiar appearance which whalers call ice blink, and which is the result of the glare of light reflected obliquely from the surface of the ice against the opposite atmosphere. Vast tracts of the ocean became gradually solidified; the ice fields, formed by the accumulation of icicles, became welded to the coast, presenting a surface broken and distorted by the action of the waves, and contrasting strongly with the smooth mirror of the lake. Here and there floated these long pieces, scarcely cemented together at the edges, known as drift ice; and the hummocks, or protuberances caused by the squeezing of one piece against another, were also of frequent occurrence. In a few days the aspect of Cape Bathurst and the surrounding districts was completely changed. Mrs Barnett's delight and enthusiasm knew no bounds. Everything was new to her, and she would have thought no fatigue or suffering too great to be endured for the sake of witnessing such a spectacle. She could imagine nothing more sublime than this invasion of winter with all its mighty forces, this conquest of the northern regions by the cold. All trace of the distinctive features of the country had disappeared. The land was metamorphosed; a new country was springing into being before her admiring eyes, a country gifted with a grand and touching beauty. Details were lost; only the large outlines were given, scarcely marked out against the misty sky. One transformation scene followed another with magic rapidity. The ocean, which but lately lifted up its mighty waves, was hushed and still. The verdant soil of various hues was replaced by a carpet of dazzling whiteness. The woods of trees of different kinds were converted into groups of gaunt skeletons draped in hoar-frost. The radiant orb of day had become a pale disc, languidly running its allotted course in the thick fog, and visible for but a few hours a day, whilst the sea horizon, no longer clearly cut against the sky, was hidden by an endless chain of icebergs, broken into countless rugged forms, and building up that impenetrable ice wall which nature has set up between the pole and the bold explorers who endeavour to reach it. We can well understand to how many discussions and conversations the altered appearance of the country gave rise. Thomas Black was the only one who remained indifferent to the sublime beauty of the scene. But what could one expect of an astronomer so wrapped up in his one idea, that he might be said to be present in the little colony in the body but absent in spirit? He lived in the contemplation of the heavenly bodies, passing from the examination of one constellation to that of another, roving in imagination through the vast realms of space, peopled by countless radiant orbs, and fuming with rage when fogs or clouds hid the objects of his devotion from his sight. Hobson consoled him by promising him fine cold nights, admirably suited to astronomical observations, when he could watch the beautiful aurora borealis, the lunar halos, and other phenomena of polar countries worthy of his admiration. The cold was not at this time too intense. There was no wind, and it was the wind which makes the cold so sharp and biting. Hunting was vigorously carried on for some days. The magazines became stocked with new furs, and fresh stores of provisions were laid up. Partridges and ptarmigans, on their way to the south, passed over the fort in great numbers, and supplied fresh and wholesome meat. Polar or Arctic hares were plentiful, and had already assumed their white winter robes. About 100 of these rodents formed a valuable addition to the reserves of the colony. There were also huge flocks of the whistling swan or hooper, one of the finest species of North America. The hunters killed several couples of them, handsome birds 4 or 5 feet in length, with white plumage, touched with copper colour on the head and upper part of the neck. They were on their way to a more hospitable zone, where they could find the aquatic plants and insects they required for food, and they sped through the air at a rapid pace, for it is as much their native element as water. Trumpeter swans, with a cry like the shrill tone of a clarion, which are about the same size as the hoopers, but have black feet and beaks, also passed in great numbers, but neither Marbre nor Sabine were fortunate enough to bring down any of them. However, they shouted out "Au revoir" in significant tones, for they knew that they would return with the first breezes of spring, and that they could then easily be caught. Their skin, plumage, and down are all of great value, and they are therefore eagerly hunted. In some favourable years tens of thousands of them have been exported, fetching half a guinea apiece. During these excursions, which only lasted for a few hours, and were often interrupted by bad weather, packs of wolves were often met with. There was no need to go far to find them, for, rendered bold by hunger, they already ventured close to the factory. Their scent is very keen, and they were attracted by the smell from the kitchen. During the night they could be heard howling in a threatening manner. Although not dangerous individually, these carnivorous beasts are formidable in packs, and the hunters therefore took care to be well armed when they went out beyond the enceinte of the fort. The bears were still more aggressive. Not a day passed without several of these animals being seen. At night they would come close to the enclosure, and some were even wounded with shot, but got off, staining the snow with their blood, so that up to October 10th not one had left its warm and valuable fur in the hands of the hunters. Hobson would not have molested them, rightly judging that with such formidable creatures it was best to remain on the defensive, and it was not improbable that, urged on by hunger, they might attack Fort Hope before long. Then the little colony could defend itself, and provision its stores at the same time. For a few days the weather continued dry and cold. The surface of the snow was firm and suitable for walking, so that a few excursions were made without difficulty along the coast on the south of the fort. The Lieutenant was anxious to ascertain if the agents of the St. Louis Fur Company had left the country. No traces were, however, found of their return march, and it was therefore concluded that they had gone down to some southern fort to pass the winter by another route. The few fine days were soon over, and in the first week of November the wind veered round to the south, making the temperature warmer, it is true, but also bringing heavy snowstorms. The ground was soon covered with a soft cushion several feet thick, which had to be cleared away round the house every day, whilst a lane was made through it to the postern, the shed, and the stable of the dogs and reindeer. Excursions became more and more rare, and it was impossible to walk without snowshoes. When the snow has become hardened by frost, it easily sustains the weight of a man, but when it is soft and yielding, and the unfortunate pedestrian sinks into it to his knees, the snowshoes used by Indians are invaluable. Lieutenant Hobson and his companions were quite accustomed to walk in them, and could glide about over the snow as rapidly as skaters on ice. Mrs Barnett had early practised wearing them, and was quite as expert in their use as the rest of the party. The frozen lake as well as the coast were scoured by these indefatigable explorers, who were even able to advance several miles from the shore on the solid surface of the ocean, now covered with ice several feet thick. It was, however, very tiring work, for the ice fields were rugged and uneven, strewn with piled up ridges of ice and hummocks, which had to be turned. Further out, a chain of icebergs, some 500 feet high, barred their progress. These mighty icebergs, broken into fantastic and picturesque forms, were a truly magnificent spectacle. Here they looked like the whitened ruins of a town, with curtains battered in, and monuments and columns overthrown; there like some volcanic land torn and convulsed by earthquakes and eruptions. A confusion of glaciers and glittering ice peaks with snowy ramparts and buttresses, valleys and crevices, mountains and hillocks, tossed and distorted like the famous Alps of Switzerland. A few scattered birds, petrels, guillemots, and puffins, lingering behind their fellows, still enlivened the vast solitude with their piercing cries. Huge white bears roamed about amongst the hummocks, their dazzling coats scarcely distinguishable from the shining ice. Truly there was enough to interest and excite our adventurous lady traveller, and even Madge, the faithful Madge, shared the enthusiasm of her mistress. How far, how very far, were both from the tropic zones of India or Australia! The frozen ocean was firm enough to have allowed of the passage of a park of artillery, or the erection of a monument, and many were the excursions on its surface, until the sudden lowering of the temperature rendered all exertion so exhausting that they had to be discontinued. The pedestrians were out of breath after taking a few steps, and the dazzling whiteness of the glittering snow could not be endured by the naked eye. Indeed, the reverberation or flickering glare of the undulatory reflection of the light from the surface of the snow has been known to cause several cases of blindness amongst the Esquimaux. A singular phenomenon, due to the refraction of rays of light, was now observed. Distances, depths, and heights lost their true proportions. 5 or 6 yards of ice looked like 2, and many were the falls and ludicrous results of this optical illusion. On October 14th the thermometer marked 3° Fahrenheit below zero, a severe temperature to endure, especially when the north wind blows strongly. The air seemed to be made of needles, and those who ventured out of the house were in great danger of being frostbitten, when death or mortification would ensue if the suspended circulation of the blood were not restored by immediate friction with snow. Garry, Belcher, Hope, and other members of the little community were attacked by frostbite, but the parts affected being rubbed in time, they escaped without serious injury. It will be readily understood that all manual labour had now become impossible. The days were extremely short, the sun was only above the horizon for a few hours, and the actual winter, implying entire confinement within doors, was about to commence. The last Arctic birds forsook the gloomy shores of the polar seas. Only a few pairs of those speckled quails remained, which the Indians appropriately call winter birds, because they wait in the Arctic regions until the commencement of the polar night, but they too were soon to take their departure. Lieutenant Hobson, therefore, urged on the setting of the traps and snares which were to remain in different parts of Cape Bathurst throughout the winter. These traps consisted merely of rough joists supported on a square formed of 3 pieces of wood, so balanced as to fall on the least touch, in fact, the same sort of trap as that used for snaring birds in fields on a large scale. The end of the horizontal piece of wood was baited with venison, and every animal of a moderate height, a fox or a marten for instance, when touched it with its paw, could not fail to be crushed. Such were the traps set in winter over a space of several miles by the famous hunters whose adventurous life has been so poetically described by Cooper. Some 30 of these snares were set around Fort Hope, and were to be visited at pretty frequent intervals. On the 12th November a new member was born to the little colony. Mrs Mac Nab was safely confined of a fine healthy boy, of whom the head carpenter was extremely proud. Mrs Barnett stood godmother to the child, which received the name of Michael Hope. The ceremony of baptism was performed with considerable solemnity, and a kind of fete was held in honour of the little creature which had just come into the world beyond the 70th degree north latitude. A few days afterwards, on November 20th, the sun sank below the horizon, not to appear again for 2 months. The polar night had commenced. End of chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18, The Polar Night.
The long night was ushered in by a violent storm. The cold was perhaps a little less severe, but the air was very damp, and in spite of every precaution, the humidity penetrated into the house, and the condensers, which were emptied every morning, contained several pounds of ice. Outside drifts whirled past like waterspouts. The snow seemed no longer to fall horizontally, but vertically. The Lieutenant was obliged to insist upon the door being kept shut, for had it been opened the passages would immediately have become blocked up. The explorers were literally prisoners. The window shutters were hermetically closed, and the lamps were kept burning through the long hours of the sleepless night. But although darkness reigned without, the noise of the tempest replaced the silence usually so complete in these high latitudes. The roaring of the wind between the house and the cliff never ceased for a moment. The house trembled to its foundations, and had it not been for the solidity of its construction, must have succumbed to the violence of the hurricane. Fortunately, the accumulation of snow round the walls broke the force of the squall, and Mac Nab's only fear was for the chimneys, which were liable to be blown over. However, they remained firm, although they had constantly to be freed from snow which blocked up the openings. In the midst of the whistling of the wind, loud reports were heard, of which Mrs Barnett could not conjecture the cause. It was the falling of icebergs in the offing. The echoes caught up the sounds, which were rolled along like the reverberations of thunder. The ground shook as the ice fields split open, crushed by the falling of these mighty mountains, and none but those thoroughly inured to the horrors of these wild rugged climates could witness these strange phenomena without a shudder. Lieutenant Hobson and his companions were accustomed to all these things, and Mrs Barnett and Madge were gradually becoming so, and were, besides, not altogether unfamiliar with those terrible winds which move at the rate of 40 miles an hour, and overturn 24-pounders. Here, however, the darkness and the snow aggravated the dread might of the storm. That which was not crushed was buried and smothered, and probably 12 hours after the commencement of the tempest, house, kennel, shed, and enceinte would have disappeared beneath a bed of snow of uniform thickness. The time was not wasted during this long imprisonment. All these good people agreed together perfectly, and neither ill humour nor ennui marred the contentment of the little party shut up in such a narrow space. They were used to life under similar conditions at Forts Enterprise and Reliance, and there was nothing to excite Mrs Barnett's surprise in their ready accommodation of themselves to circumstances. Part of the day was occupied with work, part with reading and games. Garments had to be made and mended, arms to be kept bright and in good repair, boots to be manufactured, and the daily journal to be issued, in which Lieutenant Hobson recorded the slightest events of this northern wintering, the weather, the temperature, the direction of the wind, the appearance of meteors so frequent in the polar regions, etc., etc. Then the house had to be kept in order. The rooms must be swept, and the stores of furs must be visited every day to see if they were free from damp. The fires and stoves, too, required constant superintendence, and perpetual vigilance was necessary to prevent the accumulation of particles of moisture in the corners. To each one was assigned a task. The duty of each one was laid down in rules fixed up in the large room, so that without being overworked, the occupants of the fort were never without something to do. Thomas Black screwed and unscrewed his instruments, and looked over his astronomical calculations, remaining almost always shut up in his cabin, fretting and fuming at the storm, which prevented him from making nocturnal observations. The 3 married women had also plenty to see to. Mrs Mac Nab busied herself with her baby, who got on wonderfully, whilst Mrs Joliffe, assisted by Mrs Rae, and with the corporal always at her heels, presided in the kitchen. When work was done, the entire party assembled in the large room, spending the whole of Sunday together. Reading was the chief amusement. The Bible and some books of travel were the whole library of the fort, but they were all the good folks required. Mrs Barnett generally read aloud, and her audience listened with delight. The Bible, and accounts of adventures received a fresh charm when read out in her clear, earnest voice. Her gestures were so expressive that imaginary persons seemed to live when she spoke of them, and all were glad when she took up the book. She was, in fact, the life and soul of the little community, eager alike to give and receive instruction. She combined the charm and grace of a woman with the energy of a man, and she consequently became the idol of the rough soldiers who would have willingly laid down their lives in her service. Mrs Barnett shared everything with her companions, never holding herself aloof or remaining shut up in her cabin, but working zealously amongst the others, drawing out the most reticent by her intelligent questions and warm sympathy. Good humour and good health prevailed throughout the little community, and neither bands nor tongues were idle. The storm, however, showed no signs of abating. The party had now been confined to the house for 3 days, and the snowdrifts were as wild and furious as ever. Lieutenant Hobson began to get anxious. It was becoming imperatively necessary to renew the air of the rooms, which was too much charged with carbonic acid. The light of the lamps began to pale in the unhealthy atmosphere, and the air pumps would not act, the pipes being choked up with ice. They were not, in fact, intended to be used when the house was buried in snow. It was necessary to take counsel. The lieutenant and Sergeant Long put their heads together, and it was decided on November 23rd that, as the wind beat with rather less violence on the front of the house, one of the windows at the end of the passage on that side should be opened. This was no light matter. It was easy enough to open the window from inside, but the shutter outside was encrusted over with thick lumps of ice, and resisted every effort to move it. It had to be taken off its hinges, and the hard mass of snow was then attacked with pickaxe and shovel. It was at least 10 feet thick, and it was not until a kind of channel had been scooped out that the outer air was admitted. Hobson, the sergeant, several soldiers, and Mrs Barnett herself ventured to creep through this tunnel or channel, but not without considerable difficulty, for the wind rushed in with fearful fury. What a scene was presented by Cape Bathurst and the surrounding plain! It was midday, and but a few faint twilight rays glimmered upon the southern horizon. The cold was not so intense as one would have supposed, and the thermometer marked only 15° Fahrenheit above zero, but the snowdrifts whirled along with terrific force, and all would inevitably have been thrown to the ground had not the snow in which they were standing up to their waists helped to sustain them against the gusts of wind. Everything around them was white. The walls of the enceinte and the whole of the house, even to the roof, were completely covered over, and nothing but a few blue wreaths of smoke would have betrayed the existence of a human habitation to a stranger. Under the circumstances, the promenade was soon over, but Mrs Barnett had made good use of her time, and would never forget the awful beauty of the polar regions in a snowstorm, a beauty upon which few women had been privileged to look. A few moments sufficed to renew the atmosphere of the house, and all unhealthy vapours were quickly dispersed by the introduction of a pure and refreshing current of air. The lieutenant and his companions hurried in, and the window was again closed. But after that the snow before it was removed every day for the sake of ventilation. The entire week passed in a similar manner. Fortunately the reindeer and dogs had plenty of food, so that there was no need to visit them. The 8 days during which the occupants of the fort were imprisoned so closely could not fail to be somewhat irksome to strong men, soldiers, and hunters, accustomed to plenty of exercise in the open air, and we must own that listening to reading aloud gradually lost its charm, and even cribbage became uninteresting. The last thought at night was a hope that the tempest might have ceased in the morning, a hope disappointed every day. Fresh snow constantly accumulated upon the windows, the wind roared, the icebergs burst with a crash like thunder, the smoke was forced back into the rooms, and there was no sign of a diminution of the fury of the storm. At last, however, on the 28th November, The aneroid barometer in the large room gave notice of an approaching change in the state of the atmosphere. It rose rapidly, whilst the thermometer outside fell almost suddenly to less than 4 degrees below zero. These were symptoms which could not be mistaken, and on the 29th November the silence all around the fort told that the tempest had ceased. Every one was eager to get out. The confinement had lasted long enough. The door could not be opened, and all had to get through the window, and clear away the fresh accumulation of snow. This time, however, it was no soft mass they had to remove, but compact blocks of ice, which required pickaxes to break them up. It took about half an hour to clear a passage, and then every one in the fort, except Mrs Mac Nab, who was not up yet, hastened into the interior court, glad once more to be able to walk about. The cold was still intense, but the wind having gone down, it was possible to endure it, although great care was necessary to escape serious consequences on leaving the heated rooms for the open air, the difference between the temperature inside and outside being some 54 degrees. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Myriads of brilliant constellations studded the sky, and at the zenith shone the pole star. Although in both hemispheres there are in reality but 5,000 fixed stars visible to the naked eye, their number appeared to the observers incalculable. Exclamations of admiration burst involuntarily from the lips of the delighted astronomer as he gazed into the cloudless heavens, once more undimmed by mists or vapours. Never had a more beautiful sky been spread out before the eyes of an astronomer. Whilst Thomas Black was raving in ecstasy, dead to all terrestrial matters, his companions had wandered as far as the enceinte. The snow was as hard as a rock, and so slippery that there were a good many tumbles, but no serious injuries. It is needless to state that the court of the fort was completely filled up. The roof of the house alone appeared above the white mass, the surface of which had been worn smooth by the action of the wind. Of the palisade nothing was visible but the top of the stakes, and the least nimble of the wild animals they dreaded could easily have climbed over them. But what was to be done? It was no use to think of clearing away a mass of frozen snow 10 feet thick, extending over so large an extent of ground. All they could attempt would be to dig away the ice inside the enceinte, so as to form a kind of moat, the counterscarp of which would protect the palisade. But alas, the winter was only beginning, and a fresh tempest might at any time fill in the ditch in a few hours. Whilst the lieutenant was examining the works, which could no more protect his fort than a single sunbeam could melt the solid layer of snow, Mrs Joliffe suddenly exclaimed, "And our dogs, our reindeer!" It was indeed time to think about the poor animals. The dog-house and stable, being lower than the house, were probably entirely covered. The supply of air had perhaps been completely cut off. Some hurried to the dog-house, others to the reindeer stable, and all fears were quickly dispelled. The wall of ice, which connected the northern corner of the house with the cliff, had partly protected the two buildings, and the snow round them was not more than 4 feet thick, so that the apertures left in the walls had not been closed up. The animals were all well, and when the door was open the dogs rushed out, barking with delight. The cold was so intense that after an hour's walk every one began to think of the glowing stove in the large room at home. There was nothing left to be done outside. The traps buried beneath 10 feet of snow could not be visited, so all returned to the house. The window was closed, and the party sat down to the dinner awaiting them with sharpened appetites. We can readily imagine that the conversation turned on the intensity of the cold, which had so rapidly converted the soft snow into a solid mass. It was no light matter, and might to a certain extent compromise the safety of the little colony. "But, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, "can we not count upon a few days' thaw? Will not all this snow be rapidly converted into water?" "Oh no, madam," replied Hobson. "A thaw at this time of year is not at all likely. Indeed, I expect the thermometer will fall still lower. and it is very much to be regretted that we were unable to remove the snow when it was soft."
"What! You think the temperature likely to become much colder?"
"I do, most certainly, madam. 4 degrees below zero! What is that in this latitude?"
"What would it be if we were at the pole itself?"
"The pole, madam, is probably not the coldest point of the globe, for most navigators agree that the sea is there open. From certain peculiarities of its geographical position, it would appear that a certain spot on the shores north of Georgia, 95° longitude and 78° latitude, has the coldest mean temperature in the world, 2 degrees below zero all the year round. It is, therefore, called the Pole of Cold."
"But," said Mrs Barnett, "we are more than 8 degrees further south than that famous point."
"Well, I don't suppose we shall suffer as much at Cape Bathurst as we might have done in North Georgia. I only tell you of the Pole of Cold that you may not confound it with the pole properly so called when the lowness of the temperature is discussed. Great cold has besides been experienced on other points of the globe. The difference is that the low temperature is not there maintained."
"To what places do you allude?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "I assure you I take the greatest interest in this matter of degrees of cold."
"As far as I can remember, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "Arctic explorers state that at Melville Island the temperature fell to 61 degrees below zero, and at Port Felix to 65 degrees."
"But Melville Island and Port Felix are some degrees further north latitude than Cape Bathurst, are they not?"
"Yes, madam, but in a certain sense we may say that their latitude proves nothing. A combination of different atmospheric conditions is requisite to produce intense cold. Local and other causes largely modify climate. If I remember rightly, in 1845, Sergeant Long, you were at Fort Reliance at that date?"
"Yes, sir," replied Long.
"Well, was it not in January of that year that the cold was so excessive? Yes, it was. I remember only too well that the thermometer marked 70 degrees below zero."
"What!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. "At Fort Reliance, on the Great Slave Lake?"
"Yes, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "and that was at 65 degrees north latitude only, which is the same parallel as that of Christiania and St. Petersburg."
"Then we must be prepared for everything."
"Yes, indeed, we must when we winter in Arctic countries."
During the 29th and 30th November the cold did not decrease, and it was necessary to keep up huge fires to prevent the freezing in all the corners of the house of the moisture in the atmosphere. Fortunately there was plenty of fuel, and it was not spared. A mean temperature of 52 degrees Fahrenheit was maintained indoors, in spite of the intensity of the cold without. Thomas Black was so anxious to take stellar observations, now that the sky was so clear, that he braved the rigour of the outside temperature, hoping to be able to examine some of the magnificent constellations twinkling on the zenith. But he was compelled to desist. His instruments burnt his hands. Burnt is the only word to express the sensation produced by touching a metallic body subjected to the influence of intense cold. Exactly similar results are produced by the sudden introduction of heat into an animate body, and the sudden withdrawal of the same from it, as the astronomer found to his cost when he left the skin of his fingers on his instruments. He had to give up taking observations. However, the heavens made him the best amends in their power by displaying the most beautiful and indescribable phenomena of a lunar halo and an aurora borealis. The lunar halo was a white corona with a pale red edge, encircling the moon. This luminous meteor was about 45 degrees in diameter, and was the result of the diffraction of the lunar rays through the small prismatic ice crystals floating in the atmosphere. The queen of the night shone with renewed splendour and heightened beauty from the centre of the luminous ring, the colour and consistency of which resembled the milky transparent lunar rainbows which have been so often described by astronomers. 15 hours later the heavens were lit up by a magnificent aurora borealis, the arch of which
extended over more than 100 geographical degrees. The vertex of this arch was situated in the magnetic meridian, and, as is often the case, the rays darted by the luminous meteor were of all colours of the rainbow, red predominating. Here and there the stars seemed to be floating in blood. Glowing lines of throbbing colour spread from the dark segment on the horizon, some of them passing the zenith and squelching the light of the moon in their electric waves, which oscillated and trembled as if swept by a current of air. No description could give an adequate idea of the glory which flushed the northern sky, converting it into a vast dome of fire. But after the magnificent spectacle had been enjoyed for about half an hour, it suddenly disappeared, not fading gradually away after concentration of its rays, or a diminution of its splendour, but dying abruptly, as if an invisible hand had cut off the supply of electricity which gave it life. It was time it was over, for the sake of Thomas Black, for in another 5 minutes he would have been frozen where he stood. Chapter 19. A neighbourly visit. On the 2nd December the intensity of the cold decreased. The phenomena of the lunar halo and aurora borealis were symptoms which a meteorologist would have been at no loss to interpret. They implied the existence of a certain quantity of watery vapour in the atmosphere, and the barometer fell slightly, whilst the thermometer rose to 15 degrees above zero. Although this temperature would have seemed very cold to the inhabitants of a temperate zone, it was easily endured by the colonists. The absence of wind made a great difference, and Hobson, having noticed that the upper layers of snow were becoming softer, ordered his men to clear it away from the outer approaches of the enceinte. Mac Nab and his subordinates set to work zealously, and completed their task in a few days. The traps were now uncovered and reset. A good many footprints showed that there were plenty of furred animals about the cape, and as they could not get any other food, it was probable that the bait in the snares would soon attract them. In accordance with the advice of Marbre the hunter, a reindeer trap was constructed, that is, the Eskimo style. A trench was dug 12 feet deep and of a uniform width of 10 feet. A seesaw plank, which would rebound when lowered, was laid across it. A bait of herbs was placed at one end of the plank, and any animal venturing to take them was inevitably flung to the bottom of the pit, and the plank, immediately returning to its former position, would allow of the trapping of another animal in the same manner. Once in, there was no getting out. The only difficulty Marbre had to contend with in making his trap was the extreme hardness of the ground to be dug out. Both he and the lieutenant were not a little surprised at finding beneath some 5 feet of earth and sand a bed of snow, as hard as rock, which appeared to be very thick. After closely examining the geological structure of the ground, Hobson observed: "This part of the coast must have been subject to intense cold for a considerable length of time a great many years ago. Probably the ice rests on a bed of granite, and the earth and sand upon it have accumulated gradually." "Well, sir, our trap won't be any the worse for that. The reindeer will find a slippery wall, which will be impossible for them to climb." Marbre was right, as the event proved. On the 5th September he and Sabine were on their way to the trench, when they heard loud growls. They stood still and listened. "It's no reindeer making that noise," said Marbre. "I know well enough what creature has fallen into our pit." "A bear?" replied Sabine. "Yes," said Marbre, whose eyes glistened with delight. "Well," remarked Sabine, "we won't grumble at that. Bears' steaks are as good as reindeers, and we get the fur in. Come along." The two hunters were armed. They quickly slipped balls into their guns, which were already loaded with lead, and hurried to the trap. The seesaw plank had swung back into its place, but the bait had disappeared, having probably been dragged down into the trench. The growls became louder and fiercer, and looking down, the hunters saw that it was indeed a bear they had taken. A huge mass was huddled together in one corner of the pit, looking in the gloom like a pile of white fur with two glittering eyes. The sides of the trench had been ploughed up by the creature's sharp claws, and had they been of earth instead of ice, it would certainly have managed to scramble out, but it could get no hold on the slippery surface, and it had only managed to enlarge its prison, not to escape from it. Under the circumstances the capture was easy. Two balls carefully aimed put an end to the bear's life, and the next thing to do was to get it out of the pit. The two hunters returned to the fort for reinforcements, and 10 of the soldiers provided with ropes returned with them. It was not without considerable difficulty that the body was hauled up. It was a huge creature, 6 feet long, weighing 600 pounds, and must have possessed immense strength. It belonged to the suborder of white bears, and had the flattened head, long neck, short and slightly curved claws, narrow muzzle, and smooth white fur characteristic of the species. The edible portions of this valuable animal were confided to Mrs Joliffe, and in her care carefully prepared for the table. The next week the traps were in full activity. Some 20 martens were taken, in all the beauty of their winter clothing, but only 2 or 3 foxes. These cunning creatures divined the snare laid for them, and scratching up the ground near the trap, they often managed to run off with the bait without being caught. This made Sabine beside himself with rage. He said, "Such subterfuge was unworthy of a respectable fox." About the 10th December, the wind having veered round to the southwest, the snow again began to fall, but not in thick flakes or in large quantities. The wind being high, however, the cold was severely felt, and it was necessary to settle indoors again and resume domestic occupations. Hobson distributed lime lozenges and lime juice to every one as a precaution against the scorbutic affections which damp cold produces. No symptoms of scurvy had fortunately as yet appeared amongst the occupants of the fort, thanks to the sanitary precautions taken. The winter solstice was now approaching, when the darkness of the polar night would be most profound, as the sun would be at its lowest maximum point below the horizon of the northern hemisphere. At midnight the southern edges of the long white plains were touched with a faint glimmer of twilight. That was all, and it would be impossible to imagine anything more melancholy than the gloomy stillness and darkness of the vast expanse. Hobson felt more secure from the attacks of wild beasts, now that the approaches to the enceinte had been cleared of snow, which was a fortunate circumstance, as ominous growlings were heard, the nature of which no one could mistake. There was no fear of visits from Indian hunters or Canadians at this time of year, but an incident occurred proving that these districts were not altogether depopulated even in the winter, and which was quite an episode in the long dreary dark months. Some human beings still lingered on the coast, hunting morses and camping under the snow. They belonged to the race of Eskimo, or eaters of raw flesh, which is scattered over the continent of North America from Baffin's Bay to Bering Strait, seldom, however, advancing further south than the Great Slave Lake. On the morning of the 14th December, or rather 9 hours before midday, Sergeant Long, on his return from an excursion along the coast, ended his report to the lieutenant by saying that if his eyes had not deceived him, a tribe of nomads were encamped about 4 miles from the fort, near a little cape jutting out from the coast. "What do you suppose these nomads are?" inquired Hobson. "Either men or morses," replied the sergeant. "There is no medium." The brave sergeant would have been considerably surprised if any one had told him that some naturalists admit the existence of the medium. The idea which he scouted, and certain savants have with some humour classed the Eskimos as an intermediate species between roan and the sea cow. Lieutenant Hobson, Mrs Barnett, Madge, and a few others at once went to ascertain the truth of the report. Well wrapped up, and on their guard against a sudden chill, their feet cased in fur boots, and guns and hatchets in their hands, they issued from the postern, and made their way over the frozen snow along the coast, strewn with masses of ice. The moon, already in her last quarter, shed a few faint rays through the mists which shrouded the ice fields. After marching for about an hour, the lieutenant began to think that the sergeant had been mistaken, and that what he had seen were morses, who had returned to their native element through the holes in the ice, which they always keep open. But Long, pointing to a grey wreath of smoke curling out of a conical protuberance on the ice field some 100 steps off, contented himself with observing quietly, "The morses are smoking, then?" As he spoke, some living creatures came out of the hut, dragging themselves along the snow. They were Eskimo, but whether male or female none but a native could have said, for their costumes were all exactly alike. Indeed, without in the least sharing the opinion of the naturalist quoted above, any one might have mistaken the rough shaggy figures for seals, or some other amphibious animals. There were 6 of them, 4 full grown and 2 children. Although very short, they were broad-chested and muscular. They had the flat noses, long eyelashes, large mouths, thick lips, long black coarse hair, and beardless chins of their race. Their costume consisted of a round coat made of the skins of walrus, a hood, boots, trousers, and mittens of the same material. They gazed at the Europeans in silence. "Does any one understand Eskimo?" inquired the Lieutenant. No one was acquainted with that idiom, and every one started when a voice immediately exclaimed in English, "Welcome, welcome!" It was an Eskimo, and, as they learned later, a woman, who, approaching Mrs Barnett, held out her hand. The lady, much surprised, replied in a few words, which the native girl readily understood, and the whole family was invited to follow the Europeans to the fort. The Eskimo looked searchingly at the strangers, and after a few moments' hesitation they accompanied the Lieutenant, keeping close together, however. Arrived at the enceinte, the native woman, seeing the house, of the existence of which she had had no idea, exclaimed, "House! Snow house!" She asked if it were made of snow, which was a natural question enough, for the house was all but hidden beneath the white mass which covered the ground. She was made to understand that it was built of wood. She then turned and said a few words to her companions, who made signs of acquiescence, and they all passed through the postern and were taken to the large room in the chief building. They removed their hoods, and it became possible to distinguish sexes. There were 2 men, about 40 or 50 years old, with yellowish red complexions, sharp teeth, and projecting cheek-bones, which gave them something of the appearance of carnivorous animals; 2 women, still young, whose matted hair was adorned with the teeth and claws of polar bears; and 2 children, about 5 or 6 years old, poor little creatures with intelligent faces, who looked about them with wide wondering eyes. "I believe the Eskimo are always hungry," said Hobson, "so I don't suppose our guests would object to a slice of venison." In obedience to the Lieutenant's order, Joliffe brought some reindeer venison, which the poor creatures devoured with greedy avidity; but the young woman, who had answered in English, behaved with greater refinement, and watched Mrs Barnett and the women of the fort without once removing her eyes from them. Presently, noticing the baby in Mrs Mac Nab's arms, she rose up and ran to it, speaking to it in a soft voice, and caressing it tenderly. Indeed, if not exactly superior, the young girl was certainly more civilized than her companions, which was especially noticeable when, being attacked by a slight fit of coughing, she put her hand before her mouth in the manner enjoined by the first rules of civilized society. This significant gesture did not escape any one, and Mrs Barnett, who chatted for some time with the Eskimo woman, learned from her in a few short sentences that she had been for a year in the service of the Danish governor of Uppernavik, whose wife was English, and that she had left Greenland to follow her family to the hunting grounds. The 2 men were her brothers. The other woman was her sister-in-law, married to one of the men, and mother of the 2 children. They were all returning from Melbourne Island, on the eastern coast of English America, and were making for Point Barrow, on the western coast of Russian America, the home of their tribe, and were considerably astonished to find a factory established on Cape Bathurst. Indeed, the 2 men shook their heads when they spoke of it. Did they disapprove of the construction of a fort at this particular point of the coast? Did they think the situation ill chosen? In spite of all his endeavours, Hobson could get no satisfactory reply to these questions, or rather, he could not understand the answers he received. The name of the young girl was Kalumah, and she seemed to have taken a great fancy to Mrs Barnett; but sociable as she was, she appeared to feel no regret at having left the governor of Uppernawik, and to be sincerely attached to her relations. After refreshing themselves with the reindeer venison, and drinking half a pint of rum, in which the children had their share, the Esquimaux took leave of their hosts; but before saying good bye, the young girl invited Mrs Barnett to visit their snow hut, and the lady promised to do so the next day, weather permitting. The next day was fine, and, accompanied by Madge, Lieutenant Hobson, and a few soldiers, well armed in case any bears should be prowling about, Mrs Barnett set out for Cape Esquimaux, as they had named the spot where the little colony had encamped. Kalumah hastened forward to meet her friend of yesterday, and pointed to the hut with an air of pride. It was a large cone of snow, with an opening in the summit, through which the smoke from the fire inside made its way. These snow houses, called igloos in the language of the Esquimaux, are constructed with great rapidity, and are admirably suited to the climate. In them their owners can endure a temperature 40° below zero, without fires, and without suffering much. In the summer the Esquimaux encamp in tents made of seal and reindeer skin, which are called tupiks. It was no easy matter to get into this hut. The only opening was a hole close to the ground, and it was necessary to creep through a kind of passage 3 or 4 feet long, which is about the thickness of the walls of these snow houses. But a traveller, by profession a laureate of the Royal Society, could not hesitate, and Mrs Paulina Barnett did not hesitate. Followed by Madge, she bravely entered the narrow tunnel, in imitation of her guide. Lieutenant Hobson and his men dispensed with paying their respects inside, and Mrs Barnett soon discovered that the chief difficulty was not getting into the hut, but remaining in it when there. The room was heated by a fire, of which the bones of morses were burning, and the air was full of the smell of the fetid oil of a lamp, of greasy garments, and the flesh of the amphibious animals which form the chief article of an Esquimaux's diet. It was suffocating and sickening. Madge could not stand it, and hurried out at once. But Mrs Barnett, rather than hurt the feelings of the young native, showed superhuman courage, and extended her visit over 5 long minutes, 5 centuries. The 2 children and their mother were at home, but the men had gone to hunt morses 4 or 5 miles from their camp. Once out of the hut, Mrs Barnett drew a long sigh of relief, and the colour returned to her blanched cheeks. "Well, madam," inquired the Lieutenant, "what do you think of Esquimaux houses?" "The ventilation leaves something to be desired," she replied simply. The interesting native family remained encamped near Cape Esquimaux for 8 days. The men passed 12 hours out of every 24 hunting morses. With a patience which none but sportsmen could understand, they would watch for the amphibious animals near the holes through which they come up to the surface of the ice fields to breathe. When the morse appears, a rope with a running noose is flung round its body a little below the head, and it is dragged on to the ice field, often with considerable difficulty, and killed with hatchets. It is really more like fishing than hunting. It is considered a great treat to drink the warm blood of the walrus, and the Esquimaux often indulge in it to excess. Kalumah came to the fort every day, in spite of the severity of the weather. She was never tired of going through the different rooms, and watching Mrs Joliffe at her cooking or sewing. She asked the English name of everything, and talked for hours together with Mrs Barnett, if the term talking can be applied to an exchange of words after long deliberation on both sides. When Mrs Barnett read aloud, Kalumah listened with great attention, although she probably understood nothing of what she heard. The young native girl had a sweet voice, and sometimes sang some strange melancholy rhythmical songs with a peculiar metre, and, if we may so express it, a frosty ring about them, peculiarly characteristic of their origin. Mrs Barnett had the patience to translate one of these Greenland sagas, which was sung to a sad air, interspersed with long pauses, and filled with strange intervals, which produced an indescribable effect. We give an English rendering of Mrs Barnett's translation, which may give a faint idea of this strange Hyperborean poetry. Greenland Song. Dark is the sky, the sun sinks wearily, my trembling heart, with sorrow filled, aches drearily. My sweet child at my songs is smiling still, while his tender heart the icicles lie chill. Child of my dreams, aye thy love doth cheer me. The cruel biting frost I brave, but to be near thee. Ah me, ah me, could these hot tears of mine but melt the icicles around that of thine! Could we once more meet heart to heart, thy little hands close clasped in mine, no more to part, then on thy chill heart rays from heaven above should fall and softly melt it with the warmth of love. On the 20th December the Eskimo family came to take leave of the occupants of the fort. Kalumah was sorry to part with Mrs Barnett, who would gladly have retained her in her service, but the young native could not be persuaded to leave her own people. She promised, however, to return to Fort Hope in the summer. Her farewell was touching. She presented Mrs Barnett with a copper ring, and received in exchange a necklace of black beads, which she immediately put on. Hobson gave the poor people a good stock of provisions, which they packed in their sledge, and after a few words of grateful acknowledgment from Kalumah, the whole party set out towards the west, quickly disappearing in the thick fogs on the shore. Chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20. Mercury freezes. A few days of dry, calm weather favoured the operations of the hunters, but they did not venture far from the fort. The abundance of game rendered it unnecessary to do so, and Lieutenant Hobson could justly congratulate himself on having chosen so favourable a situation for the new settlement. A great number of furred animals of all kinds were taken in the traps, and Sabine and Marbre killed a good many polar hares. Some 20 starving wolves were shot. Hunger rendered the latter animals aggressive, and bands of them gathered about the fort, filling the air with hoarse howls, and amongst the hummocks on the ice fields sometimes prowled huge bears, whose movements were watched with great interest. On the 25th December all excursions had again to be given up. The wind veered suddenly to the north, and the cold became exceedingly severe. It was impossible to remain out of doors without being frostbitten. The Fahrenheit thermometer fell to 18 degrees below zero, and the gale roared like a volley of musketry. Hobson took care to provide the animals with food enough to last several weeks. Christmas Day, the day of home gatherings, so dear to the heart of all Englishmen, was kept with due solemnity. The colonists returned thanks to God for preserving them through so many perils, and the workmen, who had a holiday in honour of the day, afterwards assembled with their masters and the ladies round a well-filled board on which figured 2 huge Christmas puddings. In the evening a huge bowl of punch flamed in the centre of the table. The lamps were put out, and for a time the room was lighted only by the livid flames of the spirit, the familiar objects assuming strange fantastic forms. The spirits of the soldiers rose as they watched the flickering illumination, and their excitement was not lessened after imbibing some of the burning liquid. But now the flames began to pale. Bluish tongues still fitfully licked the plump sides of the national pudding for a few minutes, and then died away. Strange to say, although the lamps had not been relit, the room did not become dark on the extinction of the flames. A bright light was streaming through the window, which had passed unnoticed in the previous illumination. The revellers started to their feet. and looked at each other in astonishment. "A fire!" cried several. But unless the house itself were burning, there could not be a fire anywhere near Cape Bathurst. The Lieutenant rushed to the window, and at once understood the cause of the phenomenon. It was an eruption. Indeed, above the western cliffs beyond Walruses' Bay, the horizon was on fire. The summits of the igneous hills, some miles from Cape Bathurst, could not be seen, but the sheaf of flame shot up to a considerable height, lighting up the whole country in a weird, unearthly manner. "It is more beautiful than the aurora borealis!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. Thomas Black indignantly protested against this assertion. A terrestrial phenomenon more beautiful than a meteor! But no one was disposed to argue with him about it, for all hurried out, in spite of the bitter gale and biting cold, to watch the glorious spectacle of the flashing sheaf of flames standing out against the black background of the night sky. Had not the mouths and ears of the party been cased in furs, they would have been able to hear the rumbling noise of the eruption, and to tell each other of the impressions made upon them by this magnificent sight. But as it was, they could neither speak nor hear. They might be well content, however, with gazing upon such a glorious scene, a scene which once looked upon could never be forgotten. The glowing sheets of flames contrasted alike with the gloomy darkness of the heavens and the dazzling whiteness of the far-stretching carpet of snow, and produced effects of light and shade which no pen or pencil could adequately portray. The throbbing reverberations spread beyond the zenith, gradually quenching the light of all the stars. The white ground became dashed with golden tints, the hummocks on the ice field and the huge icebergs in the background reflecting the glimmering colours like so many glowing mirrors. The rays of light striking on the edges or surfaces of the ice became bent and diffracted, the angles and varying inclinations on which they fell fretting them into fringes of colour, and reflecting them back with changed and heightened beauty. It was like a fairy scene in which ice and snow combined to add éclat to a melee of rays in which luminous waves rushed upon each other, breaking into coloured ripples. But the excessive cold soon drove the admiring spectators back to their warm dwelling, and many a nose paid dearly for the feast enjoyed by the eyes. During the following days the cold became doubly severe. The mercurial thermometer was of course no longer of any use for marking degrees, and an alcohol thermometer had to be used. On the night of the 28th to the 29th December the column fell to 32° below zero. The stoves were piled up with fuel, but the temperature in the house could not be maintained above 20°. The bedrooms were exceedingly cold, and 10 feet from the stove in the large room its heat could not be felt at all. The little baby had the warmest corner, and its cradle was rocked in turn by those who came to the fire. Opening doors or windows was strictly forbidden, as the vapour in the rooms would immediately have been converted to snow, and in the passage the breathing of the inmates already produced that result. Every now and then dull reports were heard, which startled those unaccustomed to living in such high latitudes. They were caused by the cracking of the trunks of trees, of which the walls were composed, under the influence of the intense cold. The stock of rum and gin stowed away in the garret had to be brought down into the sitting-room, as the alcohol was freezing and sinking to the bottom of the bottles. The spruce beer, made from a decoction of young fir branchlets, burst the barrels in which it was kept as it froze, whilst all the solid bodies resisted the introduction of heat as if they were petrified. Wood burnt very slowly, and Hobson was obliged to sacrifice some of the walrus oil to quicken its combustion. Fortunately, the chimneys drew well, so that there was no disagreeable smell inside, although for a long distance outside the air was impregnated with the fetid odour of the smoke from Fort Hope, which a casual observer might therefore have pronounced an unhealthy building. One symptom we must notice was the great thirst from which every one suffered. To relieve it, different liquids had to be melted at the fire, for it would have been dangerous to eat ice. Another effect of the cold was intense drowsiness, which Hobson earnestly entreated his companions to resist. Some appeared unable to do so, but Mrs Barnett was invaluable in setting an example of constant activity. Always brave, she kept herself awake, and encouraged others by her kindness, brightness, and sympathy. Sometimes she read aloud accounts of travels, or sang some old familiar English song, in the chorus of which all joined. These joyous strains roused up the sleepers, whether they would or no, and their voices soon swelled with the chorus. The long days of imprisonment passed wearily by, and the Lieutenant, consulting the outside thermometer through the windows, announced that the cold was still on the increase. On the 31st December the mercury was all frozen hard in the cistern of the instrument, so that the temperature was 44 degrees below freezing point. The next day, 1st January 1860, Lieutenant Hobson wished Mrs Barnett a happy New Year, and complimented her on the courage and good temper with which she endured the miseries of this northern winter. The astronomer was not forgotten in the universal interchange of good wishes amongst the members of the little colony, but his only thought on entering another year was, that it was the beginning of that in which the great eclipse was to take place. Fortunately the general health still remained good, and any symptoms of scurvy were promptly checked by the use of lime juice and lime lozenges. It would not do, however, to rejoice too soon. The winter had still to last 3 months. The sun would doubtless reappear above the horizon in due time, but there was no reason to think that the cold had reached its maximum intensity, especially as in most northern countries February is the month during which the temperature falls lowest. However that might be, there was no decrease in the severity of weather during the first days of the new year, and on the 8th January the alcohol thermometer placed outside the window of the passage marked 66 degrees below zero. A few degrees more, and the minimum temperature at Fort Reliance in 1835 would be reached. Jasper Hobson grew more and more uneasy at the continued severity of the cold. He began to fear that the furred animals would have to seek a less rigorous climate further south, which would of course thwart all his plans for hunting in the early spring. Moreover, he sometimes heard subterranean rumblings, which were evidently connected with the volcanic eruption. The western horizon still glowed with the reflection of the burning lava, and it was evident that some great convulsion was going on in the bowels of the earth. Might not the close vicinity of an active volcano be dangerous to the new fort? Such was the question which the subterranean rumblings forced upon the mind of the Lieutenant, but he kept his vague apprehensions to himself. Of course, under these circumstances, no one dreamt of leaving the house. The animals were well provided for, and being accustomed to long fasts in the winter, required no attention from their masters, so that there were really no necessity for any exposure out of doors. It was difficult enough to endure the inside temperature, even with the help of a plentiful combustion of wood and oil, for, in spite of every precaution, damp crept into the ill-ventilated rooms, and layers of ice, increasing in thickness every day, were formed upon the beams. The condensers were choked up, and one of them burst from the pressure of the ice. Lieutenant Hobson did not spare his fuel. He was, in fact, rather lavish of it in his anxiety to raise the temperature, which, when the fires got low, as of course sometimes happened, fell to 15 degrees Fahrenheit. The men on guard, who relieved each other every hour, had strict orders to keep up the fires, and great was the dismay of the Lieutenant when Sergeant Long said to him one day, "We shall be out of wood soon." "Out of wood!" exclaimed Hobson. "I mean, our stock is getting low, and we must lay in fresh stores soon. Of course I know, though, that it will be at the risk of his life that anyone goes out in this cold." "Yes," Hobson replied. It was a mistake not to build the wooden shed close to the house, and to make no direct communication with it. I see that now it is too late. I ought not to have forgotten that we were going to winter beyond the 70th parallel. But what's done can't be undone. How long will the wood last?" "There is enough to feed the furnace and stove for another 2 or 3 days," replied the sergeant. "Let us hope that by that time the severity of the cold may have decreased, and that we may venture across the court of the fort without danger." "I doubt it, sir," replied Long, shaking his head. "The atmosphere is very clear, the wind is still in the north, and I shall not be surprised if this temperature is maintained for another 15 days, until the new moon, in fact." "Well, my brave fellow," said the lieutenant, "we won't die of cold if we can help it, and the day we have to brave the outside air." "We will brave it, sir," said Long. Hobson pressed his subordinate's hand, well knowing the poor fellow's devotion. We might fancy that Hobson and the sergeant were exaggerating when they alluded to the fatal results from sudden exposure to the open air, but they spoke from experience, gained from long residence in the rigorous polar regions. They had seen strong men fall fainting on the ice under similar circumstances. Their breath failed them, and they were taken up in a state of suffocation. Incredible as such facts may appear, they have been of frequent occurrence amongst those who have wintered in the extreme north. In their journey along the shores of Hudson's Bay in 1746, Moore and Smith saw many incidents of this kind. Some of their companions were killed, struck down by the cold, and there can be no doubt that sudden death may result from braving a temperature in which mercury freezes. Such was the distressing state of things at Fort Hope, when a new danger arose to aggravate the sufferings of the colonists. End of chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21. The Large Polar Bears. The only one of the 4 windows through which it was possible to look into the court of the fort was that opening at the end of the entrance passage. The outside shutters had not been closed, but before it could be seen through it had to be washed with boiling water, as the panes were covered with a thick coating of ice. This was done several times a day by the lieutenant's orders, when the districts surrounding the fort were carefully examined, and the state of the sky and of the alcohol thermometer placed outside were accurately noted. On the 6th January, towards 11 o'clock in the morning, Kellet, whose turn it was to look out, suddenly called the sergeant and pointed to some moving masses indistinctly visible in the gloom. Long, approaching the window, observed quietly, "They are bears." In fact, half a dozen of these formidable animals had succeeded in getting over the palisades, and, attracted by the smoke from the chimneys, were advancing upon the house. On hearing of the approach of the bears, Hobson at once ordered the window of the passage to be barricaded inside. It was the only unprotected opening in the house, and when it was secured it appeared impossible for the bears to effect an entrance. The window was, therefore, quickly closed up with bars, which the carpenter Mac Nab wedged firmly in, leaving a narrow slit through which to watch the movements of the unwelcome visitors. "Now," observed the head carpenter, "these gentlemen can't get in without our permission, and we can have time to hold a council of war." "Well, Lieutenant," exclaimed Mrs Barnett, "nothing has been wanting to our northern winter. After the cold come the bears." "Not after," replied the lieutenant, "but, which is a serious matter, with the cold, and a cold so intense that we cannot venture outside. I really don't know how we shall get rid of those tiresome brutes." "I suppose they will soon get tired of prowling about," said the lady, "and return as they came." Hobson shook his head, as if he had his doubts. "You don't know these animals, madam. They are famished with hunger, and will not go until we make them." "Are you anxious, then?" "Yes and no," replied the lieutenant. "I don't think the bears will get in, but neither do I see how we can get out, should it become necessary for us to do so." With these words Hobson turned to the window, and Mrs Barnett joined the other women who had gathered round the sergeant, and were listening to what he had to say about the bears. He spoke like a man well up in his subject, for he had had many an encounter with these formidable carnivorous creatures, which are often met with even towards the south, where, however, they can be safely attacked, whilst here the siege would be a regular blockade, for the cold would quite prevent any attempt at a sortie. Throughout the whole day the movements of the bears were attentively watched. Every now and then one of them would lay his great head against the window-pane, and an ominous growl was heard. The lieutenant and Sergeant Long took counsel together, and it was agreed that if their enemies showed no sign of beating a retreat, they would drill a few loopholes in the walls of the house and fire at them. But it was decided to put off this desperate measure for a day or two, as it was desirable to avoid giving access to the outer air, the inside temperature being already far too low. The walrus oil to be burnt was frozen so hard that it had to be broken up with hatchets. The day passed without any incident. The bears went and came, prowling round the house, but attempting no direct attack. Watch was kept all night, and at 4 o'clock in the morning they seemed to have left the court. At any rate, they were nowhere to be seen. But about 7 o'clock Marbre went up to the loft to fetch some provisions, and on his return announced that the bears were walking about on the roof. Hobson, the sergeant, Mac Nab, and 2 or 3 soldiers seized their arms and rushed to the ladder in the passage, which communicated with the loft by a trapdoor. The cold was, however, so intense in the loft that the men could not hold the barrels of their guns, and their breath froze as it left their lips, and floated about them as snow. Marbre was right. The bears were all on the roof, and the sound of their feet and their growls could be distinctly heard. Their great claws caught in the laths of the roof beneath the ice, and there was some danger that they might have sufficient strength to tear away the woodwork. The lieutenant and his men, becoming giddy and faint from the intense cold, were soon obliged to go down, and Hobson announced the state of affairs in as hopeful a tone as he could assume. "The bears," he said, "are now upon the roof. We ourselves have nothing to fear, as they can't get into our rooms, but they may force an entrance to the loft, and devour the furs stowed away there. Now these furs belong to the company, and it is our duty to preserve them from injury. I ask you then, my friends, to aid me in removing them to a place of safety." All eagerly volunteered, and relieving each other in parties of 2 or 3, for none could have supported the intense severity of the cold for long at a time, they managed to carry all the furs into the large room in about an hour. Whilst the work was proceeding, the bears continued their efforts to get in, and tried to lift up the rafters of the roof. In some places the laths became broken by their weight, and poor Mac Nab was in despair. He had not reckoned upon such a contingency when he had constructed the roof, and expected to see it give way every moment. The day passed, however, without any change in the situation. The bears did not get in, but a no less formidable enemy, the cold, gradually penetrated into every room. The fires in the stoves burnt low. The fuel in reserve was almost exhausted, and before 12 o'clock the last piece of wood would be burnt, and the genial warmth of the stove would no longer cheer the unhappy colonists. Death would then await them, death in its most fearful form, from cold. The poor creatures, huddled together round the stove, felt that their own vital heat must soon become exhausted, but not a word of complaint passed their lips. The women bore their sufferings with the greatest heroism, and Mrs Mac Nab pressed her baby convulsively to her ice-cold breast. Some of the soldiers slept, or rather were wrapped in a heavy torpor, which could scarcely be called sleep. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Hobson consulted the thermometer hanging in the large room, about 10 feet from the stove. It was marked 4° Fahrenheit below zero. The lieutenant pressed his hand to his forehead, and looked mournfully at his silent companions without a word. His half-condensed breath shrouded his face in a white cloud, and he was standing rooted to the spot when a hand was laid upon his shoulder. He started and looked round to see Mrs Barnett beside him.
"Something must be done, Lieutenant Hobson," exclaimed the energetic woman. "We cannot die like this without an effort to save ourselves."
"Yes," replied the Lieutenant, feeling revived by the moral courage of his companion, "yes, something must be done." And he called together Long, Mac Nab, and Rae, the blacksmith, and the bravest men in his party. All together with Mrs Barnett hastened to the window, and having washed the panes with boiling water, they consulted the thermometer outside. "72°!" cried Hobson. "My friends, two courses are only open to us. We can risk our lives to get a fresh supply of fuel, or we can burn the benches, beds, partition walls, and everything in the house to feed our stoves for a few days longer. A desperate alternative, for the cold may last some time yet. There is no sign of a change in the weather." "Let us risk our lives to get fuel," said Sergeant Long. All agreed that it would be the best course, and without another word each one set to work to prepare for the emergency. The following were the precautions taken to save the lives of those who were about to risk themselves for the sake of the general good. The shed in which the wood was stored was about 50 steps on the left, behind the principal house. It was decided that one of the men should try and run to the shed. He was to take one rope, wound round his body, and to carry another in his hand, one end of which was to be held by one of his comrades. Once in the shed, he was to load one of the sledges there with fuel, and tie the rope to the front, and the other to the back of the vehicle, so that it could be dragged backwards and forwards between the house and the shed without much danger. A tug violently shaking one or the other cord would be the signal that the sledge was filled with fuel at the shed or unloaded at the house. A very clever plan, certainly, but two things might defeat it. The door of the shed might be so blocked up with ice that it would be very difficult to open it, or the bears might come down from the roof and prowl about the court. Two risks to be run. Long, Mac Nab, and Rae, all three volunteered for the perilous service, but the Sergeant reminded the other two that they were married, and insisted upon being the first to venture. When the Lieutenant expressed a wish to go himself, Mrs Barnett said earnestly, "You are our chief. You have no right to expose yourself. Let Sergeant Long go." Hobson could not but realize that his office imposed caution, and being called upon to decide which of his companions should go, he chose the Sergeant. Mrs Barnett pressed the brave man's hand with ill-concealed emotion, and the rest of the colonists, asleep or stupefied, knew nothing of the attempt about to be made to save their lives. Two long ropes were got ready. The Sergeant wound one round his body above the warm furs, worth some £1,000 sterling, in which he was encased, and tied the other to his belt, on which he hung a tinder box and a loaded revolver. Just before starting, he swallowed down half a glass of rum, as he said to himself, "to ensure a good load of wood." Hobson, Rae, and Mac Nab accompanied the brave fellow through the kitchen, where the fire had just gone out, and into the passage. Rae climbed up to the trap-door of the loft, and peeping through it, made sure that the bears were still on the roof. The moment for action had arrived. One door of the passage was open, and in spite of the thick furs in which they were wrapped, all felt chilled to the very marrow of their bones. And when the second door was pushed open, they recoiled for an instant, panting for breath, whilst the moisture, held in suspension in the air of the passage, covered the walls and the floor with fine snow. The weather outside was extremely dry, and the stars shone with extraordinary brilliancy. Sergeant Long rushed out without a moment's hesitation, dragging the cord behind him, one end of which was held by his companions. The outer door was pushed to, and Hobson, Mac Nab, and Rae went back to the passage and closed the second door, behind which they waited. If Long did not return in a few minutes, they might conclude that his enterprise had succeeded, and that, safe in the shed, he was loading the first train with fuel. 10 minutes at the most ought to suffice for this operation, if he had been able to get the door open. When the Sergeant was fairly off, Hobson and Mac Nab walked together towards the end of the passage. Meanwhile Rae had been watching the bears in the loft. It was so dark that all hoped Long's movements would escape the notice of the hungry animals. 10 minutes elapsed, and the three watchers went back to the narrow space between the two doors, waiting for the signal to be given to drag in the sledge. 5 minutes more. The cord remained motionless in their hands. Their anxiety can be imagined. It was a quarter of an hour since the Sergeant had started, plenty of time for all he had to do, and he had given no signal. Hobson waited a few minutes longer, and then tightening his hold of the end of the rope, he made a sign to his companions to pull with him. If the load of wood were not quite ready, the Sergeant could easily stop it from being dragged away. The rope was pulled vigorously. A heavy object seemed to slide along the snow. In a few moments it reached the outer door. It was the body of the Sergeant with the rope round his waist. Poor Long had never reached the shed. He had fallen fainting to the ground, and after 20 minutes' exposure to such a temperature there was little hope that he would revive. A cry of grief and despair burst from the lips of Mac Nab and Rae. They lifted their unhappy comrade from the ground, and carried him into the passage. But as the Lieutenant was closing the outer door, something pushed violently against it, and a horrible growl was heard. "Help!" cried Hobson. Mac Nab and Rae rushed to their officer's assistance, but Mrs Barnett had been beforehand with them and was struggling with all her strength to help Hobson to close the door. In vain. The monstrous brute, throwing the whole weight of its body against it, would force its way into the passage in another moment. Mrs Barnett, whose presence of mind did not forsake her now, seized one of the pistols in the Lieutenant's belt, and waited quietly until the animal shoved its head between the door and the wall, discharged the contents into its open mouth. The bear fell backwards, mortally wounded no doubt, and the door was shut and securely fastened. The body of the Sergeant was then carried into the large room, but alas, the fire was dying out. How was it possible to restore the vital heat with no means of obtaining warmth? I will go and fetch some wood," cried the blacksmith Rae. "Yes, Rae, we will go together," exclaimed Mrs Barnett, whose courage was unabated. "No, my friends, no," cried Hobson. "You will fall victims to the cold, or the bears, or both. Let us burn all there is to burn in the house, and leave the rest to God." And the poor half-frozen settlers rose and laid about them with their hatchets like madmen. Benches, tables, and partition walls were thrown down, broken up, crushed to pieces, and piled up in the stove of the large room and kitchen furnace. Very soon good fires were burning, on which a few drops of walrus oil were poured, so that the temperature of the rooms quickly rose a dozen degrees. Every effort was made to restore the Sergeant. He was rubbed with warm rum, and gradually the circulation of his blood was restored. The white blotches with which parts of his body were covered began to disappear. But he had suffered dreadfully, and several hours elapsed before he could articulate a word. He was laid in a warm bed, and Mrs Barnett and Madge watched by him until the next morning. Meanwhile Hobson, Mac Nab, and Rae consulted how best to escape from their terrible situation. It was impossible to shut their eyes to the fact that in 2 days this fresh supply of fuel would be exhausted, and then if the cold continued, what would become of them all? The new moon had risen 48 hours ago, and there was no sign of a change in the weather. The north wind still swept the face of the country with its icy breath. The barometer remained at fine dry weather, and there was not a vapour to be seen above the endless succession of ice fields. There was reason to fear that the intense cold would last a long time yet, but what was to be done? Would it do to try once more to get to the woodshed when the bears had been roused by the shot, and rendered doubly dangerous? Would it be possible to attack these dreadful creatures in the open air? No, it would be madness, and certain death for all. Fortunately the temperature of the rooms had now become more bearable, and in the morning Mrs Joliffe served up a breakfast of hot meat and tea. Hot grog was served out, and the brave Sergeant was able to take his share. The heat from the stoves warmed the bodies and reanimated the drooping courage of the poor colonists, who were now ready to attack the bears at a word from Hobson. But the Lieutenant, thinking the forces unequally matched, would not risk the attempt, and it appeared likely that the day would pass without any incident worthy of note, when at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon a great noise was heard on the top of the house. "There they are!" cried 2 or 3 soldiers, hastily arming themselves with hatchets and pistols. It was evident that the bears had torn away one of the rafters of the roof, and got into the loft. "Let every one remain where he is," cried the Lieutenant. "Ray the trap!" The blacksmith rushed into the passage, scaled the ladder, and shut and securely fastened the trap door. A dreadful noise was now heard, growling, stamping of feet, and tearing of claws. It was doubtful whether the danger of the anxious listeners was increased, or the reverse. Some were of the opinion that if all the bears were in the loft it would be easier to attack them. They would be less formidable in a narrow space, and there would not be the same risk of suffocation from cold. Of course, a conflict with such fierce creatures must still be very perilous, but it no longer appeared so desperate as before. It was now debated whether it would be better to go and attack the besiegers, or to remain on the defensive. Only one soldier could get through the narrow trap door at a time, and this made Hobson hesitate, and finally resolve to wait. The Sergeant and others, whose bravery none could doubt, agreed that he was in the right, and it might be possible that some new incident would occur to modify the situation. It was almost impossible for the bears to break through the beams of the ceiling, as they had the rafters of the roof, so that there was little fear that they would get on to the ground floor. The day passed by in anxious expectation, and at night no one could sleep for the uproar made by the furious beasts. The next day, about 9 o'clock, a fresh complication compelled Hobson to take active steps. He knew that the pipes of the stove and kitchen furnace ran all along the loft, and being made of lime bricks, but imperfectly cemented together, they could not resist great pressure for any length of time. Now some of the bears scratched at the masonry, while others leant against the pipes for the sake of the warmth from the stove, so that the bricks began to give way, and soon the stoves and furnace ceased to draw. This really was an irreparable misfortune, which would have disheartened less energetic men, but things were not yet at their worst. While the fire became lower and lower, a thick, nauseous, acrid smoke filled the house. The pipes were broken, and the smoke soon became so thick that the lamps went out. Hobson now saw that he must leave the house if he wished to escape suffocation. But to leave the house would be to perish with cold. At this fresh misfortune some of the women screamed, and Hobson, seizing a hatchet, shouted in a loud voice, "To the bears! To the bears, my friends!" It was the forlorn hope. These terrible creatures must be destroyed. All rushed into the passage and made for the ladder, Hobson leading the way. The trap door was opened, and a few shots were fired into the black whirlpool of smoke. Mingled howls and screams were heard, and blood began to flow on both sides, but the fearful conflict was waged in profound darkness. In the midst of the melee, a terrible rumbling sound suddenly drowned the tumult. The ground became violently agitated, and the house rocked as if it were being torn up from its foundations. The beams of the walls separated, and through the openings Hobson and his companions saw the terrified bears rushing away into the darkness, howling with rage and fright. End of chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22. 5 months more. A violent earthquake had shaken Cape Bathurst. Such convulsions were probably frequent in this volcanic region, and the connection between them and eruptions was once more demonstrated. Hobson well understood the significance of what had occurred, and waited in anxious suspense. He knew that the earth might open and swallow up the little colony, but only one shock was felt, and that was rather a rebound than a vertical upheaval, which made the house lean over toward the lake, and burst open its walls. Immediately after this one shock, the ground again became firm and motionless. The house, although damaged, was still habitable. The breaches in the walls were quickly repaired, and the pipes of the chimneys were patched together again somehow. Fortunately, the wounds the soldiers had received in their struggle with the bears were slight, and merely required dressing. 2 miserable days ensued, during which the woodwork of the beds and the planks of the partition walls were burnt, and the most pressing repairs executed by Mac Nab and his men. The piles, well driven into the earth, had not yielded, but it was evident that the earthquake had caused a sinking of the level of the coast on which the fort was built, which might seriously compromise the safety of the building. Hobson was most anxious to ascertain the extent of the alteration of elevation, but the pitiless cold prevented him from venturing outside. But at last there were symptoms of an approaching change in the weather. The stars shone with rather less brilliancy, and on the 11th January the barometer fell slightly. Hazy vapours floated in the air, the condensation of which would raise the temperature, and on the 12th January the wind veered to the south-west, and snow fell at regular intervals. The thermometer outside suddenly rose to 15° above zero, and to the frozen colonists it was like the beginning of spring. At 11 o'clock the same morning all were out of doors. They were like a band of captives unexpectedly set free. They were, however, absolutely forbidden to go beyond the enceinte of the fort, in case of awkward meetings. The sun had not yet reappeared above the horizon, but it approached it nearly enough to produce a long twilight, during which objects could be distinctly seen to a distance of 2 miles, and Hobson's first thought was to ascertain what difference the earthquake had produced in the appearance of the surrounding districts. Certain changes had been effected. The crest of the promontory of Cape Bathurst had been broken off, and large pieces of the cliff had been flung upon the beach. The whole mass of the cape seems to have been bent towards the lake, altering the elevation of the plateau on which the fort was built. The soil on the west appears to have been depressed, whilst that on the east had been elevated. One of the results of this change of level would unfortunately be that when the thaw set in, the waters of the lake and of Paulina River, in obedience to the law requiring liquids to maintain their level, would inundate a portion of the western coast. The stream would probably scoop out another bed, and the natural harbour at its mouth would be destroyed. The hills on the eastern bank seemed to be considerably depressed, but the cliffs on the west were too far off for any accurate observations to be made. The important alteration produced by the earthquake may, in fact, be summed up in a very few words. The horizontal character of the ground was replaced by a slope from east to west. "Well, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, laughing, "you were good enough to give my name to the port and river, and now there will be neither Paulina River nor Port Barnett. I must say I have been hardly used." "Well, madam," replied Hobson, "although the river is gone, the lake remains, and we will call it Lake Barnett. I hope that it at least will remain true to you." Mr and Mrs Joliffe, on leaving the house, had hurried, one to the dog-house, the other to the reindeer stable. The dogs had not suffered much from their lone confinement, and rushed into the court barking with delight. One reindeer had died, but the others, though thin, appeared to be in good health. "Well, madam," said the Lieutenant, "we have got through our troubles better than we could have expected." "I never despaired," replied the lady. "The miseries of an Arctic winter would not conquer men like you and your companions." "To own the truth, madam," replied Hobson, "I never experienced such intense cold before in all the years I have spent in the north. and if it had lasted many days longer we should have all been lost."
"The earthquake came in the nick of time, then, not only to drive away the bears, but also to modify the extremity of the cold?"
"Perhaps so, madam. All natural phenomena influence each other to a certain extent, but the volcanic structure of the soil makes me rather uneasy. I cannot but regret the close vicinity of this active volcano. If the lava from it cannot reach us, the earthquake connected with it can. Just look at our house now."
"Oh, all that can be put right when the fine weather comes, and you will make it all the stronger for the painful experience you have gained."
"Of course we shall, but meanwhile I'm afraid you won't find it very comfortable."
"Are you speaking to me, Lieutenant? To an old traveller like me? I shall imagine myself one of the crew of a small vessel, and now that it does not pitch and toss, I shall have no fear of being seasick."
"What you say does not surprise me," replied Hobson. "We all know of your grandeur of character, your moral courage, and your imperturbable good temper. You have done much to help us all to bear our troubles, and I thank you in my own name and that of my men."
"You flatter me, Lieutenant, you flatter me."
"No, no, I only say what every one thinks. But may I ask you one question? You know that next June Captain Craventy is to send us a convoy with provisions, which will take back our furs to Fort Reliance. I suppose our friend Thomas Black, after seeing his eclipse, will return with the captain's men. Do you mean to accompany him?"
"Do you mean to send me back?" asked the lady with a smile.
"Oh, madam!"
"Well, my superior officer," replied Mrs Barnett, extending her hand to the Lieutenant, "I shall ask you to allow me to spend another winter at Fort Hope. Next year one of the Company's ships will probably anchor off Cape Bathurst, and I shall return in it. Having come overland, I should like to go back by Behring Strait."
The Lieutenant was delighted with his companion's decision. The two had become sincerely attached to each other, and had many tastes and qualities in common. The hour of separation could not fail to be painful to both, and who could tell what further trials awaited the colonists in which their combined influence might sustain the courage of the rest? On the 20th January the sun at last reappeared, and the polar night was at an end. It only remained above the horizon for a few minutes, and was greeted with joyous hurrahs by the settlers. From this date the days gradually increased in length. Throughout the month of February, and until the 15th March, there were abrupt transitions from fine to bad weather. The fine days were so cold that the hunters could not go out, and in the bad weather snowstorms kept them in. It was only between whiles that any outdoor work could be done, and long excursions were out of the question. There was no necessity for them, however, as the traps were in full activity. In the latter end of the winter, martens, foxes, ermines, wolverines, and other valuable animals were taken in large number, and the trappers had plenty to do. In March an excursion was ventured on as far as Walruses' Bay, and it was noticed that the earthquake had considerably altered the form of the cliffs, which were much depressed, whilst the igneous hills beyond, with their summits wrapped in mist, seemed to look larger and more threatening than ever. About the 20th March the hunters sighted the first swans migrating from the south, and uttering shrill cries as they flew. A few snow buntings and winter hawks were also seen, but the ground was still covered with thick layers of frozen snow, and the sun was powerless to melt the hard surface of the lake and sea. The breaking up of the frost did not commence until early in April. The ice burst with a noise like the discharge of artillery. Sudden changes took place in the appearance of the icebergs, broken by collisions, undermined by the action of the water once more set free. Huge masses rolled over with an awful crash, in consequence of the displacement of their centre of gravity, causing fractures and fissures in the ice fields, which greatly accelerated their breaking up. At this time the mean temperature was 32° above zero, so that the upper layer of ice on the beach rapidly dissolved, whilst the chain of icebergs, drifted along by the currents of the polar sea, gradually drew back and became lost in the fogs of the horizon. On the 15th April the sea was open, and a vessel from the Pacific Ocean coming through Behring Strait could certainly have skirted along the American coast and have anchored off Cape Bathurst. Whilst the ice was disappearing from the ocean, Lake Barnett was also laying aside its slippery armour, much to the delight of the thousands of ducks and other waterfowl which began to teem upon its banks. As Hobson had foreseen, however, the level of the lake was affected by the slope of the soil. That part of the beach which stretched away from the enceinte of the fort was bounded on the east by wooded hills, had increased considerably in extent, and Hobson estimated that the waters of the lake had receded 500 paces on the eastern bank. As a natural consequence, the water on the western side had risen, and if not held back by some natural barrier, would inundate the country. On the whole, it was fortunate that the slope was from east to west, for had it been from west to east, the factory must have been submerged. The little river dried up as soon as the thaw set free its waters. It might almost be said to have run back to its source, so abrupt was the slope of its bed from north to south. "We have now to erase a river from the map of the Arctic regions," observed Hobson to his sergeant. "It would have been embarrassing if we had been dependent on the truant for drinkable water. Fortunately we still have Lake Barnett, and I don't suppose our thirsty men will drain it quite dry." "Yes, we've got the lake," replied the sergeant, "but do you think its waters have remained sweet?" Hobson started, and looked at his subordinate with knitted brows. It had not occurred to him that a fissure in the ground might have established a communication between the lake and the sea. Should it be so, ruin must ensue, and the factory would inevitably have to be abandoned after all. The Lieutenant and Hobson rushed to the lake, and found their fears groundless. Its waters were still sweet. Early in May the snow had disappeared in several places, and scanty vegetation clothed the soil. Tiny mosses and slender grasses timidly pushed up their stems above the ground, and the sorrel and cochlearia seeds which Mrs Joliffe had planted began to sprout. The carpet of snow had protected them through the bitter winter, but they still had to be saved from the beaks of birds and the teeth of rodents. This arduous and important task was confided to the worthy corporal, who acquitted himself of it with the zeal and devotion of a scarecrow in a kitchen garden. The long days had now returned, and hunting was resumed. Hobson was anxious to have a good stock of furs for the agents from Fort Reliance to take charge of when they arrived, as they would do in a few weeks. Marbre and Sabine and the others therefore commenced the campaign. Their excursions were neither long nor fatiguing. They never went further than 2 miles from Cape Bathurst, for they had never before been in a district so well stocked with game, and they were both surprised and delighted. Martens, reindeers, hares, caribous, foxes, and ermines passed close to their guns. One thing, however, excited some regret in the minds of the colonists. Not a trace was to be seen of their old enemies the bears, and it seemed as if they had taken all their relations with them. Perhaps the earthquake had frightened them away, for they have a very delicate nervous organization, if such an expression can be applied to a mere quadruped. It was a pity they were gone, for vengeance could not be wreaked upon them. The month of May was very wet. Rain and snow succeeded each other. The mean temperature was only 41° above zero. Fogs were of frequent occurrence, and so thick that it would often have been imprudent to go any distance from the fort. Petersen and Kellet once caused their companions grave anxiety by disappearing for 48 hours. They had lost their way, and turned to the south when they thought they were near to Walruses' Bay. They came back exhausted and half dead with hunger. June came at last, and with it really fine warm weather. The colonists were able to leave off their winter clothing. They worked zealously at repairing the house, the foundations of which had to be propped up, and Hobson also ordered the construction of a large magazine at the southern corner of the court. The quantity of game justified the expenditure of time and labour involved. The number of furs collected was already considerable, and it was necessary to have some place set aside in which to keep them. The Lieutenant now expected every day the arrival of the detachment to be sent by Captain Craventy. A good many things were still required for the new settlement. The stores were getting low, and if the party had left the fort in the beginning of May, they ought to reach Cape Bathurst towards the middle of June. It will be remembered that the captain and his lieutenant had fixed upon the cape as the spot of rendezvous, and Hobson having constructed his fort on it, there was no fear of the reinforcements failing to find him. From the 15th June the districts surrounding the cape were carefully watched. The British flag waved from the summit of the cliff, and could be seen at a considerable distance. It was probable that the convoy would follow the Lieutenant's example, and skirt along the coast from Coronation Gulf. If not exactly the shortest, it was the surest route, at a time when, the sea being free from ice, the coastline could be easily followed. When the month of June passed without the arrival of the expected party, Hobson began to feel rather uneasy, especially as the country again became wrapped in fogs. He began to fear that the agents might lose their way, and often talked the matter over with Mrs Barnett, Mac Nab, and Rae. Thomas Black made no attempt to conceal his uneasiness, for he was anxious to return with the party from Fort Reliance as soon as he had seen his eclipse, and should anything keep them back from coming, he would have to resign himself to another winter, a prospect which did not please him at all, and in reply to his eager questions Hobson could say little to reassure him. The 4th July dawned. No news. Some men sent to the south-east to reconnoitre returned, bringing no tidings. Either the agents had never started, or they had lost their way. The latter hypothesis was unfortunately the more probable. Hobson knew Captain Craventy, and felt confident that he had sent off the convoy at the time named. His increasing anxiety will therefore be readily understood. The fine season was rapidly passing away. Another 2 months, and the Arctic winter, with its bitter winds, its whirlpools of snow, and its long nights, would again set in. Hobson, as we well know, was not a man to yield to misfortune without a struggle. Something must be done, and with the ready concurrence of the astronomer, the following plan was decided on. It was now the 5th July. In another fortnight, July 18th, the solar eclipse was to take place, and after that Thomas Black would be free to leave Fort Hope. It was therefore agreed that if by that time the agents had not arrived, a convoy of a few men and 4 or 5 sledges should leave the factory and make for the Great Slave Lake, taking with them some of the most valuable furs, and if no accident befell them, they might hope to arrive at Fort Reliance in 6 weeks at the latest, that is to say, towards the end of August. This matter settled, Thomas Black shrank back into his shell, and became once more the man of one idea, awaiting the moment when the moon, passing between the orb of day and himself, should totally eclipse the disk of the sun. End of chapter 22. Part 1, Chapter 23. The eclipse of the 18th July, 1860. The mist did not disperse, the sun shone feebly through thick curtains of fog, and the astronomer began to have a great dread lest the eclipse should not be visible after all. Sometimes the fog was so dense that the summit of the cape could not be seen from the court of the fort. Hobson got more and more uneasy. He had no longer any doubts that the convoy had gone astray in the strange land. Moreover, vague apprehensions and sad forebodings increased his depression. He could not look into the future with any confidence. Why, he would have found it impossible to explain. Everything apparently combined to reassure him. In spite of the great rigour of the winter, his little colony was in excellent health. No quarrels had risen amongst the colonists, and their zeal and enthusiasm was still unabated. The surrounding districts were well stocked with game. The harvest of furs had surpassed his expectations, and the company might well be satisfied with the result of the enterprise. Even if no fresh supply of provisions arrived, the resources of the country were such that the prospect of a second winter need awake no misgivings. Why, then, was Lieutenant Hobson losing hope and confidence? He and Mrs Barnett had many a talk on the subject, and the latter did all she could to raise the drooping spirits of the commanding officer, urging upon him all the considerations enumerated above; and one day, walking with him along the beach, she pleaded the cause of Cape Bathurst and the factory, built at the cost of so much suffering, with more than usual eloquence.
Yes, yes, madam, you are right," replied Hobson, "but we can't help our presentiments. I am no visionary. 20 times in my soldier's life I have been in critical circumstances, and have never lost presence of mind for one instant. And now for the first time in my life I am uneasy about the future. If I had to face a positive danger I should have no fear, but a vague uncertain peril of which I have only a presentiment."
"Of what danger do you mean?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "A danger from men, from animals, or the elements?"
"Of animals I have no dread whatever, madam. It is for them to tremble before the hunters of Cape Bathurst. Nor do I fear men. These districts are frequented by none but Esquimaux, and the Indians seldom venture so far north."
"Besides, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, "the Canadians, whose arrival you so much feared in the fine season, have never appeared."
"I am sorry for it, madam."
"What! You regret the absence of the rivals, who are so evidently hostile to your company?"
"Madam, I am both glad and sorry that they have not come. That will, of course, puzzle you; but observe that the expected convoy from Fort Reliance has not arrived. It is the same with the agents of the St Louis Fur Company. They might have come, and they have not done so. Not a single Esquimaux has visited this part of the coast during the summer either."
"And what do you conclude from all this?" inquired Mrs Barnett.
"I conclude that it is not so easy to get to Cape Bathurst or to Fort Hope as we could wish."
The lady looked into the Lieutenant's anxious face, struck with the melancholy and significant intonation of the word easy. "Lieutenant Hobson," she said earnestly, "if you fear neither men nor animals, I must conclude that your anxiety has reference to the elements."
"Madam," he replied, "I do not know if my spirit be broken, or if my presentiments blind me, but there seems to me to be something uncanny about this district. If I had known it better, I should not have settled down in it. I have already called your attention to certain peculiarities which to me appear inexplicable. The total absence of stones everywhere, and the clear-cut line of the coast. I can't make out about the primitive formation of this end of the continent. I know that the vicinity of a volcano may cause some phenomena, but you remember what I said to you on the subject of the tides?"
"Oh yes, perfectly."
"Where the sea ought, according to the observations of explorers in these latitudes, to have risen 15 or 20 feet, it has scarcely risen 1.
"Yes, but that you accounted for by the irregular distribution of land and the narrowness of the straits."
"I tried to account for it, that is all," replied Hobson; "but the day before yesterday I noticed a still more extraordinary phenomenon, which I cannot even try to explain, and I doubt if the greatest savants could do so either."
Mrs Barnett looked inquiringly at Hobson. "What has happened?" she exclaimed.
"Well, the day before yesterday, madam, when the moon was full, and according to the almanac the tide ought to have been very high, the sea did not even rise 1 foot as it did before. It did not rise at all."
"Perhaps you may be mistaken," observed Mrs Barnett.
"I am not mistaken. I saw it with my own eyes. The day before yesterday, July 4th, there was positively no tide on the coast of Cape Bathurst."
"And what do you conclude from that?" inquired Mrs Barnett.
"I conclude, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "either that the laws of nature are changed, or that this district is peculiarly situated. Or rather I conclude nothing. I explain nothing. I am puzzled. I do not understand it, and therefore I am anxious."
Mrs Barnett asked no more questions. Evidently the total absence of tides was as unnatural and inexplicable as would be the absence of the sun from the meridian at noon. unless the earthquake had so modified the conformation of the coasts of the Arctic regions as to account for it. But no, such an idea could not be entertained by any one accustomed to note terrestrial phenomena. As for supposing that the Lieutenant could be mistaken in his observations, that was impossible, and that very day he and Mrs Barnett, by means of beach marks made on the beach, ascertained beyond all doubt that whereas a year before the sea rose a foot, there was now no tide whatever. The matter was kept a profound secret, as Hobson was unwilling to render his companions anxious, but he might often be seen standing motionless and silent upon the summit of the cape, gazing across the sea, which was now open, and stretched away as far as the eye could reach. During the month of July, hunting the furred animals was discontinued, as the martens, foxes, and others had already lost their winter beauty. No game was brought down but that required for food, such as caribous, polar hares, etc., which, strange to say, instead of being scared away by the guns, continued to multiply near the fort. Mrs Barnett did not fail to note this peculiar, and, as the event proved, significant fact. No change had taken place in the situation on the 15th July. No news from Fort Reliance. The expected convoy did not arrive, and Hobson resolved to execute his project of sending to Captain Craventy, as Captain Craventy did not come to him. Of course, none but Sergeant Long could be appointed to the command of the little troop, although the faithful fellow would rather not have been separated from his lieutenant. A considerable time must necessarily elapse before he could get back to Fort Hope. He would have to pass the winter at Fort Reliance, and return the next summer, 8 months at least. It is true, either Mac Nab or Rae could have taken the Sergeant's place, but then they were married, and the one being a master carpenter, and the other the only blacksmith, the colonists could not well have dispensed with their services. Such were the grounds on which the Lieutenant chose Long, and the Sergeant submitted with military obedience. The 4 soldiers elected to accompany him were Belcher, Pond, Petersen, and Kellet, who declared their readiness to start. 4 sledges and their teams of dogs were told off for the service. They were to take a good stock of provisions and the most valuable of the furs, foxes, ermines, martens, swans, lynxes, muskrats, gluttons, etc., all contributed to the precious convoy. The start was fixed for the morning of the 19th July, the day after the eclipse. Of course Thomas Black was to accompany the Sergeant, and one sledge was to convoy his precious person and instruments. The worthy savant endured agonies of suspense in the few days preceding the phenomenon which he awaited with so much impatience. He might well be anxious, for one day it was fine and another wet. Now mists obscured the sun, or thick fogs hid it altogether, and the wind veered to every point of the horizon with provoking fickleness and uncertainty. What if during the few moments of the eclipse the queen of the night and the great orb of day should be wrapped in an opaque cloud at the critical moment, so that he, the astronomer, Thomas Black, come so far to watch the phenomenon, should be unable to see the luminous corona or the red prominences? How terrible would be the disappointment! How many dangers, how much suffering, how much fatigue would have been gone through in vain! "To have come so far to see the moon, and not to see it!" he cried, in a comically piteous tone. No, he could not face the thought, and early of an evening he would climb to the summit of the cape and gaze into the heavens. The fair Phoebe was nowhere to be seen, for it being 3 days before new moon, she was accompanying the sun in his daily course, and her light was quenched in his beams. Many a time did Thomas Black relieve his overburdened heart by pouring out his troubles to Mrs Barnett. The good lady felt sincerely sorry for him, and one day, anxious to reassure him, she told him that the barometer showed a certain tendency to rise, and reminded him that they were in the fine season. "The fine season!" cried the poor astronomer, shrugging his shoulders. "Who can speak of a fine season in such a country as this?"
"Well, but Mr Black," said Mrs Barnett, "suppose, for the sake of argument, that you miss the eclipse by any unlucky chance. I suppose there will be another some day. The eclipse of July 18th will not be the last of this century."
"No, madam, no," returned Black. "There will be 5 more total eclipses of the sun before 1900. One on the 31st December 1861, which will be total for the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean, and the Sahara Desert. A second on the 22nd December 1870, total for the Azores, the south of Spain, Algeria, Sicily, and Turkey. A third on the 19th August 1887, total for the northeast of Germany, the south of Russia, and Central Asia. A fourth on 9th April 1896, visible in Greenland, Lapland, and Siberia. And lastly a fifth on the 28th May 1900, which will be a total eclipse for the United States, Spain, Algeria, and Egypt."
"Well, Mr Black," resumed Mrs Barnett, "if you lose the eclipse of the 18th July 1860, you can console yourself by looking forward to that of the 31st December 1861. It will only be 17 months."
"I can console myself, madam," said the astronomer gravely, "by looking forward to that of 1896. I shall have to wait not 17 months, but 36 years."
"May I ask why?"
"Because of all the eclipse, it alone, that of the 9th August 1896, will be total for places in high latitudes, such as Lapland, Siberia, or Greenland."
"But what is the special interest of an observation taken in these elevated latitudes?"
"What special interest?" cried Thomas Black. "Why, a scientific interest of the highest importance. Eclipses have very rarely been watched near the pole, where the sun, being very little above the horizon, is considerably increased in size. The disc of the moon, which is to intervene between us and the sun, is subject to a similar apparent extension, and therefore it may be that the red prominences and the luminous corona can be more thoroughly examined. This, madam, is why I have travelled all this distance to watch the eclipse above the 70th parallel. A similar opportunity will not occur until 1896, and who can tell if I shall be alive then?"
To this burst of enthusiasm there was no reply to be made, and the astronomer's anxiety and depression increased, for the inconsistent weather seemed more and more disposed to play him some ill-natured trick. It was very fine on the 16th July, but the next day it was cloudy and misty, and Thomas Black became really ill. The feverish state he had been in for so long seemed likely to result in a serious illness. Mrs Barnett and Hobson tried in vain to soothe him, and Sergeant Long and the others could not understand how it was possible to be so unhappy for love of the moon. At last the great day, the 18th July, dawned. According to the calculations of the astronomers, the total eclipse was to last 4 minutes 37 seconds, that is to say, from 43 minutes 15 seconds past 11 to 47 minutes 57 seconds past 11 a.m.
"What can I do? What do I ask?" moaned the astronomer, tearing his hair. "Only one little corner of the sky free from clouds, only the small space in which the eclipse is to take place. Aye, and for how long? For 4 short minutes. After that let it snow, let it thunder, let the elements break loose in a fury. I should care no more for it all than a snail for a chronometer."
It is not to be denied that Thomas Black had some grounds for his fears. It really seemed likely that observations would be impossible. At daybreak the horizon was shrouded in mists, heavy clouds were coming up from the south and covering the very portion of the sky in which the eclipse was to take place. But doubtless the patron saint of astronomers had pity on poor Black, for towards 8 o'clock a slight wind arose and swept the mists and clouds from the sky, leaving it bright and clear. A cry of gratitude burst from the lips of the astronomer, and his heart beat high with newly awakened hope. The sun shone brightly, and the moon, so soon to darken it, was as yet invisible in its glorious beams. Thomas Black's instruments were already carefully placed on the promontory, and having pointed them towards the southern horizon, he awaited the event with calmness restored, and the coolness necessary for taking his observation. What was there left to fear? Nothing, unless it was that the sky might fall upon his head. At 9 o'clock there was not a cloud, not a vapour left upon the sky from the zenith to the horizon. Never were circumstances more favourable to an astronomical observation. The whole party were anxious to take part in the observation, and all gathered round the astronomer on Cape Bathurst. Gradually the sun rose above the horizon, describing an extended arc above the vast plain stretching away to the south. No one spoke, but awaited the eclipse in solemn silence. Towards 9:30 the eclipse commenced. The disk of the moon seemed to graze that of the sun, but the moon's shadow was not to fall completely on the earth, hiding the sun until between 43 minutes past 11 and 47 minutes 57 seconds past 11. That was the time fixed in the almanacs, and every one knows that no error can creep into them, established, verified, and controlled as they are by the scientific men of all the observatories in the world. The astronomer had brought a good many glasses with him, and he distributed them amongst his companions, that all might watch the progress of the phenomenon without injury to the eyes. The brown disk of the moon gradually advanced, and terrestrial objects began to assume a peculiar orange hue, whilst the atmosphere on the zenith completely changed colour. At 10:15 half the disk of the sun was darkened, and a few dogs, which happened to be at liberty, showed signs of uneasiness and howled piteously. The wild ducks, thinking night had come, began to utter sleepy calls, and to seek their nests, and the mothers gathered their little ones under their wings. The hush of eventide fell upon all animated nature. At 11 o'clock 2/3 of the sun were covered, and all terrestrial objects became a kind of vinous red. A gloomy twilight set in, to be succeeded during the 4 minutes of totality by absolute darkness. A few planets, amongst others Mercury and Venus, began to appear, and some constellations, Caplet, symbol of Taurus, and symbol of Orion. The darkness deepened every moment. Thomas Black remained motionless with his eye glued to the glass of his instrument, eagerly watching the progress of the phenomenon. At 43 minutes past 11 the discs of the two luminaries ought to be exactly opposite to each other, that of the moon completely hiding that of the sun. 43 minutes past 11, announced Hobson, who was attentively watching the minute hand of his chronometer. Thomas Black remained motionless, stooping over his instrument. Half a minute passed, and then the astronomer drew himself up, with eyes distended and eager. Once more he bent over the telescope, and cried in a choked voice— "She is going! She is going! The moon is going! She is disappearing, running away!" True enough, the disk of the moon was gliding away from that of the sun, without having completely covered it. The astronomer had fallen backwards, completely overcome. The 4 minutes were past. The luminous corona had not appeared. "What is the matter?" inquired Hobson. "The matter is," screamed the poor astronomer, "that the eclipse was not total. Not total for this portion of the globe, d'ye hear? It was not total, I say, not total." "Then all your almanacs are incorrect." "Incorrect! Don't tell that to me, if you please, Lieutenant Hobson." "But what then?" said Hobson, suddenly changing countenance. "Why," said Black, "we are not after all on the 70th parallel." "Only fancy!" cried Mrs Barnett. "We can soon prove it." "We can soon prove it," said the astronomer, whose eyes flashed with rage and disappointment. "The sun will pass the meridian in a few minutes. My sextant, quick, make haste!" One of the soldiers rushed to the house and fetched the instrument required. The astronomer pointed it upon the sun. He watched the orb of day pass the meridian, and rapidly noted down a few calculations. "What was the situation of Cape Bathurst a year ago, when we took the latitude?" he inquired. 70 degrees 44 minutes and 37 seconds, replied Hobson. "Well, sir, it is now 73 degrees 7 minutes and 20 seconds. You see, we are not under the 70th parallel. Or rather, we are no longer there," muttered Hobson.
A sudden light had broken in upon his mind. All the phenomena hitherto so inexplicable were now explained. Cape Bathurst had drifted 3° further north since the arrival of the Lieutenant and his companions. CHAPTER 24. The Iceberg.